Dude, that guy was. Yeah, look at how fast they're going.
Damn.
That was a long wave. He rode that wave from all the way over here, dude.
Yep. Yeah, we're gonna have to be a little wider.
All right, did we get our mics checked? Good morning, everyone. Welcome to a beautiful morning here in Morrow Bay. 48 degrees. The tide is coming up, and we have an official 7:30 start for the men's round one, round of 104. Those are going to be 20-minute heats. So, surfers, we're at 7:05. First heat, obviously, if you're here, get yourselves checked in, and free surfers, we'll start clearing the water in a little bit once we get closer towards 7:30. So yeah, around 7:15 or so, we'll start hounding you. Good luck to everyone and welcome. It's going to be beautiful. We got a rising tide, offshore, sideshore winds, and a bit smaller surf from yesterday, but still very contestable, especially with the 20-minute heats. So, yeah, that's the format all day and tomorrow. 20-minute heats. We are moving through men's round one, women's round one, and then men's round two today. Top two surfers advancing. So, yeah, we'll get back on the mic in a minute. Just give you a shout out. 7:30 start, boys.
It sounded okay out there?
No, because you didn't turn it on. Hey there. Well, I'm not even on the mic. Test mic test 1 2 3 4 testing 1 2 3 4. Speaker test. What?
That one's not working. But I can hear you when I was talking a second ago.
Well, I'm in the speakers out here, but you're not getting anything.
No, I was getting wind sound from the mic, and then hold on. There, see, you're cutting in right now, cutting in and out.
Test 1 2 test 1 2.
Negative.
All right, look at the receiver. And is
I
it?
see nothing right now. Yeah, it's there. It's there. I see RF meters, AF. Still there.
Yep. Test 1 2.
No, as soon as you went to test, it went off. Now it's back.
Testing 1 2 3 4. Test.
As soon as you say test, it goes out.
Well, then you're too far away.
Oh, there you were. Yep.
Test 1 2.
Yep.
But
A little more.
testing 1 2 3 4. Testing the speaker system for the surfers. Test 1 2 3 4. All right. Well, you're too far away, I guess. So move back 50 feet. I'll walk out there.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Can you guys hear me out there?
All right, good morning, campers. Welcome down to Morrow Bay. We are about to get things going. 7:30 start. We need some of the surfers for that first heat to check in. So the first heat is Maximilian Lex, Henry Rothy, Cooper Shank, and Ethan Hurst. Get yourselves checked in for heat number 1. It starts here shortly at 7:30. It's 7:15 right now. The next heat, Reiki Nishida, Giorgio Gomez, and Grant Parsons. Get yourselves ready for the heat following. 20-minute heats all day today for men's round 1, women's round 1, and men's round 2. And surfers in the water, we will start asking you to clear here shortly since we are kicking off in about 15 minutes. That's just a horn test, guys. Just a horn test. So we know it works. Surfers, free surfers, get yourselves coming in on that next wave. It's 7:20, and we are starting the first round at 7:30 exactly. Looks like most of the surfers have checked in for Heat 1. But if not, I'm sure there's an alternate list. And so those alternates, be ready, depending.
Probably not even a bad idea for Heat 2. Gabriel Vargas, Tab Texter. Probably not a bad idea for Heat 2 to start wandering around, getting warmed up. It's cold this morning.
Yeah, 48 degrees.
Yeah.
With a nice crisp breeze, so the wind chill definitely makes it colder. I see, the surfers warming up, coming in with booties, some with hoods. Maybe that won't be the case in their heat, but for that frigid sunrise warm-up session, definitely we've got beautiful head-high lefts and rights. The left seeming like it's the dominant wave at the moment. That far bar, the sandbar that goes into the gutter down the beach. What's the name of that, bud?
The middle of the beach peak. I'm not sure,
okay. All right.
You are correct. The left is the predominant wave here. The right's kind of bending back towards the rock can feel like they're bending away from you at times. So throughout the day and as the tide gets lower, you'll see that left-hand wedge kind of push its way through the beach. And I think that's where the biggest scores are likely going to come from, but we'll see what happens when they get out there.
Well, as we know, length isn't the thing. It's speed, power, flow,
Sure.
Executing those critical maneuvers, working on, and it seems like as the rounds move forward, a little more progression with this stiff side offshore, definitely challenging to commit to aerials, especially with 20-minute heats, really establishing those two waves to advance in those early rounds.
Certainly with the, as you can tell, it's kind of it's not the bulliest of waves. You got to watch out where you time the lip. You get too high up in it, you might push through the back. But that's the balance they got to find between, getting as critical as they can, but still, as you said, keeping the power and the flow.
All right, surfers, 7:22. Free surfers, start making your way in, please. We would love for the water to be clear for that first heat. 4 surfers in their colored jerseys. Ethan Hurst in the green, Cooper Shank in the white, Henry Rothy in the blue, and Maximilian Lex in the red.
Yeah, that first heat is always kind of for lack of a better term, the guinea pig. We'll be able to see, when the free surfers are out there, every wave is getting gobbled up. But once they get out there and priority gets in effect, it'll be interesting to see exactly how things play out today.
Yeah, we'll get into all the strategies. I've seen a couple of the coaches hanging out, so they've no doubt worked with the surfers. And
well, you also mentioned the booties and the offshore, so it's a little different elements than some of them are accustomed to.
all right, we are still looking for Maximilian Lex to check into heat number 1. Alternates, be prepared. So whoever's on that alternate list, hang around like a seagull over a french fry. Yeah, so that's what's happening. Maximilian, you have 2 minutes to check in. And you know what that means to the alternates.
Yeah, so if you're on that alternate list, you want to be hanging around and not go too far because you're going to get kind of short notice, but there's still a chance you can throw your hat in the ring. We got about 2 minutes before we replace you, so 2 minutes to check in before an alternate gets his chance that he might have thought he didn't have earlier today.
Well, it looks like there are no alternates, so that's the way it is. If Max doesn't get checked in, it'll be a 3-person heat.
Yeah, who knows? He might show up late and run out there. But, I mean, with these conditions, I'd want to get out there and moving around a little, get a little accustomed to the temperature before I ran straight out there.
Well, good morning, everybody joining us here for Stop 6 and Stop 7 here, Morro Bay SoCal Open. It is a gorgeous morning. Jeff Baldwin and Bodokino calling all day's action. We have men's round 1 about to kick off at 7:30. It's 7:25 now. So we're doing a dual simulcast. We're doing the live beach broadcast and the webcast for those joining us. So be patient with us out there in web world. You know, it's kind of a wild ride doing the double duties. Bud, good morning.
Hey, thanks for having me, and welcome back to beautiful Morrow Bay. We're right here in the middle of what's called SLO Bay, and a beautiful time of year. We got some green hills for you. We got some offshore waves, and sounds like we should have sun and pretty manageable conditions for the next 4 days. So welcome back.
Welcome. Yeah, we'll wax poetic. The springtime is still away, but it has gotten a lot greener since I was just up in Pismo last month for the longboard event, and it was brown, and now the hills are all green. Surfers in the water, free surfers that is, please take those last waves in, belly in, whatever that might be, because the first heat is going to start in 4 minutes, and we really want the water cleared for them and open canvas, especially since you're all kind of hugging that left trying to get in, and that's the wave that they'll most likely be riding. Heat number 2, make sure you guys get checked in because the round moves quickly with 20-minute heats, 5-minute paddle out before, and when you do paddle out, make sure you stay to the south end over more by the rock before you enter the lineup.
Yeah, there's a natural little channel over there that kind of helps scoot you out, and although you're a little distance from the peak, it takes 30 seconds to paddle from there. It kind of sucks you out and shoots you straight over, so no harm, no foul in paddling out and staying out of the way, and it makes sure that everybody gets judged fairly. We want to keep everything on the up and up here.
So yeah, the viewers looking in, you see, you know, these head-high waves moving around the rock or moving through that left being featured. It's really consistent. We have a tide that's rising, full moon tide, I think somewhere in the 9 o'clock range.
Sounds about right.
And then a drawing tide all day long until mid-afternoon.
That left will stay good throughout the low tide, though, which is good to know, because sometimes with beach breaks, the low tide equals shutdown, you know?
Yeah, this consistently offers up that left sandbar, and as the tide pulls, the water moving down the bay shoots out and kind of even defines it a little more sometimes.
Indeed.
At least in the years I've been coming here. So as we get ready to move into this first heat, surfers, 7:28 right now, 7:30 start. Thank you guys for clearing the water, and ladies.
Yeah,
But there's still a little pack out there. Get that next one in. We are literally 2 minutes from the start.
Yeah, getting real close to the kickoff. This is the last event of the qualifying series for the year, so we want to make sure everybody gets their fair chance. Right? No, one more?
Yeah, well, it's stop 6 for the men. It's stop 7 for the women. There's 8 men's events. There's Pismo to come, and then the heavily weighted Barbados event. And it's so there's 2 more events for both the men and women.
2 minutes, water, clear.
I'm trying.
Yeah, I know.
Surfers, we are under 2 minutes. Please clear the water or move north up the beach. Just get out of the area. We would appreciate it. The contestants would appreciate it. The head judge knows who you are. They are hawking it. Ruby is on it.
Yeah, half of those guys out there are competitors, so
Yeah.
you don't want to get stink eye from your buddies.
Well, the surfers know at the moment there's no boundary flag, but the surfers know a couple hundred yards down the beach, past the valley.
Yeah, that little cut in the sand dune right there is kind of the unofficial boundary that we're asking you to respect. So please head northward, and yeah, we'll appreciate your cooperation.
Boy, surfers riding the waves even.
Yeah, hold your position.
Wait, is that a wetsuit or a green jersey?
No, that's
Ride any more waves? No, tell our surfers to not ride any more waves till because the heat's about to start.
Yeah, I know. Okay, well, surfers in the heat, hold your positions because we are about to start. Unfortunately, Blue rode a beauty all the way to the beach, so he's kind of going to have a long paddle out.
luckily there's not really too many lines on the horizon right now, so we should get back out there quickly. But yeah, interesting to ride that wave right then.
All right, guys, we are about 30 seconds from the horn blowing and heat number 1 starting here at the SLO CAL Open at Morrow Bay. Stop number 6 out of 8 on the men's qualifying series here in the North American region. 20-minute heats, top 2 waves. Jeff Baldwin and Bud Aquino will be calling the action with Darren Brillhart, our super captain, coming in to relieve us every once in a while.
Yeah, he's the guy who brings you all the top tier pro surfing events on the West Coast.
Okay, guys, I'm about to count you in here. Get ready. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we are officially on, Bud. Heat 1.
Here we go.
Round of 104.
Let's see what these guys can show us in the first heat of the day. Like we mentioned, it's always a bit of a guinea pig, but there's plenty of waves, plenty of opportunity. And let's see if they can impress the judges. It all starts right here.
Well, I'm impressed. They're out there in the frigid cold as the full moon set over Morro Bay. A glorious morning here in the Central Coast. And here we go. Blue had a sniff. He elected to ride a wave right before the heat started. He got a beautiful wave. Not quite sure where the score would have gone. Maybe around a 6. But he had a long paddle out, and we are up and going, green and white.
Not the way you want to start a morning right there.
Yeah, boy, a little confusion on the first wave of the day here, bud.
Well, I guess we got that out of the way, so maybe the rest of the day will be clean and no more things like that occur, but we'll see.
Well, interesting because neither surfer got a ride, and the wave walled off and ran away from both of them. If I had it right, White had the inside, so to speak, and it was a non-priority situation. Like, that's how these heats begin. No one has priority after surfers ride the waves. Then it's established, but as you see on the replay there.
White looking.
So we'll see what the judges say in a minute after they reflect on that.
That looks like Henry up and riding, heading towards the pier on the backhand, gets a snap. Looking for a little bit of a steeper section because that one was kind of mushy, but he got a turn off it, and he's finishing it up, buttoning it up. He was the one that took the wave before the heat, so no harm, no foul. He got back out there and got one more right off the bat.
All right, well, word from the judges is no interference call either way. There was no scoring potential on that wave that both Cooper and Ethan took off on. It ran down the sandbar. And then Henry in the blue squeaked out a little right, kind of a get your feet in the wax start. Had to kind of fight against that current a bit, but bangs off a couple turns, gets a nice, he'll get a small score in the books right away. There it is, at 2.75 for Henry on his opening right. And with that, Ethan in the green has first priority. Cooper has second priority.
I do like that call with no priority because back in the day, you could take off 100 yards down the beach in a whitewater and get someone a priority, and that wasn't really the spirit of the rule. So,
yeah, well, fortunately, all those silly, archaic rules have been updated and much more favoring for the surfers to perform, which is really what the viewers and the fans want to watch, and it gives everyone a fair shake. Yeah, those days of someone leading a heat and a surfer taking off way down the wave, and unfortunately an interference would be called. Silly stuff. They've modified all that now. No, he didn't check in. Yeah, so this is just 3 in the heats.
yeah, the sport really has evolved, not only with the priority and, scoring your best 2 waves as opposed to 3 or 4 in a 20-minute period where it was just a wave catching contest. So now it's actual good surfing is promoted, not just who can paddle the fastest or who could wiggle the most times to the beach.
Yeah, I remember times that interference rule, surfers coming in on the beach, running out, and here we go, up again, hunting on the right. We're watching blue on the webcast. Henry Rothy on his second wave. This one getting a few more turns, still a bit of a sticky section there. He's fighting that in bit, and it as the tide is rising. And then we'll jump into a replay, Bud, of White Cooper, who had a quick left, it looked like.
White looking, no ride.
Yeah, earlier we talked about it. Oh, here's the replay of Cooper. Gets a little foam climb late, but doesn't quite bring it down. So he's right back out there. And then Blue again. On the right, we thought it was going to be the left scoring early, but here we are, Blue on his second right, going backhand into the rock. And like you mentioned, it's kind of going uphill between the tide, the current, and the offshore. There's a little bit of water pushing up against his board, it feels like.
Well, I was appreciating his opening sequence, that nice deep bottom turn, carve, and arc. That second wave, Henry, a 2.75 also, so mirroring his first wave, mostly because the wave after that first turn faded out, didn't give him any more opportunity. But as it is, Henry, you are in first place with two waves, both scoring 2.75. Cooper, your last wave was a 1. Ethan in green has priority. And just under 15 minutes in this first heat, round 1, 20-minute heat, top 2 waves.
So as a reminder, priority green, white, blue. Green, white, blue.
And, Bud, we do have the priority light box up on top of this midship container that we're sitting in and the judges are sitting in, so the surfers can always peek over their shoulder and know where they're at also. But we are verbally calling it always to them.
The more info, the merrier while you're out there. Less clutter if we can just keep them lightly informed of where they're at.
Yep, that's our duty. Scores, priority, and then all the color commentary.
Sure.
That's a nice view for everyone watching. That's where we're sitting. That's the midship container, which has been a great addition, and it shows the priority light box up on top. Easy for the surfers to view. Yeah, these midship containers have been a great addition over the last, 5 years now, that they can just shut these things down and then transport them to the next event, and very functional, different than the days of the scaffold setup. They just drop it and go.
It's a mobile event site. You just plug it in and connect all the electronics again, and you're pretty much good to go. So, yeah, come a long way from, the tent or the scaffold.
Well, it blows me away because I do the U.S. Open for a long time, and that is a campus, a scaffolding campus.
Sure.
And same down at Lowers. I know Darren Brillhart that we mentioned. He's been involved in both of those events for a long time, and he's there at Lowers for like a month before the WSL, and then there's always the Prime event or the U.S. Nationals, I think it is. So
A lot of infrastructure goes on into some of these larger events. Like you said, the U.S. Open, the Nationals.
and down at Lowers. But, yeah, this is nice. The midship container is very easy. The event that was just down in Pismo, the one that's coming in January,
Sure.
They just drop it on the coast, and away we go.
Yep.
Surfers, 12 minutes left here in the first heat. Henry's out in the lead in the blue with a pair of 2.75s. So, Bud, was the offshore, did it mellow out, this side offshore mellow out through the day a little bit? Did it slack off, or did it stay whipping like this all day yesterday and the day before?
Yesterday I checked the cam. I was actually in meetings all day, unfortunately, but I snuck my screen over to the cam a couple times, and it looked like it was offshore all day. The forecast is for, pretty light winds the next couple days. I think we get a little bumpy patch midday, maybe Saturday. But then Sunday finals day is looking clean and a little more bump in the swell. So
it's funny. This is a howling offshore wind down in SoCal, and it's a light wind up here. That's because up here you get past Point Conception, and the ocean's alive.
there we go. Cooper Shank up and riding. Forehand gets a nice slash. Right back up into it. Now looking for something on the inside to cap it off. Gets a nice little tail whip, but the whitewater kind of didn't push him back into it. But he got a couple turns. He's got a score.
Yeah, he was looking. He had a lot of flow on that wave, and it was offering a bit more of a vertical face, a touch more vertical than Henry's waves were.
Yeah, you can see right here, he does get that nice first slash, back up into it, but this is where the wave kind of gets funky on the inside. It can bend away from you, so you have to really make the right decision on how you approach that section.
Man, that was, the difference between a solid finish. Cooper, your last wave, a 3.75, so now you have a 1 and a 3.75. Ethan, you are looking for a 4.30. So he had a sniff at that wave, and it kind of broke over his back as I was telling him what he needs.
Well, yeah, Cooper got that 3.75. It's still the highest score of the heat. Could have gone a little bigger, but, he's, as of right now, he's got the highest score. I'm sure he's looking to back it up. They all are. 9 minutes and 50 seconds left, so there's a little time to do so.
Yeah, we don't know where the scores would have gone, but in my years of doing this, I'd say that was a 5+.
Yes.
If he had just finished, because the connection of those two first sequences were so nice, and the way he really drew the top turn and he faded the bottom turn and set his rail deep. He was in a really nice rhythm on that wave and got a little greedy.
Yeah, the rail he kept clean. He wasn't like hopping around or skipping around. It was pretty fluid. So yeah, he's got more in him. He's got another chance or two out there, hopefully.
Well, so we've been talking about the left. It's a longer paddle, obviously, working back against the current. If you get a really long left, those rights kind of as a backup strategy to get those mid-range scores are a smart option, especially if they pop up right in front of you and you're not maybe in the priority rotation or something, and it's a quick paddle out.
Sure, if you go hunting one of the lefts, well, hold on, we got someone. So green, that is Ethan Hurst on the backhand. Getting some spray, and from the distance, the spray looks so good. More spray. And then there's that little gutter down there, but he didn't quite get to it, but he got a couple turns off. We'll see where the judges go with that one.
Well, he gets himself finally started after that weird beginning where they both took off on the first wave together. 4.75 drops in straight away. So as you were saying, getting his tail up in the lip, That offshore really accentuating the spray, but placing those turns kind of in the most critical sections, even though it was a little flat, but 3 turns.
And kind of like we talked about, he wasn't hopping around. He kept it clean. It was from one turn to the next. It wasn't a hop or a skip. So that goes a long ways, too, in scoring and pleasing of the eye.
Well, that was a great wave. Ethan, your last wave, a 4.75, puts you in second. Cooper, who's now in third, needs a 1.46, and Blue.
Henry up and riding on the forehand. So he's headed towards that gutter. He's cutting it back and looking for the steep section. If he can get around it, he might be in the money. Keeps the flow going, and inside here is where it's standing up and getting a lot of action. Nice turn, wrapping all the way around. Still going.
And this is that current that's kind of bends or pulls out along the left, and you can see how it's so defined, that sandbar. I mean, he just banged off 10 turns on the inside. Now, Ethan.
So Green saw what Blue did and realized that might be the track to get on, and he just backed up that high score of the heat already. So now he's going to have a mediocre total and time left to probably top it off if he can.
Yeah, well, that was smart surfing, pouncing on that inside wave, although it's not much. He's bettering his .45 and going to put a bit more distance in his second place position, and Cooper in third with priority is going to need more than a 1.46 when all these scores come in.
So here's the replay of that wave that Henry got, and right about here is where it really gets going. It gets the inside section, and I didn't count them, but it was about 7 turns. There's another one, and they start to improve with each one, like slash all the way around. Stands up, another wrap, and then here we get a little steepness in the lip. So, yeah, that inside left just kept giving.
Well, and from this angle that you're watching on the webcast, and that's kind of our angle also, as he's going down away from us, you could see the wave bending for him, and all you see is the nose of the board hitting the lip, and he did some solid surfing through the inside section of the wave.
And then that was Ethan on the replay just finishing up his backup. So action starting to happen in the last third of the heat.
Yeah, so now we really have settled in with 5.5 minutes to go. Cooper, you are in third place with priority. You now need a 4.31. The reason that went up is Ethan, your last wave, a 3.3 on your last left. And Henry, your long left, a 6.0. 6-0 for Henry out in the lead. Ethan in second. Cooper in third with 5 minutes to go, needs a 4.31. And look at that. When you're looking on the webcast there, it looks glassy and warm and happy. But it's 48 degrees with a, 10-knot side offshore wind, and it's chilly.
Yeah, that wind is crisp. You want to make sure you have warm clothes or some hot water to pour on yourself as soon as you get out of there. Because this kind of temperature can chill your bones all day if you don't, immediately get your body temperature back going.
Well, fortunately, they're young. They have good equipment. The wetsuits these days keep you so warm, and maybe they're prepared and have their hot water bottle. But, yeah, this offshore wind blows down this valley. Is it Paso Robles?
Yeah, over the hill we got Paso Robles and Atascadero, and from fall through this time of year, it heats up a lot quicker there, shoots the offshores out. And just the north of us in Cayucas, it gets real heavy offshores in the fall because there's another direct couple little channels from over the hill right there, because Paso and Atascadero will be 100 degrees in October when it's 60 degrees here, so that land just heats up and shoots the air right down the valleys to the ocean.
Well, this area has definitely grown. Looks like we have Blue trying to get rid of his low of a 2.5 on this next left that we see him up. You see he's just kind of working through this flat space, knowing that if you can get to that inside sandbar like his last wave, there's some opportunity. Well, it does well to hold the rail in control. I'm not sure if the judges will consider that a make.
I think he knew that wave kind of didn't stand up like he was hoping for, and the body language, he wasn't too enthused in that. But, he's already leading the heat. He's got a little over 3 minutes left, and should be able to get back out for another chance.
Well, body language is a big thing. I'm sure you've talked about it.
Sure. You can see on the replay here, he's just trying to set it up, but it doesn't quite give him what he was looking for. So, meanwhile, White is up there.
Ooh, this one on the inside. Well, for the viewers, look at that, catching up as this one gave him a little mustard on the inside, standing up more like Henry's wave that he got the 6 on. Critical wave for our surfer in white. Cooper needed this. He was looking for a 4.31 to go up into second, and did he do the work on that left? Kind of took off on the inside, middle inside, but knowing it was going to find the line all the way through.
Well, also being on his backhand, as we all know, sometimes the flatter faces are easier to get up tight into the pocket on the backhand. So, yeah, you know, we'll see what the judges say about it. Looks like we're getting a replay of Green.
Well, yeah, they really want to dive into this comparison of Green on his last wave, getting the 3.30 or the 4.75, excuse me, up against what White is riding here.
Similar waves, backhand, kind of waiting for it to set up. How tight can you get in the pocket? So it's going to be a good comparison, a good way to break it down.
Well, and different since Ethan's wave, the work was done on the outside, and Cooper's getting his done on the inside. We got a minute and a half left, surfers. Priority is with Green, then Blue. Waiting on those last score for White. Is it going to be enough? Will it be a 4.31 to get him into advancing position in the dying minute?
Well, he liked it when he kicked out. We'll see what the judges say. We'll let you know as soon as they let us know. But they do have to deliberate that because it's the end of the heat. It's important. I mean, advancing positions on the line right here.
Well, it comes in. Not enough. A 4.1, Cooper, on your last wave. Now you need a 3.96 with just under a minute. So you see White hanging on the inside there.
Henry wants to shut the door on this one. He's taking a little victory lap here. Well, not necessarily. There's a couple waves behind, but meanwhile, he's setting it up, finds a section, gets a little tail release, but doesn't quite finish it. So
we're down under 30 seconds, critical time in the heat. Cooper came close on that last it just that he didn't get the turns, critical turns on the outside. It all happened on the inside. So fair score. Cooper, you need a 3.96, 10 seconds left. Counting it out now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, Bud, that concludes heat 1. We're going to go to a quick commercial break on the webcast. We'll come back in a minute. And heat 2, hold your positions. We will probably count you in here in a few seconds.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Catching a wave. It never gets old. No matter how many times you've done it. The tide is meant for surfing, and your vacation is meant for memories. You'll enjoy both at Best Western Hotels in California and Hawaii. Our coastal locations make every getaway unforgettable. So go ahead, binge the beach. After all, life is just better when there's another wave and another vacay on the horizon.
he's got his heat started. Oh, we're back. Welcome back from commercial.
Yeah, here we are, straight into heat number 2 at the SLO CAL Open in Morrow Bay. We're having a good morning so far. Just concluded heat number 1. Henry Rothy and Ethan Hurst moving into the next round, round 2, which will happen today. So they've got a long wait. They got We got this whole men's first round, and then the second round, or the first round of women's. But in this heat, Bud, who do we got?
We got Reiki Nishida in red. We've got Giorgio, excuse me. Giorgio Gomez in blue, and in green, Grant Parsons. And here's a replay of Grant. Got it started with his big backside turn on a set. Got up there late, but wrangled it down, and looks like a 2-turn start for him. So he's on the board.
Did you want to do the interview? First heat?
Or do you want to?
I didn't watch that heat, so.
Oh, okay.
When I'm off.
All right.
I don't mind doing them.
Okay. Well,
I figure we're going to do it.
So it looks like we got a score in for green. Grant, you got a 5.25 on that first left you took. So as of right now, the score to beat is 5.25, the single wave for Grant Parsons.
and they'll prompt you. Let you.
Red, baby, go. Green paddle. Green up.
Looks like we got Grant up again. He's already got a score on the board. He's up and riding again, getting some flow on the backhand. Slides the tail around, looking for an inside, but decides to get out of there. So he's got 2 scores on the board already. Quick start. 17 minutes, 10 seconds left. So, yeah, he's got 2 scores early, and now he gets to build on them. So, Grant, your second wave was a 4. You have a 5.25, and you're looking to improve a 4. Yeah, round 2, heat 1 is out in the water. Grant Parsons out in the lead with a 2-wave total of 9.25. Okay, and it looks like we're going down to Jeff with last heat winner. Take it away, Jeff.
All right, yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm here with Henry Rothy, the guinea pig. First heat of the day. You were saying it was a little difficult to hear us talk about the conditions and how you felt out there.
I felt good. It was really cold waking up this early, but I mean, got my feet in the wax and just got off a flight coming back from Hawaii. So it's a big change, but felt like I got it going and on to the next.
Quite shocking. And before the heat started, you took a really beautiful, super long left, and then we're paddling out going, wait, you're starting my heat right now?
Yeah, that thing just kept going. It was like turn after turn, and I kept looking down the line, and it kept coming. So I got lucky with that one, and hopefully in the next one I'll get waves like that.
Well, good job moving into round 2. That sandbar left looks really fun, though.
Yeah, it's super fun. It's pretty slow in the beginning, and then it like stands up when it hits the inside bar. So there's some waves out there, and we're looking for some good waves coming through soon. So.
Right on, that's Henry Rothy, winner of heat number 1. Congrats and moving into round 2. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
All right, nice job on that first heat win of the day. Right now we've got Giorgio Gomez on the backhand, getting some snaps in, coming towards the judges' tower, looking smooth, finishes it up on the inside on that nice little replay right there. So he's in the heat because, yeah, Green already has 3 waves while we were at that interview. Grant Parsons, who already had 2 scores, got himself another one. Giorgio, your wave came in at a 4.75. Giorgio, you got a 4.75. Pretty wild to think that young man, Henry, in the first heat flew back from Hawaii wearing trunks to putting on a 4.3 and paddling out here in this probably about 52-degree water. So that's got to be a little bit of a culture shock coming from the islands to a full suit.
Well, that's what they do. They froth out and they wake up early and they paddle out, right?
Certainly. Well, you talked about earlier the wetsuits. They are so good now. Sometimes I wonder how we did it once upon a time in overlock suits and just, yeah.
And that's us.
Yeah.
You know? What about the guys that just covered themselves in lard?
Sure.
And paddled out? My father's from New Jersey. he was a early adaptive early surfer then,
Yeah.
and then the lifeguards pre him that were surfing in the 40s and stuff like that way back. We're talking on the big wood boards, in the winter. Burly humans, and not just men, women too.
Sure.
And they had no coverage, and it's cold there.
Powered by Stoke.
Yeah.
Here goes Giorgio again. This time on the forehand, starts it off with a slash. And he's looking for that inside track and doesn't think he's going to get it, so he kicks back out. And Raiki, first wave, backhand. That's that mushy little offshore lip thing where you have to turn off it because it might not push you back.
Yeah. Well, that was interesting. So Raiki kind of on that next sandbar over, electing to go right, and maybe he was thinking if I hook the right into the left reform, kind of a 2-for-1. Didn't work out that way.
Yeah, there is that gutter right there, so strange things can happen with some of those little bubbly whitewaters at the top. Well, Grant up and riding. He's already got 3 scores on the board, and this is looking like he's going to add to that total. Kind of getting that double up on the inside. It looks like this is the steep section right here. Boom, straight up.
Well, again, nice placement on the finish, and you had to do a little adjustment work with that rib coming up the wave midway through, kind of hop back into it.
Yeah, he did a good job of kind of staying behind it. That way when he does bottom turn, he's right in the hook, not getting out on the flat face. Here's the replay. What do you see?
Well, that opening wave there, or that opening turn, that little drift on that steep to flat section was really nice. This is where he had to do that little hop over the chop to reconnect for this inside vertical smash to finish. So, again, the judges love a bookended wave.
Agreed.
A solid opening turn. If you can get a few between, the connection is so important. And like you were saying, driving deep off the rail and finishing with a real strong vertical turn instead of just a foamy, speed carve off the whitewash. And looks like that score comes in, a 6.0 for Grant Parsons. So out in the lead with a 5.25 and a 6. That opening ride when he got it right on the buzzer. And now that finish gives him a 6 out in the lead. Giorgio Gomez, you are in second with priority, looking to get rid of your low of a 2. And Raiki's only had that one opportunity on the right that faded out on him.
Yeah, he's looking to get going. 10 minutes and 45 seconds left, so he's got time. The paddle's only about a 2-minute paddle, so he can probably get something, probably get 3 more opportunities if he plays his cards right. But right now, the ocean's gone a little bit flat, so let's hope we get another set here shortly, because we like action.
Well, this is the first time that it's been flat. I got here.
Giorgio, you are looking to replace a 2. You have a 4.75 and a 2.
So as the heat is broken down, Grant is in first. Giorgio, you're in second place with that 4.75 and a 2. And Reiki has a 0.5. Maybe now that there's no waves at all, they can hear us. I know they turned the mics up out towards the lifeguard station there by the channel. Henry Rothy from the first heat was saying he was having a little challenge hearing us, but now all that audio has been turned up. But I was saying it's the first time there's been not a wave since I got here at 6:45.
I just was going to say the same thing. Yeah, it looks like we got a little bump coming, but yeah, this is the flattest we've seen for a couple days.
Well, the tide is coming up for a few more hours.
I did see some potential tube rides yesterday when the tide dropped. If it stays like offshore, you get one of those sets. I mean, it's not really what they're looking for, but the photographers will like that stuff,
Well, we've seen a few beautiful tube rides over the years at the QS events here. We've seen that far bar right come into play. I wish I could recall all the names, but I've seen a 10 happen from that big far bar right. I've seen some incredible heats where the rights going into the rock
Yep.
were just on fire, going back to like Cade Matson and Levi Slauson and Taro Watanabe, some insane semifinals and quarterfinal heats. And then some other days, like when Kei Kobayashi won the event and it was bombing and huge, and he was riding his, gun, which was a 6'2" or something, because he's short. That was his big board.
Yeah, he's got a good buddy that lives in Pismo, so he's always he's here for every event up here. The Still Frothy that Walt Cerny puts on. Yeah, anytime there's something going on up here, it's pretty cool that Kay, he's got a buddy that lives right downtown in Pismo, walking distance from the beach, so it works out pretty well for him. He's familiar. He's familiar with this zone. I mean, a lot of these guys are, and I wanted to allude to the fact that it's cool to see surfing here at Morro Bay. For a long time, there was smaller contests, little grassroots stuff, but to see real professional and then also top-tier amateur surfing here, it's refreshing, and it's upping the level of the kids,
There's been so much investment, and I got to say thank you to Andy McKay.
Yes, indeed.
Who was the brain trust of getting all these events kind of really up and going since 2017, but we'll get back to that. Giorgio Gomez on a runner, working his way down the line, a little bit of a flat back because that's what the wave offered, but coming into this next section with a big sliding layback.
Now we got Reiki finally getting it going, and he's got some open face to work with, slashing number 2. And he's got that inside track to work with. Nice turn right there. Boom. Okay, well, it took him a little while to get going, but he is in the mix now.
Wow, expressive finish. I really have always appreciated his wave acumen, his style.
Real clean and crisp. Here goes the replay of Giorgio. He was asking his situation, and he just improved it, I'm pretty sure, because he gets this nice roundhouse, but he's really eyeballing this end section. And talk about expression. That's a little bit of a expressive end turn.
Yeah, and a little risky, too, because it was flat. So doing a layback, in a flat section, difficult to stand back up, but then Reiki finding that rhythm from top to bottom here and that nice bang at the end.
Yeah, he did a good job at the end of adding something to it but not overblowing it because he needed a wave complete at that time.
Yeah, and that's that balance of the nerves. But, these guys and women to come, they are competing so often that they have to learn how to control themselves. We saw in the first heat Cooper getting that really nice right, and he got just a little bit over greedy, pushed it too hard, and didn't stand up, and that could have been the difference between him advancing out of that heat because the score was taken down because he didn't complete.
Sure.
So the surfers have to really know where they are in the heat, what they need, and is it a go-for-broke moment yet, or is it surf a little safe but solid and then build on that next wave?
But then the flip side to that is as we progress through the draw, you're going to have to add a little more. Here we go on the backhand. That's Grant. Just couldn't quite get around that stretched out section. But that was like a 2-wave set, so he's right back. He didn't lose any ground. He'll be right back in position, possibly in position for this instant rebate right here. There's a right coming towards him. Yeah, sure enough. Instant rebate for Grant. On the forehand. That red-railed surfboard looking pretty nice against the green face. Nope. Like we talked about the rights, it seems like you can sit on the inside and pick a few of them, more of them off, but finding the one that stands up is a lot harder to do.
I still have a photo in my phone of an event. This was going back. Brett Simpson was surfing one of the events. This is going back, I don't know, maybe 2019, and it was pumping. And I still have a photo in my phone of one of the most incredible turns, and it happened from that bombing outside right, coming into a left. Well, perfect. Look at this score came in for red. Reiki, your last wave, a 7.0. So... And Giorgio, your last wave, a 6.5. So now what that means is Giorgio goes into first place with 4 minutes to go. Giorgio, you're in first with priority. Grant, you're in second. And Reiki, You're in third. Your last wave was a 7. You now need a 4.25. Priority is blue, red, green.
So
with 3 minutes and 40 seconds left.
Well, although it took Riki a little bit to get going, he set the pace once he did with that 7-point ride. That's the highest score thus far today.
Well, yeah, those judges, they really liked that finish turn and the way he connected all the way through for the high score of the day so far here in Heat 2.
Green paddle. All right.
Yeah, Riki had like you said, the flow and the finish. So, I mean, that's the combo they're looking for. And the proof's in the pudding as you see the scores on the board. But, go ahead.
3 minutes to go, surfers. Reiki, you're looking for a 4.25 to go into second. He knows he has a 0.50 from his opening right. You know, you were saying as the rounds go, the surfing has to get more critical. But what I've noticed over all the last bunch of years, the investment in the QS events coming up and down the Central Coast, the U.S. primes, all the coaches working with these young surfers that were 10, then they were 15, now they're in their 18s and 20s. That the opening rounds used to be kind of lackluster. That here we are, round of 104, and already, you know, the surfing is so strong. So no easy heats.
Yeah, there used to be like a donator class maybe, but, you know, some local guys, just some guys that want to get in the mix. But, yeah, these guys are all good enough now to where anybody gets the right 2 waves in the heat, and they could go a long, long way.
2 minutes left. 2 minutes left. Reiki, again, you need a 4.25 to advance. So right now we have the men's and women's U.S. team, the juniors event, the World Juniors happening in Peru here. I don't know if it starts today or tomorrow, but shortly they're on their way. So good luck to Ryan Simmons and the whole team that is flying down to South America for the World Juniors. Amazing events, those world events. Looked like he had a solid team picked on both the men's and women's side.
I believe it. I mean, back to the point you made a minute ago, there's so much coaching and mentorship now, whereas back in the day it was kind of a lot of people, you were on your own, you know. There weren't people that had understood strategy or could write stuff down and talk to you about it after, you know. So it's ingrained in these kids by the time they're 16, 17. It's just second nature.
Yeah, we were on a ship with no sails when we were young.
Oh, yeah.
Lost at
Fly
sea.
by night.
Yeah. We're under a minute. Heat 2 getting close to finishing up. Reiki, this is critical. Can he get into it? Oh, can't get into it. So he's going to go to third priority now. We have 36 seconds left, and you see the surfers paddling in towards him because they know they don't want him to get a wave. So priority rules, right?
And unfortunately not seeing too many bumps. If there's a few waves, you
20 seconds.
You can kind of sell it.
Wow, he gave a valiant effort there, but he was scratching for that wave. We got 10 seconds in the ocean going flat. Reiki gets the high score of the heat, but counting it out, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You can feel the frustration right there, but that's part of the game, unfortunately.
Yeah, on the webcam, we're going to go to a quick commercial break for all the viewers at home, and we'll be back in a minute.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
All right, we are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
All right, welcome back to those of you in Webland. We are at the SLO CAL Open at Morro Bay. We're in a, we got some action on the water. We got, looks like Tyrone Fomenko on the forehand. That left has been the scoring wave thus far, so he's riding that section. Gets a nice ender, but like we talked about earlier, the offshore and kind of the crumbly lips, you really have to turn down and keep your speed, or those last sections can kind of get hung up in them. But he's right back out there. It's early, only a minute and a half down, so he'll be right back out there in the mix. So in this heat in red, we've got Tyrone Fomenko, in green, Curran Goldberg, and in blue, Karsten Wenke. So another three-man heat. Two of them will advance to the next round. So we'll see how it all shakes out. Kind of had the curse of the three-man heat in the morning thus far, but you know, some guys are going to some other events. Morrow Bay is kind of out of the way for some people, but you know, we're thankful for everybody that showed up here, and they're greeted by offshore conditions and head-high waves. So, thanks for coming. Yeah, once again, Tyrone Fomenko. That first wave was just a 2, so red with a small lead with 2 points. But that'll change before too long. I'm fairly certain. So again, we're here in Morro Bay, California. Been coming. This event's been coming here for the last few years, and I know the locals and the local businesses have really appreciated it. So thank you to Darren Brillhart and the WSL for bringing professional surfing back to Central California. It adds a little different element, some cold water, some wild beach breaks. You see that big peak in the middle of the beach up there. And we've had some open-faced waves and plenty of opportunities for our competitors thus far. So looks like we got a set coming right here. We'll see who is going to get a piece of it.
Well, even since it started at 7:30, we're only into the third heat, but that tide really pushed the waves even closer to the beach. We got red way to the north. Just looking for one section. Maybe he thought it would reform on the inside, but a quick up and out for him. Gets himself on the board. Oh, this looks like a beauty, bud.
Yeah, Curran Goldberg right in the pocket. Gets it up there, waits for it to set up, gets a nice ender. So 2 turns, but both of them were pretty nice, and it was on a set. So I got to imagine he's setting the pace in this heat. Karsten, even farther to the north on his forehand on one of these gutter lefts. Now this one, it looks like it wants to run on the inside. You just got to find the right line. Just working it over, but that one never quite stood up for him. He might have one more opportunity on the inside. You can see the drone shot right there. Gives you an overview of just how far he rode that wave.
Yeah, I mean, early in the heat, he was fighting it for sure, just because it was so flat. But it was like he was between going rail to rail on the flat section and hopping, but he wasn't hopping. He was just getting his way to the inside. He did a good job there, Karsten Wenke.
Well, and these guys are on the beach watching. I got to imagine they saw Raiki, unfortunately, run out of time. So I think it's not a bad idea to get busy early.
Giorgio's post-heat interview.
Sounds good. So, yeah, we're going to have an interview in a minute with last heat winner, Giorgio Gomez. About the 6-minute mark, he was wondering what was going on with the heat. He asked for a situation update. He got it, and within 30 seconds, he got another score and vaulted himself into the heat winning position. So, good on you, Giorgio. Meanwhile, round 1, heat 3, out front right now, Tyrone Fomenko. Tyrone, you've got a 3 and a 2. Second place, Curran Goldberg. you have a 4.75. And Karsten, your first wave was a 2.5. So Curran only needs a 0.25 to advance. Karsten needs a 2.26, but we're so early now that those should all be inconsequential by the time this heat's over. Yeah, the drone view makes it look really calm and nice out there, but when you get out there, there's some bumps, there's some offshore bumps, there's some currents pushing against you. So these guys, when they're ripping, you really got to appreciate the fact that they're able to do so, because there is offshore wind, there's a rising tide, there's, you know, it's fighting you a little out there, but that's why these guys are the best at what they do. Looks like we're setting up to hear from Giorgio. We'll take you down there to Jeff in a minute. Right now, we're still just looking at this empty lineup on the webcast. A couple of waves starting to roll in.
All right, I'm here with Giorgio Gomez, second heat, first place. And high tide coming up, kind of challenging conditions, a little sticky waves, but your board looking good out there.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's fun when they come in. It's just like when it goes flat, you're kind of like wondering where you sit. But yeah, I've been riding this Rumner 6.1 Banshee Epoxy, and I rode it yesterday in the free surf. It's a new board and it was going good, so I stuck with it.
So working with Matt Meyer over there on the hill, riding an epoxy in, Morro Bay has a lot of push, although the tide's coming up, but there's a lot of wind, so that's just what you're comfortable with.
Yeah, all I ride is epoxy, so I'm used to them and I like them, so I'm always just gonna stick with them. And I think they go well because they go more on top of the water, but I think if you get them with glass a little heavier too, they can be a bit drivier too. So.
Well, that's a good way. And then connecting the flat section to that inside running sandbar bit, that one wave you got just kept giving for 1,000 yards down the bay.
Yeah, I was stoked on it because sometimes they kind of fatten out and die, but then this one it hit the inside and kind of stood up a bit and then had that like last section, so I was able to do that last turn and get the 6.5, so I was psyched.
Well, Giorgio, it's cool to have you back here in Morrow Bay. You've been coming for years.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just happy to be back. It's the first comp in a while, so I'm just glad to be back doing them and just grateful to be here. And yeah, shout out to Matt Myers, shout out to Brad Gerlach and Wave Key, and shout out to Ruminer and family and friends. I appreciate it. Just thankful to be here. Thanks.
All right, congrats. Moving into round 2. We will see you shortly today.
Shout out to K-Rob, too, back home. Always, helping me out no matter what, so you're the man. Thanks.
There we go. Giorgio Gomez, congrats. Back to you up in the booth.
All right. We got two surfers heading towards each other right now. One gives away. Meanwhile, Red with a big backside layback jammer right there. Nice job, Giorgio. Welcome back to competition. Gets a win right off the bat, so got to be feeling good about moving into the next round. Yeah, so that was Red up and riding. Here's the replay. Tyrone. Setup slash, but he's eyeing the steep section, so another setup. But there is a section coming. You'll see it. Bang. And that is where most of the points are going to come from on that wave. And then here was Blue, and what you don't realize is Blue was actually on a collision course with Red on this wave, but luckily Red had priority, so Blue had to get out of the way, otherwise potentially suffer a penalty. So we're waiting for some scores to drop in. We got 9 minutes and 55 seconds. This is round 1, heat 3. So right now, as of right now, we've got Tyrone out in the lead. He's got a 5.5, and you want to replace a 3. Karsten, you're in second. You've got a 2.7 and a 2.5, and Curran, third place with a 4.75. Single wave 475. Kind of interesting stuff with Giorgio Abe, the epoxy all the time, which, that it didn't look like an epoxy the way he was riding it. And then I also noticed that he doesn't ride a tail pad. He just rides a little tail bump.
A little wax and a tail bump, yes. Curran, it looked like you were asking for time. 9 minutes left, and you have priority. You need a .45, so a minuscule score. Could you hear me? Yep. All right, thank you. Just under 9 minutes, and so things looking good. With Green needs the score, but it's a tiny score, and he has priority. Yeah, Giorgio, I think the key was that if you glass him a little heavier, so maybe he's got those Rupners, the quiver, lighter ones for smaller, really clean conditions. Obviously, you get up into the Central Coast, there's going to be, you want more weight in your boards.
It sounds like we're still looking for white in the next heat to check in. Is that Sebastian Bloom?
Yes.
Sebastian Bloom, we're still looking for you to check in for your round 1 heat. So if you're around, come see the beach marshal, please. There's only 8 minutes left. So, yeah, the epoxies do have their pros and cons, but then again, there's someone like Giorgio, or I know Italo rides them more often than not. How about you? Are you epoxy guy? Or?
No, I have PU, 99% PU, but I've had some amazing combination boards that are PU blank but epoxy resin. So they have a flex pattern that I've found very similar to standard PU boards and really comfortable under my feet. So for me, that's what it was. I definitely have epoxy boards. I have carbon fiber boards and for some other toys, but in surf, it was generally PU. But that was just for me.
Sure.
And I was always a wax guy too, not a deck pad
Yeah, I
guy.
remember that.
I always had just the little, so going back a long time, aging myself, but Luke Egan had this Creatures of Leisure pad that was just the little mini way at the back, and I would even cut them. I liked wax because I moved my feet a lot.
Yeah.
Anyhow. But it's great to see Giorgio working not only with Myers. Shout out to Brad Gerlach, Wave Key, always awesome. I don't get to see him much, even though he lives here back in the U.S. And
yeah, you're buddies. You and Edgar used to Lucade area run around. Yeah, pretty cool stuff. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad to see the way he's given back with his Wave Key and the coaching. He's such a personality. Surfing's a better place with Gur involved in it,
We want more personalities, and yes. Here we go. Tyrone having a sniff. That's like that wave that Reiki couldn't get over the edge just as the tide's coming up. Yeah, I love all the students that Brad has worked with, and that's on the pro level, and the amateur ranks, but then he works with all kinds of surfers just that want to be better and are either coming back from injury or have kind of reignited their surf passion and they're a little out of shape or whatever that might be. So, yeah, Brad doing a great job giving back on all realms of surfing.
Surf-specific
all levels.
Exercises and movement practice for on land, it makes sense. I mean, forever, like we said, we didn't do that kind of stuff, and now that's why the level just across the board is so much better, because there's actual training and coaching and specific training for it.
Well, it's funny that there's more training, more ability to be stronger, faster, more in tune, more coaching, more videos, all that stuff. But the injury level is so much higher now just because the risk reward is so much higher. So they know if they're going to compete, they're going to have to do big reverse airs, lands in the flat. So you got a lot of knee and ankle stuff that happens now that didn't so much happen before.
Certainly. Oh, yeah. I mean, anytime you get above the lip, there's a chance to land weird in the flats or have the reverberation come up. So it's learning those airs is a risky game, And like you said, the stronger and the fitter and the more you're training, the more your body can handle it. And if you do get injured, the quicker your body will be able to bounce back from it.
The recovery time is faster. Beyond their youth, which is also in their favor.
That also helps them out a lot.
But it's surprising how long a lot of the surfers are out from their injuries, 6 months and more, because they're getting really messed up.
Well, yeah, you can't. You gotta feel 100%, or you can tell. I mean, you can tell when someone's holding back
Tentative.
a little bit. They're that good now. You have to go for it.
Well, we are down to just over 4 minutes left here in this heat. Curran still holding that priority, needing a fractional score, a .45. That is basically paddle, stand up, and wiggle. Obviously he'd rather just take off and get a 5, a 6, and stamp his place in the heat. But he has that opening 4.75.
Yeah, the ocean went a little flat now, so there's got to be a little there's got to be a pulse again. But at the same time, while you're sitting out there, you're starting to wonder right now, like, give it to me, give me something. Time's a funny thing, depending on if you're in the lead or if you're chasing something, just how much differently it feels like it goes by.
The ebb and flow of time.
Yeah.
It's non-linear.
Yeah, perspective it's funny how different things can look depending on where you're sitting. Well, here's a little something, but it doesn't look like green is anywhere near it. Looks like Tyrone.
Well, he found that high tide little peak, so could extend his lead. Deep, sweeping bottom turn. That second turn connection. And it also gave him the speed to kind of make his way through to this inside that doesn't give him anything more, but the replay will be nice. Green, with that priority, something he had anchored on that spot there. Can he get into it? So that is going to be a loss of priority.
Oh, no.
Blue has first priority now. So Curran was second priority. Maybe that frees him up to gamble, paddle in. Sometimes sitting with priority is such a menace in the mind.
Yeah, now it's time for him to potentially just get a little bit away and get busy on a mid-sizer, not sit out there and wait for a set.
Honestly, I mean, in the dying, we have 2 minutes and 15 seconds left, surfers. Blue has first priority now. Curran in second priority, still only needing a .45. So Karsten is going to shadow him so tight, knowing that he barely needs to stand up to get a score that small.
Yeah, Carson got right over there to him. No hesitation. And, whoever Carson's coach is has got to be smiling inside. Thank you for doing the right thing right now. But at the same time.
Well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, at the same time, we'll see. I mean, priority's only so cool when you have it, He could get sold on one of these sets coming. Looks like there's a couple bumps, a little bit of action for the last minute and a half. So.
Okay, red. Tyrone, your last wave, your right was a 3.7, so you extended your first place lead a bit. That backhand right got him a 3.7. We see this outer balmy, mushy thing coming rolling through, or at least live on the webcam. We don't, but we see Tyrone paddling over towards that peak, and we have our other surfers there. Will it stand up for green?
Oh, man.
Goes into the gutter with a minute left, bud.
He's just been like 3 feet on the wrong side of the last 3 waves he's paddled for. Right there, just small incremental tolerances that he's, chasing. Oh, look at that. There's a good wave on the inside, but no one's around it.
How often have you come in from a session or been at it going, I can't buy a wave?
Oh, yeah.
I could have $1 million in my pocket and I can't pay someone for a wave. Here we go. Red stamping that first turn. We're down to 30 seconds.
Yeah, rhythm's a funny thing. I've been in a bad rhythm where for a month no wave will come to me. But, I mean, sometimes it just comes to you. Sometimes they just don't.
Well, we're getting really down to the end, surfers. 15 seconds left. Can green sneak away from blue with 10 seconds? If no waves are ridden, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. Check out all the beautiful sponsors from SLO CAL. That heat ends.
In the 805,
we're fueled by the pursuit of the path less traveled.
we're artists,
Shapers and creators.
and we love every minute of it.
It's more than a beer.
It's a way of life.
Straighten that down priority and into this wave.
Oh my! Deep one for Western.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for joining us here at the SLO CAL Open in Morrow Bay. We are moving into heat number 4, round of 104 on the men's side. Look at that beautiful view of the bay behind us, and that's where we are in that blue midship container. Up and riding our surfer in green, Julian Williams from Hawaii, on his opening wave. So fortunately, the break worked with us, Bud. No surfers were riding in between it. See those dreadlocks whipping in the cold air.
Yeah, they know that we're on a webcast, so they're trying to time it with the commercials to give real-time action for the people at home.
Thank you, surfers, for that. Well, congratulations to both Tyrone and Karsten making it into the next round. Tyrone, you can join Darren Brillhart for the post-heat interview, or Bud.
Sure.
Actually. All right, well, in this heat, Julian Williams in the green just got that opening score of a 3.75. Sebastian Blum in the white, Giacomo Massines in the red, and Sean McDonald in the blue. As the tide sort of makes its way higher and higher, we've seen the surfers having to hedge their bet a little further in. We've also seen a few surfers fall on the wayside of those mushy swells, not being able to catch it when they really needed it. It's a big playing field out there. There's a kind of 3 areas about 200 yards apart that with this tide coming up, the waves can really break on. Tough to be always right in that perfect spot. Surfers in the next heat: Isla Stutzman, Riviera Hunter, Happy Sager, and Dillian Lewis. Get yourselves checked in. Yeah, so moving through this morning quickly, there was 4 heats, of which this is the 4th heat in round 1 on the men's side. Then we go straight into 4 heats, first round of the women's. I just called out that first group. Come on up, get your jerseys. We got a split peak action, red and green. I like that drone angle there. Red on the finish, whips it on his backhand. Julian getting his second wave. That'll be a backup to his 3.75 opener. Giacomo Macinis on the books now. We're down to under 15 minutes, so this one, because of that tide coming up, a little slower start than we had in the first few heats. There's a beautiful view of the bay, but we are going to take it away with Bud Aquino and our last heat winner, Taro Flamenco.
Tyrone, welcome back to Morro Bay. A little chilly start this morning.
Yeah, it was cold. I wore 2 wetsuits to keep warm. Took off the top layer before my heat.
So, Eddie, you riding a different board? You got anything special for up here? A little colder water, a little more water moving around?
No, I'm riding my board that's a little bit thicker just because it's so mushy right now. I don't really ride epoxies, so I just have like a little bit more foam.
Just a little more foam to get you in out there and deal with the offshores. What do you got planned for the rest of the year after this? I mean, granted, we want to get through this heat. Are you doing any Hawaii after this?
No, I got to try to get a job and make some money.
Well, don't we all have to try to make some money? But anything else? You got anybody at home you want to shout out? Any coaches, any family, any friends?
Yeah, shout out Big 20 Hammer.
He's walking around, isn't he?
Yeah. He's here.
And is he kind of like the spiritual leader for your crew?
Yeah, he keeps all the boys hyped, but he's just one of the boys.
Right on. Yeah, he seems to be the hype man. Well, good job in round 1. We'll see you a little later this afternoon. And go get warmed up and get a little fuel in you. Yeah, take care.
All right, good job. Congratulations, Tyrone. Situation, Green Julian. Sorry, there was an interview. Your opening wave was a 3.75. Your second wave was a 3. You're out in first place. Red, your opening wave, a 3.75. You're in second. Sean McDonald got a 1 in between and during that interview. 12 and a half minutes left. Priority is white, red, green, blue. Sebastian getting his feet in the wax finally, and we've got red, Giacomo Macinis. They're surfing this sandbar down the way. Ooh. Oh, wow, nice finish. I thought for a second maybe he bit the rail, and he didn't. Good thing for him. So that's going to be a lovely second wave for Giacomo. So is that Andy Flamenco's son?
It seems to be. That's what I'm being told.
And who is their spirit leader?
Big 20 Hammer. That
Big
kid.
20 Hammers up with them. Gotcha. I missed that. Someone was asking me something. There's a beautiful finish. So that's going to be a nice one. 6.0 drops quickly from the judges for red. So Giacomo out in the lead with a 3.75 in that last wave, a 6. I was wondering where it was going to go because that finish kind of, although he's on his backhand, reminded me of Reiki 7, that same sort of expressive, gaining speed, perfect position pop. It's just the beginning of the wave let him down a little bit.
Well,
But not really. A 6 is a great score today so far.
So far, yeah. And what's refreshing is this first half of this heat's had a lot of action, whereas the last heat, it's that one heat on, one heat off. The last heat kind of ended up slow. The last couple were a bit wave-starved, but I'd see a lot of scores on the board already. And this is Sean McDonald with just an up and out.
They are way down the sandbar, surfing hundreds of yards down the beach, but it's a big open playing field. They can surf from the rock all the way down. Good thing we have the high-def cameras tuned in, focused in.
Oh, yeah. And, by the rock, like we talked about, it just gets real warbly. As the tide goes out, that might change, but granted, they're a little ways away, but that seems to be where the best scores have come from today.
So I remember coming here when the actual power plant used to push
Sure.
hot water out the channel, and it was so nice to jump in that thing and feel the warm water over there, and then paddle into the cold, surf, go back, paddle in the warm.
Well, if that were still the case, you could almost just sit there after your heat and warm up because it was like a mini hot tub.
Yeah.
It came out 10, 12 degrees hotter than the rest of the ocean, so you could sit right there in the inlet and actually kind of thaw out.
Yeah.
And I think guys did that. You get cold in those older, not so good at wetsuits. Come sit in there for 10 minutes, move around a little, and you're right back out there.
So we've got the women's first round coming up
All right.
next. Elias Stutzman, Riviera Hunter, Happy Sager, and Dillian Lewis.
Meanwhile, we've got Sebastian up and riding, cutting it back on that middle of the beach left, and he's got a section coming at him. It just got to get to it. And he does. And he wraps it back around off the whitewater. So got a little work done on the inside. The outside didn't help him much, but he made the most of it once he did get to the section.
Yeah, it's a real balancing act with you got to take the waves that come to you. You can't be too choosy if it's a shouldering left or right and has anything resembling sort of a face and it might give you a line. You got to go because
some of the ones that look like they're going to line up don't, and then vice versa. Some of the ones that look like they're going to bubble through are the ones that stand up. So you
live to fight another day.
Yeah.
Get through those opening rounds. The 20-minute heats are challenging, and then come the weekend when you're further into the event, get that 25-minute heat. A split peak. See that one? Boy, what a beauty. That one guttered for him. Nice for the opening turn. Gave him a bit more vertical face, and chucks the biscuit at the end.
And Julian was actually going on the right, and just like we spoke about, that right kind of hit the gutter of the left. So that was actually a split peak. The camera followed red, but we should hopefully get a replay of both. But I believe red probably got the better of that, and he was already sitting in a good position. So
yeah, he was on his way. Now he kind of pushed the tail a little hard, and it lost control at the end. So this is what that wave in the earlier heat that Reiki was maybe looking for, the right that possibly to get to the left, but doesn't work out. Giacomo ends up getting a 4.40, although it wasn't a complete ride, so betters his situation in the lead.
Well, he's got the two best scores of the heat, so he's looking. I mean, he's in the lead. He's got the best score, and he's got the second best score. So he's in a fairly comfortable spot with 6 minutes and 55 seconds left.
Sebastian, your last wave, a 3.30. Scores just dropped in. You're in second place. You have second priority. 6 minutes and 40 seconds left in the heat. Giacomo, your last wave was a 4.4. You're in first place. Julian, you have a score that just dropped, a 2.25 on your last right. You need a 3.56 to go into second. And Sean, you have first priority. You need a 6.3 to go into second place.
So as of right now, pretty tightly bunched between second and third place. Only 3/4 of a point or so separating them. 5 minutes, 55 seconds left. Julian, you're looking for a 3.56 to advance. Sean, you're looking for a 6.3 to get into advancing position.
Well, excuse me, Giacomo. I was pronouncing your name wrong. My apologies. Got it sorted out now. You are in first place with a 6. Oh. My mic wasn't on. Giacomo, sorry about that. You're in first place with a 6 and a 4.40. I was pronouncing your name incorrectly. I got it now. 5.5 minutes left.
And once again, with the 5 minute, right about 5 minutes left, the ocean kind of quiets down. This happened the last couple heats. Adds for some excitement at the end of the heat, but it actually adds for a lot of nerves for the competitors as well. So, we've got the ladies bouncing around, getting ready to head out there and show us what they can do in this Central California beach break. coming up shortly after this heat.
Well, as I was just looking down and live seeing Elia kind of run along the beach, I'm like, it doesn't look like the freezing winter that we walked up to earlier.
No, it
looked happy and sunny and calm.
Well, I mean, it is happy and sunny because this time of year, well, here we go. We got a split peak. Blue getting some turns on the right, heading towards the judges. One of the first waves we've seen ridden over here. Nice little throw the tail up and over. And out the back is Julian. Big backside into the lip on a set. So the judges got 3 waves right there to break down, and we'll get you some replays here in a moment so you can do the same at home.
Well, that'll be interesting. Unique wave, or the first of its kind, that wave there for Julian. One big backhand snap. This right opened up for Blue.
Yeah, Blue's keeping the flow on this wave. Just that last turn, again, got a little up over the top. It didn't quite push him back in, but he looks like he's feels good about what's going on out there. He's just got to find the wave that lets him really unleash.
Well, we had a little priority change. It is now white first priority, red second priority. While we were watching the replay, there was a little paddle action that happened, and the head judge, or the head priority judge, changed that up. 3 minutes, 10 seconds left. Priority is white, then red. And we've got the 3 scores waiting to come in.
White, you're looking white. You are in second place. You have a 4 and a 3.3. So again, as of right now, Julian, you're in third place. You need a 3.56. And Sean, you are in fourth place. You need a 6.3. Giacomo is leading. He's got a low score of 4.4. And Sebastian is in second. He's got a low score of 3.3. 2 minutes and 25 seconds left. Yeah, we keep saying. Two minutes left in this heat. Giacomo's in the lead, Sebastian in second, Julian in third, needing a 3.56, and Sean in fourth, needing a 6.3. We got a paddle. Heat leader getting another wave on the backhand. Possibly just defensive, maybe keeping people off that, or.
Well, yeah. He was in the lower priority anyway, so I don't know. Maybe he just was feeling good.
Yeah, everybody got out of the way and let him have it. I guess they just
fourth priority, and they're like, have it.
He saw something that that they didn't.
He's just feeling the fire. Well, we got a nice little message from our buddy Brad Gerlach. Yes, Brad, always good to give you shout-outs. You deserve it. We miss you and wish you could be up here with us too, buddy.
Yeah, it's cool to know that people are watching at home too and chiming in.
Well, yeah, and you know, like a lot of the coaches, they tune in. They know when their students' heats are, and part of their, you know, relationship with the student, or whatever you want to call it, is they're going to talk to them pre-event. They're going to talk to them maybe leading up to the heat, or, you know, check out the conditions together early in the morning, and then they're going to watch the heat, and then afterwards regroup and have a little conversation about what they saw, what to potentially work on, or what were the successes. Yeah, so.
Kind of what were you thinking when you made that choice? What if you approach it this way? Yeah, it's funny because it's abstract, but there are rules. Surfing's a bizarre.
Well, and definitely with Brad is working on a real technical side.
Sure.
Of where you're taking off, how are you engaging your shoulders, where are you
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Catching a wave. It never gets old. The tide is meant for surfing, and your vacation is meant for memories. You'll enjoy both at Best Western Hotels in California and Hawaii. After all, life is just better when there's another wave and another vacay on the horizon.
Welcome back to Morro Bay, California. There's a beautiful drone view of our lineup. We got women's round one, heat one in the water. In red, Isla Stutzman. In blue, Riviera Hunter. In white, Happy Sager, and in green, Delilah Lewis. So no waves ridden yet. So those of you at home, you came back just in time to hopefully get the action started.
Yeah, right on time. The sun is warmer than it was earlier. It's a beautiful start for them. The wind is mellowed out. This tide's pushed up, and we have our first surfer, Delilah Lewis, on her backhand. We saw them all huddled up in a group, waiting to paddle out together. So this is their opening round of 40, I think it is. Yep.
So she's been watching heats. She realized that there's been some slow ones, got an early start, and minute and a half down. She's already got a score on the board. But there's more waves to come and 3 other competitors that are looking to do the same. So let's see what happens here. Looks like there's a couple little waves at the back. We got some surfers paddling, repositioning, looking to see what catches their eye. No go on there.
Which one?
Red. I just didn't know if you remembered if it's Ayla or Isla.
All right, here's looks like red having a look.
Red and white. Just white.
And it just Happy Sager up and riding on the forehand.
Just feels good to say. Happy Sager.
It does.
So making her way, that high tide maybe giving her the potential for finish and a little rebound. Oh, wow. Spicy finish there on the right. And now we have Riviera on her opener.
Well, Happy, really, that's the most impactful turn we've seen on a right this morning, I feel.
Yeah, the way it finished through that men's first 4 heats for sure. That now that we're into the women, she got the best opportunity, and now it's our surfer in red on her forehand. I love it when you got the good balance, the goofy and the regular foot matchups.
Indeed. Yeah, I want to see the replay of that wave from white.
Well, scores dropping in. We do have Green's opening wave. Delilah, a 3.
And here we go on the forehand. This is the replay of Happy. She gets that setup turn, but the one everybody really liked is this ender. Here she comes. You can see it standing up. Bang. A little bit of Gabby Bryant in that turn.
Yeah, some powerful low center of gravity. And what looked like really set her up from that was off that first 2 turn when the wave went flat. You saw her pump and she got a lot of squirt. So she engaged the rail right at the right place when the wave was really slacking in energy. That got her over the hump to be able to go to the finish. So that's the wave savvy that comes into play at this level, reading the waves appropriately and making the right turns in the right spot.
Yeah, the little subtle adjustments. Instead of hopping, yeah, she used that rail to almost like, and the
Project.
third fin, the thrust. She
Yeah.
thrusted and kept it going. And she got the turn, and she got the score. Right now, she's got a 4.75 for that first wave. Red got a 4 for her first wave. Green got a 3, and Blue, just a .75, a bit of a throwaway.
I can give it a go. Green, blue, white. You want to do it? Your way. Green looking, red.
Here we go. Red on the backhand. Up and out, but with the higher priority, Delilah takes this away from her. Green jersey, green spray on the bottom of the board, looking good against that blue face. And she's found the inside. So Delilah finished it up on the inside. Meanwhile, Riviera's on the outside finishing hers up. Judges got their work cut out for them. One was coming towards us close and one was going away from us in the distance, but we have the replays for them to help break it down. So here's green on the replay. This Delilah Lewis on the forehand. She sets it up. She carves it back. But here she goes. This is the inside. She does get a nice finish on this one. Up and over. Navigates the whitewater explosion, and she's back out there. Here we go. Blue Riviera on the backhand. Her replay. One vert into the lip. That's that. All right, I got Darren up here in the booth with me. Welcome, Darren.
Yeah, good morning. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing all right. Thanks for having me, and welcome back. We really are blessed with some pretty nice conditions today.
It has been pretty fun. I mean, the surf dropped out quite a bit from yesterday. It was pumping the last couple of days since we've been up here setting up, but very contestable. Love to see the offshore winds, groomed out conditions. And, you know, the tide's making it a little bit soft, but I think as the tide starts to go out a little bit, it'll get a little bit steeper, a little bit more critical sections, but still very contestable here.
Yeah, I think it's going to get a little more critical in the afternoon, like you said, but then again, competitive surfing is adjustments, and that's what they have to make throughout the day. So it looks like we're setting up an interview with last heat winner and Ryan down on the mic.
All right, there we go. Yeah, we're just standing by here. They're getting all set up there as we saw a rider in and out there.
Yeah, I think we're supposed to have good conditions for the next 4 days, so we lucked out. But here we go with last heat winner. Take it away.
Yeah, I'm here with Giacomo Messina's first round win. 14 years old from Malibu, ripping it up, man. Blowing the tail on that first opening left, and then it got a little slippery on the backup one. Talk about your heat.
Oh, yeah, well, I kind of got like just looking for the bigger waves, and then when I got the waves, just waiting for the right section to time it. But yeah, I had two good ones that I landed, and the last one I should have like maybe timed it a little bit later. Went a little bit too early and came off, but it's all good. I still got my 2 scores, and yeah, super stoked.
Look at that, wicked. You have no fear. 14 and just charging to the next round. Your leash is still on. That's pretty exciting. That's how excited he is. So, who do you want to give shout outs? I love the Timmy Patterson under your feet.
Oh yeah, thank you for Timmy. He makes the best boards. He's always happy to work with me and get my boards like working perfectly. So yeah, super thanks to him for supporting me the whole time. Also want to thank my brother and my coach Toma that's helping me through this contest, and my mom watching and my dad watching.
Do you surf with Taro much?
Yeah, I do. He's one of my brother's good friends and my good friends. Yeah, we surf a couple times.
He's one of my secret favorite surfers on planet Earth.
Yeah, he rips super hard. I love his style.
All right, everyone. Welcome to 14-year-old Giacomo Messinas. Congratulations. See you in round 2.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, thank you, Jeff. And, yeah, our youngest competitor in the draw, 14 years of age, from Malibu. Amazing surfer. You know, he was competing in the Grom Search this year. He still has a couple more years left just in the Grom Search series. And here he is battling out. He said it's his maybe 3rd event here on the QS. He surfed a couple last year. And it's good to see him out there and taking down that last heat.
Yeah, that's super impressive. I saw him out there. I thought he was just a smaller statured person, but he's a dang good surfing young man. And if this is 3rd event, he's already winning heats. You got to realize that he's probably getting real comfortable with the format and, you know, going up against older dudes. So that's how you get better, is going up against better people. If you're just beating up on lower competition, you're not going to really progress. So,
well, I mean, it's tough. Like when he's in these QS events and he's going against surfers that are twice his age practically. It's great to get a win and advance and get some points, but also it's good to still do all the amateur events, the Grand searches, and get wins and build that confidence. So when you do go up against surfers that are older and a little bit more powerful, it just helps that into your career as you progress through. Well, we're just under 10 minutes in this heat. This is heat number 1 of the ladies, the round of 40. And we have out in the lead, looks like, who do we have in this lead here?
Looks like Delilah Lewis. Free surfer. Sounds like we got a free surfer out in the water. Free surfer, please. Continue your paddle northward. We appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, in first place we got Delilah in green. In second place, Happy in white. In third place, only needing a .40 is Red. And in fourth place, needing a .75 is Blue.
Yeah, well, the reason of that, Happy only has a 4.75, so just the one score. So Delilah in the lead there with a 3 and a 2.65 as her low score. And then Happy with the highest score so far, just the one wave, the 4.75. And then our surfer in the red jersey, doesn't need much right now, but she just needs a .76. But Happy's going to get her second score on the board. That number is going to go up, so she's going to be looking for, a decent number there. As she sits on a 4 and just a .4, and then Riviera Hunter in the blue jersey with a 3.25 and just a .75. Now down to 8 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I feel like we're probably going to get a flurry of waves at the end of this heat because the last two kind of ended up slow. This one's getting a little slow spot right here. Hopefully that means in the last 5-6 minutes we do get a flurry. I know that they don't want to sit out there; they want to be surfing. So.
Yeah, I mean, with the full tide, it's definitely changed the lineup here. Here we go. So Happy up on her backhand there. Nice little carve down to set this up. Looking for the inside of the lineup here. And she sets the bottom turn into the top turn. And good little combo right there. And great finish for Happy. She will get her second score on the board.
Yeah, you were just saying that she's not going to – she's going to get another wave, and right is almost on call. There she goes.
And, yeah, she didn't need much to get into first, just a .90 to take over the lead from Delilah. As we're down to 7 minutes remaining, surfers, 7 minutes. With this higher tide, it kind of breaks on a different part of the sandbar, it looks like. Just on the further inside. We were here about a month ago. You were
yes,
here
sir.
announcing the USA Prime event, and the waves were pumping. It was like, solid 8-foot back, 15, maybe some 20-foot faces on the sets. Kids were charging. Score in for white for Happy, and it comes in at a 5.5. So she does go straight to the lead. And green in that second position now to take the lead back, looking for a 5.65. So once again, white is in the lead. Green in that second position. Red now needing a 1.65, and blue needing a 2.4.
Well, just like we mentioned, we got some more waves coming in. Here goes Red up again and riding, and she gets a nice turn on the forehand. Not going to be much of an insight on that one, so she kicks out, and looks like we've got Delilah up and riding on the backhand, getting a slash in. Big section coming at her. Hopefully she can get into the lip, and there she goes. She gets it, but just not the right angle.
Yeah, just kind of missed time in that second turn, but she was able to get one nice turn in there, and we'll see where those two scores come. She's looking to better her 2.65 And so red comes in, last of red comes in at a 3.0, so red into second. And green drops to third. Still waiting for her last score. There it is. Comes in at a 2.5, so that's not going to change anything for Delilah. So situation as we're down to just about 5 minutes remaining, Bud. We've got white in the lead with a 5.5 and a 4.65. Red is in that second position. She has a 4 and looking to replace her low score of a 3. Green, you're in that third position, needing a 4.0. And blue looking for a 3.76.
Yeah, so third and fourth place are still not real big scores. They're right in there. Like you said, green needs a 4, blue needs a 3.76, so easily attainable.
Yeah, this heat is wide open with 4.5 minutes remaining. And that was one of the bigger sets that we've seen. Now, it came down quite a bit from yesterday. It was pumping here yesterday. I would say, double overhead on most of the sets. Really consistent.
Yeah, I saw that on the camera, yeah, and it stayed pretty clean all day long.
It was howling offshore all day long.
I think it's going to pump a little bit, though, as the tide drops out. Some of those wedgie sections are going to come together and stand up a little bit more. So,
well, I've noticed, looking at our windy app, it looked like it, the onshore winds will come up a little bit this afternoon, but pretty light.
Yeah, not as bad as they could be by any stretch.
So I know that the winds can really whip.
Yes.
Super strong here on the, from the west to the northwest.
Well, that's why we're pretty lucky with these conditions in the forecast for this time of year, because much like you said, last time we were here, it was giant and windy. I mean, it could be giant and windy one day, flat and calm the next, and we got a happy medium of waves and light winds for the next 4 days. So, and even Sunday looks like it's the nicest weather and a little bit of a bump up. So for finals day, I mean, everything's just working towards the crescendo. But
yeah,
they got to get through day 1, day 2, and day 3 first, and this is where it all starts.
Well, just on paper, looking at the weather and conditions, it looks great.
Yeah.
The surf is going to drop off a little bit. It's going to be a little challenging, especially on the higher tide. As I think the swell is going to continue to drop tomorrow and a little bit on Saturday, maybe pulse back up a little bit on Sunday. We'll wait and find out. Down to 3 minutes, ladies. And once again, white in the lead, looking to replace a 4.75. Red in that second position, looking to replace a 3. Green in fourth needs a 4, and blue in fourth needs a 3.67. And here we go.
Riviera having a look on the backhand. That left-hand gutter, she's got a lot of open face in front of her. So here's a setup turn. Here we go. She's looking at another nice little slash in the pocket into the racetrack and gets it back up there. That inside kind of ran off different than it looked like. It kind of did a weird thing in there, but that's what that gutter, that little riptide can do. Sometimes it's perfect. Sometimes it gets kind of warbly, but she got some turns done, and she's back out there with just under 2 minutes left to go.
Yeah, well, she didn't need much. Did she get it? She did. 4.0, last of blue. Blue goes into second.
All right.
So red drops to third. Red, you now need a 3.25, and green, you're looking for a 4.25. So once again, red, you're in third. You need a 3.25. Green, you're in fourth. You need a 4.25. And we're down to 1 minute and 30 seconds as we see the replay for the viewers at home. So a couple of nice turns there. She got just what she needed. She needed a 3.75. She gets a 4.
Well, and it's still tight. I mean, there's 1 minute and 15 seconds left. Red, you need a 3.25, and green, you need a 4.25. So a couple bumps on the horizon. It's anybody's game right now.
Certainly is. Down to 1 minute remaining. 1 minute.
So let's see if red in second priority or green in third priority can get something to try to shake up the current standings. Here we go. Happy on her forehand, coming towards the judges. Cutting it back, got a big section coming at her. But that just kind of backed off. But she's already in first place. No harm, no foul. Pretty safe.
And we're down to 30 seconds, so time a factor here in the closing seconds.
Will red or green get one more chance? It looks like maybe.
20 seconds. So green does have priority. So it's green, blue, red on the priority order. 10 seconds remaining.
Counting it down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, round one. Round of 40, heat one in the books. Looks like Happy and Riviera will be advancing to round two. So nice job, ladies. And we're going to probably go to a commercial here in a minute.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
Right, welcome back. We are in ladies round of 40, heat two. In red, we got Gila Cohen. In blue, Madison Stone. In white, Camille Cortazo. And in green, Isla Pinto. And no waves have been ridden yet, so hopefully we get some action going soon. Free surfers, can you please give us another 100 yards or so to the north? Free surfers, please paddle north. All right, yeah, we don't want to have any confusion with the judge's eyes, so if they could head north, we appreciate it. Thanks, you guys. And for those of you at home, we are doing double duty. We're talking to you on the webcast and giving live beach commentary. So when you hear us talking to the people in the water, now you know why. Here, first wave of the heat, Gila Cohen on the forehand. Bang! Really attacking that section, but not quite bringing it down. But she is right back out there.
So the opening score just .75 for red. Gila Cohen, just a couple of minutes into this heat. Bud's going to head down and grab that interview for Happy, our heat winner, for heat number one for the ladies. And so here we go, up and riding again. Gila on her backhand. There we go, nice turn under the pocket there. So just the one turn. And welcome back, Mr. Baldwin. How you doing?
Doing great, Darren. How are you, Mr. Brillhart? That was a good heat, a good opening heat for the women. Happy. Before I left, she got a really nice right, one of the best of the day, a nice finish. She ends up winning the heat.
And that was Isla just quickly in and out on that wave. So he'll just with a .75 and a 2.5 for a second.
Well, you can kind of see as this tide has crept up a bit, a little slower start to this heat in the waves ridden in this first 4 minutes. That was really fun doing the interview with Giacomo from Malibu, 14 years old, and you were saying maybe his first QS event, or
no, he's done
a few.
He's
but
done a few, yeah.
The kid had it together.
He did.
He was surfing really. It's amazing, you know, how young they are and how strong they surf. And like Bud was saying, he just thought he was maybe a surfer in his later teens, just as smaller in stature, but no, 14-year-old ripping. And if he's hanging out with his older brother and with Taro, and yeah, he's on his way, surfing really well. All right, well, we will throw it down to Bud and Happy Sager after that last heat win.
All right, Happy, nice job out there. Round 1, heat 1 win. That's got to feel good to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, it was great. I got that first one under my belt, and it was nice, and then I held priority and then caught a pretty good one, so stoked.
Now, speaking of that first wave, we really were impressed with that power turn. I even said a little bit of Gabriella Bryant. Or is power something that you kind of concentrate on?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it was just a big section, and I like to do big moves on big sections, I guess.
Okay. I saw a little debrief with your coach. Anything you can share with us? Any strategies for the next round, or is that all under wraps?
That's on the DL. You're not allowed to know that.
Okay, well, so far so good for you. Any extra or special preparations for coming here to where it's a little chilly and a little wild open beach break?
I don't know. I might go surf later, but just talking with the coach is all I need.
All right, well, good job with that round 1 heat. We'll see you a little later. Go get warmed up and fueled up and keep it going.
Thank you.
Oh, anybody you want to shout out? Sponsors, friends?
Oh, yeah, my coach, Lucas, and my dad, they're videoing me right now. And then my mom is probably watching, and my grandparents.
All right, well, good job to that whole support crew, and first round win, so we're off and running. See you a little later.
Thank you.
Well, nice interview there with Happy Sager into the round of 32, surfing strong. And just so she knows, she has the entire day to go surf. How much can you talk about with your coach all day long? Go free surf and get some more tips. There's waves up and down this coast right now in great conditions. So waiting on that last score for Red. Who happens to be out in the lead right now with a .75 and a 2.5. Third score about to drop in. 13 minutes left. Priority is, well, not really set, but blue is up and riding. Madison Stone. Oh, one of these far bar rights. Couple sweeps back into the whitewash on her backhand, and that wave fades out in the hole there. And now white way up to the north. So they are electing to use the entire playing field way up the beach. Will she come out? Nope. Tough to navigate that oncoming section when it's such a flat face into all the motion coming at you.
Yeah, you really want to have more speed going at it than the wave has speed coming at you. And that's where it gets a little tricky in that deep water gutter right there.
And if you go a little too high and push your fins over the lip with that oncoming speed, they drift, and you can't carry the speed back with you.
You got to do that kind of a downturn, albeit off the whitewash.
Yeah,
you know?
A little bit of a lower entry to that oncoming section.
Projection, yeah, you gotta know when to project off it, and a little later as the tide drops, there'll be potentially more airs or sections that we can really lay into. But right now, you got to make sure you get it back down.
Well, she gets a 2.1, and with that, she's in third, needing a small score, a .61 to go into second. Madison, your second wave, a 2.5. Red, your third wave, the score drops in. Gila, a 5.25, so really pushing and extending her lead. Look at these lefts, this left just moving through the lineup. Now we have Red again.
You spoke of Gila, and there she is up at the north end. Real nice how that spray matches the jersey, but the surfing she's doing is real nice too. She's carving and far bar end section, finishes it up. She is looking good now.
Yeah, she could extend her position there. Her low before that ride at 2.5. And that wave we saw start about 100 yards before any of the surfers and where she picked that wave up. So I think it might be tough at the moment for the surfers to commit to paddling further towards the rock where those lefts come sometimes.
Well, it looks like we got some lines coming, so we'll see if that middle of the beach zone produces on the set.
Well, and she did well. A 4.75 drops in for red on their last left. Now we see green on the inside. Looking to get through this section, slams that oncoming big lip, and kind of that thing was growing as it went down the beach on her.
It kind of was not exactly telling her where to hit the lip. You could see she kind of waited, but she got it right. She got the timing right. So, and that was her first wave, so way to get on the board.
Yeah, with a 4
Here's
straight
the
away.
replay. So you kind of waiting, then there's the lip. Here we go. Set the bottom turn, get the turn, and yeah, nice front side off the lip on a good size wave. So she waited a while, but she got a 4 out of it. So
yeah, and with 20-minute heats, you know, effectively half the heat gone when she picked up her first ride. So she has a 10-minute heat, basically. She got a nice score on the board. And that one wave got her into second.
Well, as of right now, red is a ways out front, feeling pretty good with that 5.25 and the 4.75. But Isla and green on the last wave with the 4. Third highest score of the heat thus far. So, I mean, she just really got to get something else. It looks like she needs a oh, no, she jumped into second. Isla went into second with that single wave score of a 4, a flat 4. So, yeah, she's looking all right.
Yeah, funny how different heats have their personalities.
Yeah.
She's probably out there going, oh, my gosh, half the heat is gone. I got to get that wave. And she finally gets it and instantly in second due to that red or that blue and white have those 2s in their score line. So they have to build house. She already has a 4 that could potentially be her backup if she extends on that. 8.5 minutes. Priority is with white and then blue. Priority is blue, then white.
Way up to the north, we got Gila going again. She is really a fan of that far bar, and she's leading the heat, so she's doing something right.
Yeah, well, it's working for her.
Yeah. Long ways away, though. That is, she's the furthest away from the judges' booth that we've seen anybody today. But like I said, she's winning the heat. She's got a 5.25 and a 4.75, so the 2 highest scores of the heat. So her formula is producing right now.
Yeah, and if her formula is see wave, take wave, it's working.
Sometimes it's that simple, you know?
Right.
You get a lot of head noise that can cloud your judgment sometimes.
Yeah, if it's an open face wave that looks like it's going to give you opportunity, away you go.
Kind of like a Gabby Medina, just sit underneath a little without priority, just catch everything that comes at you and, you know, make scores. Make scores where you find them.
Yeah, over time there's different competitors. It's sort of, that becomes their personality. Either they're the real slow, take very few waves and make them count, or there's the rhythm surfers like Italo that might catch 20 waves in a heat and he just keeps going and going and going, or Gabby, like you were saying.
Or then the flip side is that you always heard about Tom Whitaker, who would just sit and hold anchor, and then but he always got the best waves.
That's it. There's the 2 camps. Ethan Ewing does that a lot. You know, Griffin's been doing that a lot.
And that takes
Red. Sorry, Gila, you are in first place. You have a 5.25 and a 4.75. Your last left was a 2.5. There's 6.5 minutes left, and you have 4th priority.
Green, Isla, you are in 2nd priority, and you have a 4. You're in 2nd place with a single wave score of a 4. Yeah, speaking of Medina, pretty exciting news this week. Medina, John, Carissa, Steph, all coming back for next year.
The band's back together.
And it sounds like there's some new first round rules where it's going to get, the first rounds are going to be really wild with those, returning champs.
Yeah, I've been trying to keep up and read as they come in. I know John's got a wild card, so he's back in the mix too. And priority change. Priority is now green first priority, blue second priority, red third priority. White paddled for a wave, missed it, which we see often with high tide conditions. Yeah, so the WSL making a tweak. Now there's not that mid-year cut that was happening for quite a while in Western Oz at the 5th event. There is going to be, I think it's a
postseason, yeah.
It's in the 8th or 9th event, the top 10 drop out. They miss 2 events, but then Pipeline at the very end is weighted. They get to go surf that again. The scores or the points are more. So, whatever, keeping the drama alive.
And I believe it's single elimination now too. There's
yes.
no, okay.
Yeah, no more elimination round, which shortens the events. And
I'm going to be interested to see Yago and Griff, kind of at the height of their powers right now, what they're able to do against John and Gabe, who've taken a break. Let alone some other guys. The Ethan, he's matured a bit in the last couple of years since they've been gone. So it's going to be wild, and I'm here for it.
Well, there is no shortage of depth charge surfing.
No.
Like the highest level, all of those men and women are just continually pushing their game, and it'll be exciting to see Gabriel, especially because he's been very quiet on anything surf related in his socialness. Look at this blue Madison on her backhand, ripped into that first section, clicks it off that oncoming section, and does her best as the wave sort of let her down a little bit as far as, matching power for power at the finish. But
those first 2 turns, it looked like she had the timing right. The way she hit it, it kind of projected her. So she's kind of in the groove of what's going on out there. Here's a replay.
And there she goes into second with a 3.5 on, like you said, this replay. So most of the score generated from that opening turn and that turn.
Just the timing, yeah. They weren't amazing, but she timed them. They were crisp. She came out of them with speed, so
that's where you just have to have, heat savvy and know where you are with the time and the heat, what you need. Madison, you're in second now. Your last wave, a 3.5. Green, you have first priority. You need a 2.0 to go into second. And Camille, you need a 3.90 to go up into second. Just over 3 minutes left.
Anybody's heat right now with those small needs at the bottom half.
Well, Green in a great position with that 4 as her single ride, and needing a 2. So like we were saying earlier, that 4 could potentially be her backup if she extends on it. But if she gets anything more than a 2, she would go into second place, but not be safe.
Yeah. So we got 2 minutes and about 40 seconds left to see if she can't find that, if Green can't find that wave and White can't find another wave. Otherwise, Gila and Madison are going to be keeping their eye on them and trying to close this out and retain their advancing positions.
I'm so bummed. I foil a lot. That ball that's just mushing through would be so sick right now. Long ass wave.
All right, looks like Isla trying to, she's up and riding. She's found the left-hander. She needs a small score. Bang, Green. Green with a strong turn, one of the stronger turns of the morning. And a little farther north of her is White, Camille. Working the inside, kicking out. She's got 1 minute and 50 seconds left. She can try to sprint back out there.
Well, fortunately, we've seen waves come way down the beach, so she could even be halfway out and get one of those inside shifting lefts, White I'm talking about. Waiting on that score to come in. Well, Camille's score came in at a 2.05, got her into third. Camille, you need a 3.9. This finishing turn for our surfer in green who needed a 2. Seems like she's done the job. The score's not in yet, though. Green could flip it.
I would imagine that turn had 2 points in it, but until
Well,
we get the official, we don't know.
Early indications, yes, and there it is, Bud. A 5.4 for green. Green goes to second. Blue now needs a 5.9, and white needs a 7.3.
Well, just like you said, white got that quick rebate over there, but it wasn't quite what she was looking for. 50 seconds left, possible time. Blue on a big left, gets forehand into the lip and brings it down.
So will that be a 5.9? We are down to 40 seconds as this set rolls through, kind of washing all the surfers. Blue's still up, making the most of it. Not a lot of scores in the whitewash. If she could find some green face to finish.
Yeah, she was in a good spot, and then green got that wave, and luckily she got that chance right there. She got opportunity. We'll see what the judges think. It was a big turn on a big wave, so up to them.
Well, Isla did a great job turning off the noise in her head, knowing she had the 4, resting in her confidence, and finishes that last left strong. We are down to 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold your position, surfers, in the next heat. We have a score to lock in.
You can see on the replay she liked it, but still kind of like, all right, I gave it what I could. Up to the judges now.
Score in, a 4.10, not enough for Madison, so advancing through red and green. Next heat, hold on, I'll count you in here shortly.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Catching a wave. It never gets old. The tide is meant for surfing, and your vacation is meant for memories. You'll enjoy both at Best Western Hotels in California and Hawaii. After all, life is just better when there's another wave and another vacay on the horizon.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Thanks for joining us on the webcast. We are into heat number 3, the first round of the women's. In the red, Tegan Meza. In the blue, Kiana Miller. In the white, Marlo Harris. And in the green, Audrey Denos. It's been a quick morning here, Bud. The first round of the men's finished up. There was only the 4 heats. We have 4 heats of this women's round of 40, first heat, and then we're going straight back into the men's round 2, and that will pretty much take up the entire day.
Well, time flies when you're having fun. We've got nice conditions, good surfing so far, and right now we got Tegan Meza up and riding on her forehand.
Wow. Big,
nice. Yeah.
Deep, sweeping forehand carve.
She looks like she's in the flow already. That one piece roundhouse into that finishing turn right there. Yeah, way to start a heat. Tegan Meza in red. So yeah, I mean, the morning's flying by. Pro surfing is fun. The weather, agreed with us today. So what's not to like?
What's not to like? Over the years, we have scored here and at Pismo.
Yeah.
Last month down at the longboard event in Pismo, it was rainy, but it was offshore and beautiful the whole time, even though it was wet.
Meanwhile, Marlo on the shortboard, that black surfboard slashing, getting in the lip. Nice. Oh.
She looked like she was pushing it.
Yeah,
there.
she pushed hard on that one. Yeah, Pismo's actually my home stretch. And yeah, it feels like almost every time you guys have come, you've got pretty lucky with the waves there. So
yeah, generally 80% of the events and the days have been this kind of calm, clean conditions.
Well, and next month, the way the sandbars are setting up, I think next month at Pismo could be pretty fun. So I'm looking forward to that as well.
If it'll be on the north side again, I wonder, or the south, the north side. Less glare. That was nice.
Well, the south side has an interesting bar that's starting to form, but we'll see if it if it comes to fruition.
All right, bud. Get down there, interview our last heat winner, Gila Cohen. So a few scores on the board. Tegan, your opening right, a 4.25. And Marlo, your first wave, a 1.75. Priority not set since two surfers haven't ridden a wave yet. Well, there we go. Tegan with third priority, and I'm assuming Marlo, who's kind of on the inside, will be fourth priority. Good morning. All right, well, we have a little break in the surf action. We will go down to the action. Our last heat winner, Gila Cohen.
All right, Gila Cohen, you won your first round heat. You were talking about being here last month for the Prime when it was like 15-foot faces. I got to imagine this is a lot more manageable.
Yeah, it's kind of more fun, but it was pretty fun for the Prime. It was just kind of rough, so I'm just grateful. It's really fun and it's manageable.
Now, you mentioned that you didn't go out for a warm-up surf, but you found rhythm right away. You cut 5 waves. I think someone else got 3 or 4, but you seem to find the rhythm. Was that any special preparation for that?
I mean, every time I go out for a heat, I just want at least like a warm-up wave or something to feel like the rhythm out there because it's way different than yesterday. So, and I mean, I just look at the waves and that's what I thought it's gonna work, and it did. So.
Yeah, it paid off. Your strategy worked. Now, where are you visiting us from? Where's your local spot?
I'm living in San Clemente.
Okay, so any beach breaks kind of like this down there you used to get ready for it?
Not really. Oceanside, sometimes it's similar, but not really.
A little colder up here, a little chillier offshore wind too, but I see you wore the booty, so good call. And any shout-outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Yeah, I want to shout out my little sister, my dad, and my mom that are watching at home, and my brother that came from San Francisco.
Very cool. It's a family affair. Well, good luck to you, and we'll see you in the next round. Oh, yeah, one more shout-out.
I want to shout out to Lost for making me this board.
It's a good-looking blade. You did some ripping on it, so we'll see you again a little later, right?
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Gila. Nice interview. We do have our surfer in green up, but tucked behind that section. And here we go again. Now Tegan on this right, gonna get one turn into the oncoming section, a foamy finish. That will probably get rid of her 0.75 in her score line, though. Well, that's interesting listening to Gila. She's living down in San Clemente at the moment. And, you know, well, we do have potentially a rider up, Keenan Miller, who had priority. Tucking her head into the lip there. That wave kind of ran off. She was saying, you know, you're indicating maybe it's colder up here, but, you know, we have those valleys down there too. Like, so lowers, that river valley blows from the mountains, this Big Bear, that whatever, and then down in Oceanside, that same thing, the cold winds come out the valleys like here. So it might say 58 or 55, but those winter winds that blow through the valleys, they get down into the low 40s, and it's cold.
No, and I experienced that just the Monday before Thanksgiving. I surfed. I did the Dawn Patrol thing with the e-bike at Uppers.
Oh, okay.
And I was sitting out there, and I was like, it's a little chillier than I thought it would be. But you always hear that stretch of beach, the water temperature can move 5 degrees any given day, and then there were the offshore winds. And then I had to drive into Santa Ana for some business, and you could see the snow on the hills in the distance, so it all made sense.
Yeah,
so,
it blows
yeah.
down those valleys, and a lot of times once you get in the water's been relatively warm in the kind of low mid 60s down there. Tegan finding another right. She got a 3 on the last one, so she's kind of tuned into these rights with the high tide at the moment. And White behind her fading, but that one fades. She's working to make the connection here, bud.
Well, she found it.
There we go.
Yeah, Tegan has found the groove in this little, closer right. The right that's breaking a little right in front of our judges' booth.
As this non-competitor, they're in the zone on the inside, and here, see them just
right there?
Right there. You caught a right into the zone.
I'll
So at the 10-minute and 25-minute mark in first, we have Tegan Meza with a heat total of 7.4. Second, Marlowe and White, heat total of 4.65. In third, with priority, Audrey, you're in green, and you're looking for a .90. And in blue, Kiana, you're looking for a 2.31. So, yeah.
Yeah, it gets colder down there than people think. That's for sure. It's deceiving. It's one of those layering things, you know. You get in the shade where there's wind and it's so cold feeling and it goes into your bones, and you step into the sun and you have to take off everything. Out the back, Audrey Denos has that 375. She's on this right now. Swoops back. Doing well. That current going against them, looking to try and hop onto the inside reform. Can't get there. She will get her second wave scored. So,
meanwhile, over here on the backhand is Tegan, and that's her 5th wave. She is finding the rhythm out there. She seems to have got the groove, and the waves are coming to her right now, and it's proof's in the pudding. She's winning the heat. So,
yeah, she's in a good spot because the rights she's finding are obviously working out. If one of those deep lefts come that break all the way across, she's going to be in that spot where a lot of the surfers are a little farther wide of that, getting it once it's run off and then it becomes the reform. So I know contest director or Darren Brillhart put a blue fencing or whatever piece down on the sand on the hill. That's the edge of the competition area, so surfers stay towards the rock from that, take off, towards the rock from that, and free surfers, please be north of that. Well, that last right for Tegan doesn't go into her score line. Audrey, your last wave, a 1.9. You are in second place now. Marlowe, you have priority. You need a 2.76. And Keenan Miller, you need a 3.31. Priority is White, then blue. Just under 8 minutes left. And more waves percolating around the rock.
Yeah, we had a couple down heats where it got quiet, but it feels like maybe now that the tide is on its way out, it's past that little middle funk. It's getting a little more consistent right now. And Kiana Miller's on the north end with some open face and gets in the lip. Just one turn, but it was on a good-sized wave. Now she gets to do a couple duck dives and hopefully not take too long getting paddled back out, Yeah, during that prime a month ago, some people got caught paddling the whole heat. It was just, you had to time it. It was a good idea if to come back and do the outlet thing and paddle back out next to the rock, but you really had to take time into consideration, time management.
Oh, yeah, we've definitely seen that happen over the years with the bigger swells. And then the surfers punch out and they think they're far enough out, and then that next set comes 40 yards further out, and then they do it all again, and they're just in the wash cycle, and yeah, can't beat it.
Well, with the tide dropping out, that probably will start happening a little bit more, where they start to hit an outer reef on the bigger set. Not a reef, but an outer sandbar on some of the sets. So that's going to be the challenge too, not to get drawn too far out to kind of no man's land.
Okay, I'm looking at a woman in a short sleeve shirt and pants, and I'm in here in like 3 layers. It's cold in the booth.
Well, I did the last interview, and I was talking with the cameraman, and the sun does feel nice once it gets on you. And I mentioned that, yeah, we're in this steel box. But, these mid-state containers, they're works great for this application. People use them for spare rooms for shops, and I'm glad to have it.
Oh, I always had the fantasy. I love geeking out on those teeny homes and the container homes that they put together, 6 of them, and make them look amazing.
Well, imagine this industry. You're taking old sea trains and repurposing them.
All
and
of that stuff,
it's really cool. I mean, otherwise it would just be sitting in some field somewhere, rotting away, taking up space. But now you refurbish it and put it to use.
Green can't get over it. I've been to some areas in different states where they've turned, a lot of land into artist district, and there's galleries and shops and cafes and restaurants and office spaces, all with containers painted cool and decorated different, and super functional.
Yeah, that's neat. And they're durable. I mean, it's steel. It's it's made for shipping. It's going to last a long time. Little insulation goes a long way in them, but yeah, we're thankful to have this structure, that it's mobile, and we use it for most of the events, and it works perfect.
Audrey now fighting that offshore oncoming wind. It's just picked up again. That last set showed you can see the whitewash, or the wind blowing off the whitewash afterwards. It's one thing when it blows off the lip of the wave, but when it's actually picking up the whitewash, you know it's strong.
Well, and offshores are interesting because traditionally, offshore this, that. When the waves are good, it could make it better, but it can make it more difficult when that's blowing up up the face, slowing you down, the spray's hitting you. Like, it can make things a little tougher, but for the photos, it makes it really nice.
Well, I remember, in my journey of learning how to surf all conditions around the world, different waves than Southern California, going and learning what real offshores meant, and how you time your paddle in, the weight of your board, all those things make a big difference when you have strong offshore winds.
Yeah, you hear about those guys at J Bay sometimes adding a little weight under the front foot, you know what I mean, just to help keep that nose down, get it down the face, fight off that wind.
Heavier glass jobs, timing your turns differently. All right, Blue, your last wave came in at a 3.45. You're in second place. You have third priority. Audrey, your last wave was a 1.35, didn't factor in. You are still looking for a 2.05, but she's up and riding. She knows what she needs. Well, Green, she found a wave. She's looking for a 2.05. White, you have first priority. You need a 2.91 with 3 minutes to go.
White is up.
Marlowe's found herself a left-hander. Gets a nice turn to start, and there's a lot of wall in front of her. A lot of potential. And second turn, throwing the spray.
Well, what a cool two-wave exchange there for Green and White, our third and fourth place surfer, as Blue explodes into the lip on the outside. So we'll have to come back to the replay, as for the viewers at home, we were watching White finish up a critical wave for her. So interesting scenario, Bud, because Audrey got a wave that seems it would get her the score. Marlo got a great wave that potentially could get her the score to advance, and in the middle of that, Blue got a set right and just did what you saw on the replay.
Nice.
So will she create a scenario where those surfers need a higher score?
A lot of things happen right there in that 10 seconds of three-wave surf, you know. Tegan. Nice backside turn. She's the one that kind of seems to have found the flow, but right now we've got the replay online of Marlo finishing up. She was sitting in the bottom, but I think she's going to maybe – that was a good wave, and she finished it off, so things might change after all these scores drop in.
It really is going to hinge on where the judges go with Kiana's set wave one turn. Does it better her 2.35 by a lot? And yeah, so a lot going on. We've got Audrey not waiting for anything. Finds an inside chip shot. A minute left, surfers.
Way to stay busy, though.
Surfers, we're down to 40 seconds. Scores in Tegan's last wave. 3.4, she's out in the lead. Waiting on Blue's score, green score, and white score. 30 seconds, so surfers, the score's not in from the judges yet. Kiana got a 5.75 on that big backside turn. She goes into the lead. Marlo gets a 5.75 with 20 seconds. She goes into second. Tegan now with priority in third, and Audrey waiting on her scores. I got to count this out. Too much going on, but 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wild ending right there.
Yeah, so a lot going on there. We're going to maybe go to a quick commercial break. We had a bunch of scores delivering right at the end. Everything shuffled. Kiana went to the lead with that big backhand right that she served, 5.75. Marlo on that nice left got the score of a 5.75, went into second. Audrey got a 2.75, then a backup 4.05, which wasn't enough as all the other scores dropped in. She stays in third, and Tegan, who was leading the heat, drops down to fourth, and the heat finishes.
Wow.
So there we go.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
The world has changed, and the workplace has evolved. The option to live free of the commute and busy work life is here. Midstate Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. Customizable in every way. Our team is ready to reimagine remote working with your specific needs. We are excited to help create the new workplace so you can embrace more of life.
Round one for the ladies still. This is Heat 4 in red. We've got Izzy Gomez in blue, Mia Moore in white, Kira Huntress, and in green, Eloise Grew. So yeah, we're moving right along through the day. This is the fourth heat of the ladies. We've had some good surfing so far, and yeah, beautiful day at Morro Bay. Welcome back, Jeff.
Welcome. Yeah, welcome, Bud. Yeah, there's a beautiful drone angle for the viewers at home. It looks pristine. It's the Central Coast. Welcome thanks for joining us here, the SLO CAL Open at Morrow Bay. I don't know, like the 7th edition or whatever. We love coming up here. This area provides so much to do around the surf. I'm going to go interview our last heat winner, Kiana Miller.
Sounds good. Meanwhile, we've got Up and Riding way up the beach, Izzy Gomez, and then coming towards us, Eloise. Both of them just finished off at the same time near synchronized surfing. We'll get some replays for you and the judges so they can break it down and you can break it down at home. Yeah, this is the fourth heat of round one, round of 40 for the women. Again in red, Izzy Gomez. In blue, Mia Moore. In white, Kira Huntress. And in green, Eloise Grew. And green out to an early lead with a 3.5, single wave score of 3.5. On the replay, we've got red, Izzy's first wave. We don't have a score yet, but she got a carve down and then gets around the section and finished it off nicely. So got to imagine there's going to be a nice number coming in for that shortly, and we'll deliver that to you when we get it. So yeah, Central Coast, San Luis Obispo County, it's referred to as a beach lover's haven where friendly waves and welcoming faces await. I mean, there's a lot of wine here, there's a lot of good food, there's a lot of art, and as you can see, there's a lot of beach and sun and green hills today. So we thank you for joining us, both in person and online. As of right now, first place, Izzy, you got a 4.75. You're sitting in first. Okay, but we're going to go down with Baldy and last heat winner. Take it away, Jeff.
Yes, I'm here with Kiana Miller. That was an interesting heat. It was touch and go for everyone, and at the very end, a lot happened. Talk about that last right you had.
Yeah, so it was definitely a little hectic at the end. I knew that everyone needed waves, and I just knew that I could do it and get a right as long as I got a good right and just really did a big turn, that everything would work itself out. But it was definitely stressful because those younger girls are just pushing it so hard, so they were definitely keeping us all on our toes.
Yeah, it was interesting because there's a lot of waves that are connecting a lot of turns, and then that one, you're risking it going, I hope one big turn gets me the score, which it did, a 5.75, and the whole thing flip-flopped.
Yeah, so it was definitely a little stressful, but I'm happy it worked out. And I just have a little bit of wave knowledge here now that I moved here for school, so just practicing and knowing where the waves are going to break have really helped me out a bunch.
So you're here up at SLO CAL.
Yeah, I go to Cal Poly. I go to Cal Poly. I actually have a final today at 4 o'clock, so I'm going to jam back for that.
Ripping and academics, they go well together. And you were saying you favor your backhand, and that's where the score came from?
Yeah, I love my rights. I'm from Santa Cruz, so I surf them constantly.
Well, congratulations moving into the next round, which will be tomorrow for you guys. So get on back and study. And you want to shout out anyone?
Yeah, I'd like to say a shout out to all my family, friends, sponsors, and my boyfriend at home.
Well, there we go. Keep the schoolwork in mind. Good luck on your final. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Sweet, thank you.
Back to you.
Pretty cool stuff. Not only putting out a strong effort this morning in round one heat, but also furthering her education this afternoon with the finals at school. And it's a one well-spoken young surfer right there. So best of luck to you both this afternoon and in the following rounds. But as of right now, we got an update. Red is still in first with a single wave total of 4.75. Green is in second. You have a 3.5, and you're looking to replace a 0.3. White is in third. You have a 1.9 and a 1. And fourth place, blue, you have a 2-point wave. So blue, you need a 1.81 to advance. White, you need a 1.91 to advance. 14 minutes left. So yeah, blazing right through these. This is already heat 4 of the opening round of the ladies, of the women. And we've seen some good surfing. So definitely inspiring those who are getting ready to go out in later heats. Pretty cool double duty today for her.
Yeah, over the years, there's been a few surfers. His name is not coming into my old gray matter. He surfs for Proctor Surfboards, tall, strong, regular
Nick Rosa?
foot. maybe he went to
No.
Cal Poly. No, not Nick. And I remember a few years he couldn't do the event because finals were kind of just at the same time. Then he did an event. It was last year or the year before, and went really far into the quarterfinals, and he was doing double duty.
It'll come to me.
Tall regular foot that rides Proctor boards. Anyhow, yeah. So one of the great colleges in California right here up the road, 10 miles east of us.
Got a lot of waves to choose from. Got a lot of hiking. Got a lot of art and wine and food, and there's always live music somewhere. So I don't want to overcrowd the place, but if you're able to move here and make it happen, the Central Coast is a pretty cool spot.
And it's grown a lot. Obviously, the infusion, what's happened in the wine world has really brought a lot. I mean, since being a little kid and coming to these areas to compete, from gas stations in biker town, fishing towns, to what they are now, very family friendly, healthy, so much farm to table dining, active lifestyle,
and
nature lifestyle, beehives, garden walks, butterfly things, art exhibitions, a lot of creative minds moving to the Central Coast.
Well, on that note about the growth, that's one of the charms of Morro Bay, because just a mile behind us, the Embarcadero still feels like a small little fishing town,
Yeah.
It doesn't Pismo's got big hotels built up on it, but this little zone has kind of stayed rustic,
Yeah. Well, and you've got the national park right to the south of us in Montaña de Oro.
I don't know if there's any waves in there. I can't really say, but
lots of nice hiking now.
Yeah, a lot of hiking and good mountain biking. So
As the viewers at home, it's showing the ocean, but when it does pan to the hills, you look out there, and this is just mountain biking paradise. Unless, a lot of it might be private ranches and you can't access it, but the trails that do exist are incredible.
No, we're pretty lucky here. It's for the most part wide open. There's some stuff right there in Cayucas. There's some stuff behind us in Montaña de Oro. Cuesta Grade's got stuff. There's about 10 trails in San Luis. I just rode a new one they built in the middle of town the other day. So, yeah. And they're multi-use, so you can hike them, you can bike them. There's a decent-sized horse community around here. So any outdoor activity, you can pretty much find it here.
Well, here we go. Izzy Gomez out in the lead and using her first priority to potentially, well, she will better her situation that she only has one wave at the moment. So Izzy Gomez kind of having to hop to get to the finish with that soft face. And now we have Eloise Grew. Well, that's going to be a good wave for our surfer in green, too, as she had a 3.5. So both red and green going to solidify their positions in this heat with those two waves.
I just got some news from the beach marshal that we're looking for round of 96 heat 1. We're still looking for Gabriel, and we're looking for Tab.
Whoa. Gabriel Arturo and Tab Texter. Make your way to the beach marshal for your jerseys. Izzy, your last wave, a 3.85. So you're in first place with a two-wave total of 8.6. Eloise, your last wave, a 1.85. Now you are in second. Kiara Huntress, you have second priority. You need a 2.86. Mia Moore, in the blue, you have first priority, and you need a 3.36. So the surfers with one wave always know what they need. They're like, yeah, I know I need something. I have one wave. Come on. But time is ticking away. We're down to under 9 minutes here in the final heat of the opening round of the women's here at the SLO CAL Open in Morrow Bay. QS 2000, stop number 7 of 9 on the women's qualifying series. So all these young women over the course of these events trying to finish in the top 5, I think it is, to get the opportunity to go into the Challenger Series and then jump into the big leagues. and compete against the best of the best from around the world and have to pay to travel all around the world and learn all those spots. So it's a whole new challenge.
Well, that's part of the difficulty is, well, here we go. Meanwhile, we got Mia Moore up and riding on the forehand with a nice carve to start. Opened her shoulders up on that one. Cuts it back again. And this might have a little racetrack on the inside. She gets a little pump for speed. Come on, Wave, stand up. Let her get a section in. She's making the most out of it. She finished it up or just kind of fell off on the last one, but she got a wave. And yeah, so that was so right now with 7 minutes and 30 seconds, Izzy in red is still in the lead. Green in second. White in third. Blue in fourth, but blue has just jumped up to third place. Mia, your last wave was a 3.15. So that moves you into third place. Now you need a 2-point wave to get into advancing position. And in fourth place with priority, Kira in white, you need a 1.9 to get into advancing position. 6 minutes and 50 seconds as of right now left in this heat. Last heat of round one for the ladies.
Well, Mia did good to get that 3.15, now needing just the 2.21 like you were saying.
Well, if it's anything like last heat, a lot of things are going to change in these next 6 minutes and 30 seconds because the last heat was a last-minute shuffle up.
Yeah, Kiana Miller, what a way to finish to go study for her finals.
Yeah, that's got to set you a little bit of confidence. You got a nice surf in, got a win, feeling kind of good. You know, got some exercise. She's on a natural high right now, and then she's going to go ace that test.
Well, and fortunately, opening round or opening day, they only had that first round of surf, so she knows she has 10 in the morning. She has the entire day to get prepared for the academics. So White had the higher priority, kind of hits it under the lip and has to bail out, jump off.
Green on one of the bigger waves ridden and then just kind of found one of those chops and wasn't able to set her rail. So up and down, essentially. But luckily she didn't ride too far and should be able to punch through this set and be right back out there. So still in the lead, we got red in the lead, followed by blue, followed by white red, green. Then blue is in third. You need a 2.21, and white is in fourth as of right now, looking for a 2.86.
Ooh. So red will move down to a lower priority after paddling for that wave. Priority is blue, green, red now.
Yeah, kind of thought she was going to get the wave, didn't, but in essence kept. Oh, blue. Blue, you have a 2 and a 3.15, so you're looking to replace a 2, and you're in first priority. Four minutes and 25 seconds left. Blue needs a 2.21 to advance. White needs a 2.86 to advance. And White is looking to get that score on this forehand with the slash, the offshore, accentuating the spray, gets a second jam, and finishes it up clean. That last one was nice. 3-turn combo right there. Judge is going to like that one.
Yeah, you could tell it was in her head a bit. She didn't want to make a mistake. She surfed the wave very strong, but you could just feel that little bit of tentativeness.
It's like she built up momentum, though, and then she got the last one and bang, add a little extra spice.
She breathed a sigh of relief right there, needing that 2.86 or 4.86, excuse me. So right on the edge here. right?
Yeah.
That's what it switched on me. Kira, you got the score big time. 5.50 for white on that last right. Judges lock in that score quickly. You go to second with 3 minutes left. Mia, you need a 4.86. And Eloise, you need a 4.51. Those are the scores you need to advance. Priority is blue, green, red.
2 minutes, 40 seconds left. Couple lines maybe coming in and give us a last-minute flurry. I know that both green and blue want to get out of those last two spots. When blue's got priority and green's got second priority, so they are in a good spot to do so if Mother Nature provides them the opportunity.
Well, Mother Nature has been providing for us and the free surfers down the beach. That far bar has been slow rollers, but no, the longboarders out there having fun.
And it feels like the wind did pick back up again just in the last 5 minutes. Oh, what a nice looking wave for blue. Get around that section. She does, and gets in the lip with a nice turn on a big section. Finishes it up. That was Mia Moore. And with Eloise over here on her backhand with that kind of fuchsia colored surfboard. Not quite what she was looking for, but she's still got 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Here's a replay for Mia, and she gets this nice bottom turn and straight in the lip. She gets around it, turns, bang, right in the critical part of the wave, and does manage to finish it off. That whitewater tried to get away from her, but she negotiated it nicely and finished it off, and that's Mia Moore.
Well, the judges are going to have to go back and reflect on the scores that were similar, as she needs a 4.86 to go up into second. Got that, rode the wave a bit, got that deep bottom turn into that one section, and then kind of had to, work to finish off the whitewash. 50 seconds left in this heat. So maybe they're reviewing Kira's wave to see what Mia did on her last left. Mia needing a 4.86, and Eloise with third priority in the green needing a 4.51. Mia's score jump gets locked in, a 4.6. She goes to third, and now Mia, you need a 3.41. There's 23 seconds left. Priority is with red, then white, then green. It's all happening here, bud, in the last 15 seconds.
Once again, drama at the last moment.
10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, Mia was looking for a 3.41 and got a wave just right there at the end and got a front side off the lip. So we'll see if that was enough to jump her into second place.
Wow, so a little busy work for the judges, and how she snuck away with low priority under the other surfers and found that opportunity. Will it be the 3.41? Man, if it is, she worked for it.
Yeah, because
it's not. It scores in 2.7. So it is what it is. Izzy Gomez and Kira Huntress moving on through into tomorrow.
All right. Looking forward to it.
We'll go to a quick commercial break, and we will join you back in a minute, everyone watching.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Just ride one time for your mind. Just ride one time for your mind.
Welcome back to Morro Bay, California. We are into round 2 of the men's. In this heat, in red, we've got Gabriel Arturo Vargas. In blue, Tab Texter. In white, Mateo Wander. And in green, Henry Rothy. So no waves ridden yet. Only about a minute and 10 seconds gone in the heat, so we still got 18:45 left to go, and looking forward to some action, Jeff.
Well, Henry Rothy, we saw him. He was one of the guinea pigs in the frigid offshores this morning. He came through, and he finds himself here in round 2.
Yeah, so, he got quick turnaround. Hopefully he stayed loose, got a little fluid in him.
Well, that's perfect, Then, well, all the best to him to potentially advance through this heat and then be able to relax, surf all day, or do whatever he needs to do and come back tomorrow.
But now he's going against some guys that are kind of seasoned, and he had to come to them. They were waiting for him, so we'll see what he can do if he can keep the roll going.
With each round, the level seems to ratchet up. Every once in a while, you have an outlier of someone that, kind of farms it and doesn't get their entry in on time or whatever, and they lose their seating for whatever reason, and they have to start in an earlier round, and you look at it and you're like, why are they in this round? What happened? And you hear the backstory. But generally, it gets a little bit more intense with each round and going up against the seeded surfers. So through this round, we're going to go up into, the round of 64, and that's where you've got some serious past champions, the guys that have won these events year in and year out. They're on the Challenger Series. They've finished in the top 10 or been on the Challenger and dropped out. And, maybe a bit more age and a bit more experience, so it gets tougher.
Well, and I saw some of the top seeds down there. I saw Dimitri cruising around. I saw Huckabee cruising around. So we got some of the top dogs here already. Just getting the feel for the place,
we got Lucas Ostin and Kai Kushner and John Mell and, like you said, Huckabee, Cade Madsen.
I saw a lot of names.
It's pretty intense. Luke Wiley, there's a lot. Nick Marshall, Taro, who I was talking about earlier.
Taro.
Jabe, Manuel, Selman.
So I'm going to head down and look for Izzy, see what she has to say about the last heat. I'll check back with you in a couple minutes.
So surfers, after you win your heat and you check in with your, your coaches or whoever it is, if you've won the heat, leave your jersey on and we will meet you for the post-heat interview. I know that some of them, if they're working with coaches that are posted different places. Here we go, red. That is Gabriel Vargas. Ooh, got a little extra spicy on that second turn. Looked hopeful from the start. Here we go, green. Henry Rothy, who I was indicating came through the first heat. He goes to the air. So just like that, this second round, first heat, risking it a little more there. Henry Rothy comes unstuck. Red's first wave comes in at a 2.5. A quick throwaway for Henry as he came unstuck on that little air reverse. See this replay. Everything was lined up nice for him. Just got a little bit weighted on his front foot heel side, sunk his butt down and bit that rail in. Henry, your last wave, a 1.25. 15 minutes on the clock, waiting for blue and white to get their first waves. Well, I like it. Izzy Gomez with a ear gasket, keeping the head warm. You'll see it in the post-heat interview. Thank you to the city of Morro Bay and all of the SLO CAL area for year in and year out having these events here, and the local community always giving their best, showing up. Even last night when I got into town, going to walk around town and stop in at a cafe and get a burrito to go, just running into people everybody talking about the event coming up the next day, and here we are. So with that, I will throw it down. We've got Bud with Izzy Gomez, our heat winner.
All right, I'm here with last heat winner, Izzy Gomez. You mentioned you're from Florida. Are you spending some time? You living out here on the West Coast to kind of get used to just the California vibe?
Yeah, I'm originally from Florida, but I moved to San Clemente with my family about 10 years ago. So we've been kind of back and forth between Florida and California for a while. And yeah, so definitely used to it. And I love Morro Bay. It's super cool.
I was going to say, you've been up here. This isn't the first time you've been up here at this spot. And so you're kind of used to the Central Coast jam, the vibe. So what board are you riding? Is it pretty much what you're riding down south, or a little extra foam maybe for the thicker wetsuit?
Yeah, this is kind of just my standard shortboard. I've been riding for Channel Islands for a little bit now and just dialing in my boards, and everything's working pretty well. And I think if it gets smaller, I'll probably switch it up. But yeah, this is just like my magic board.
What model is that?
It's called a THR, or like a Feb shortboard. It's a new model that's coming out. But yeah, it's super fun. It's kind of like a Two Happy and a Rook mixture.
Good stuff. And anything you're looking to build on in next heat? Anything you want to clean up a little bit, or?
Yeah, I think just build the house, try to get some better scores. That heat was pretty grindy, and just had to like make it happen, and made a couple mistakes that I don't want to make again. So yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of waves, but the heats have felt grindy, and that just every heat's got a different vibe to it. So last but not least, anybody, sponsors, family, friends you want to shout out?
For sure, yeah. Just thanks to my sponsors, and want to say hi to my mom, my grandparents watching back at home at the surf shop, and everyone watching. Hi, guys.
All right, well, that's Izzy Gomez. We'll see you tomorrow. Go get warmed up, and see you again tomorrow. Looking forward to it.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
You too.
All right, congratulations, Izzy. Yeah, keep warm, and tomorrow it will be on. So the conditions looking great for the entirety of the event. The swell kind of ticks up and down in the 3 to 4, 2 to 3, all through. And I think Sunday maybe this size or a little bigger potentially, but the wind forecast looks similar to this, and the weather sunny and clear, which is great. Well, if you're just joining us here on the webcast, thanks. But Aquino and I, and Darren Brillhart, bringing you the action here at the SLO CAL Morrow Bay Open. And once again, I want to give a shout out to Andy McKay for all the work he did for years, getting these events up and running, first up in Pismo, and then a few years later added in Morrow Bay. And that was for the men's and women's shortboard, QS, and now the longboard side of things. So things are healthy. And we were talking about the rounds coming up, the seated surfers. So many of those young men that are in that round of 64 that we will be seeing tomorrow were in these events from the inception, getting their feet into man-on-man competition and all the things, and a lot of them have gone on to win these signature events, go on to the Challenger Series. So great to see the legacy of them still fighting to get onto the World Championship Tour and being back doing these events. And none of that would have been possible without Andy putting together these events from the start. Now the WSL's taking them over with Darren Brillhart here, and so the legacy lives on. And fortunately, we continue to score, so the surfers really enjoy coming to this event, the Pismo event, because typically the waves are highly contestable, clean, sizable. Here we go. Mateo Wander, who's out in the lead, but he's off, and that wave doesn't do anything. Blue way down the beach. So we did put a marker down there to indicate sort of the edge of the competition zone. That was Tab Texter on his opening ride. There is a blue bit of fencing on the sand dune that's kind of the line of where the surfers should be taking off south of. Anyway, red, Gabriel Arturo Vargas. Riding that black board, feeling good, looks sharp under his feet. Doing some strong work on a mushy wave, getting over vertical on each one of those little sections. So Mateo up on his third wave. Hoping this thing will give him something. Little reform, has to kind of go over that staircase. That's going to get rid of his low of a 0.65. He opened with a 2. Didn't look like he was really finding the speed bursts and connections. Was always kind of fighting the rail that whole ride, but did complete it.
Yeah, here's the replay. He, like you said, he did what he could, but well, that's a different one. But yeah, he just didn't get the wave to push back against him, but he still got some turns done, completed it, so it's gonna get a score.
Henry Rothy using that priority on his backhand. Well, he's got that open stance and a big frame. In a way, those sort of remind me of John Mel.
Sure.
In a bit, I don't know. Mateo, your last wave, a 3.0. And Henry, your last right, quickly in, a 3.60. So with that, we've got just about 7 minutes left in this heat. Not a lot of waves ridden. Gabriel in first. Mateo, you are in second. Henry, after your last wave, you're in third, and you need a 1.55 to go into second. Tab, you need a 3.85. So a very tight heat like we've seen the last bunch of heats in a row.
Well, if the trend continues, there'll be a lot of excitement right at the end because small scores needed to advance. Like you said, Henry needs a 1.55. Tab needs a 3.85. So.
What a beautiful drone angle that was on the webcast. And I don't know why it was reminding me, reminiscent of like a lot of the bays in Australia. And the water up and down the entire coast has been Tahiti clear. You know, like it's pretty amazing how clear it's been for how much swell we've had.
Certainly. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of nice photos. And anywhere, the Rock, just the north of us, there's a lot of postcard-like photos you could take right here. There's the drone right there with that clear water. It looks, yeah, if you didn't know any better, you'd think it's 65-degree water right there.
Yeah.
But we're in Central California,
so that doesn't now 58 or something?
58 seems like a stretch. I don't know, probably 56, 57.
It's colder because down south it's been really warm. It's been 64 and whatever. Short sleeve, full spring suit type of stuff. White up and riding. Mateo wanting to extend his second place position. Looking, I like that kind of very casual roundhouse.
But more spice than his last wave.
Yeah.
It was still smooth. He has a nice glide, but he had a little more spice.
Tab, you have an opening wave of a 1.3. You need a 3.85, but we have a score coming in for our surfer in white that might increase your requirement once it drops in.
Yeah, we're
5 minutes left.
We saw the replay right there of White, and his first turn was real crisp, so I got to imagine he's probably going to improve.
Yeah, that sequence, like you said, the first turn, then that really flowy, quick roundhouse. And it's funny that, rarely do roundhouses they don't gain the score, but they're a part of that connectivity, and there's definitely a difference in what the judges score on how that flow connects.
And then we just saw the replay of Gabriel Arturo, and he had that 5-point wave right there. He got a real strong, crisp snap at the end section. I think that's where most of the score came from. But he's out front right now.
And with that, Mateo's score, I think they were looking at that to reflect where his should go. A 4.5 white, your last wave. Now, Henry, you need a 3.91 to go into second. Tab, you need a 6.2. 4 minutes left in the heat.
So, yeah, Mateo did his job and stretched his second place position a little bit. But a bit of time left. And Tab's in second priority and Henry in third. So, not needing a ton. They might get a chance here to shake up the standings. But, you know, that 3.91 and the 6.2, they don't seem like a ton, but today those have, you know, been backups. And the 6.2, a lot of people have been getting through heats with that as their best wave. So a little bit of work cut out for those two. Looks like Red having a look at something. He's got priority, so he's got the choice if he likes it. Decides against it. Mateo had to give room to Tab because Tab in blue had the better priority. Tab texter on the forehand. Not exactly agreeing with that wave, so he kicks out and goes to look for more.
Well, so Henry Rothy, depending on how this all plays out, because Tab used his higher priority, got Mateo out of the rotation, so to speak. Henry in third has the higher priority, needing a 3.91. It might give him a favorable situation with this last 2.5 minutes.
What you're saying is something that seemed really subtle could be the difference, you know.
Yeah. So then you wonder, you know, anyway, Mateo took off, so that's it. Henry needing a 3.91. Gabriel out in the lead with priority. Mateo third priority. 2 minutes and 10 seconds left.
Well, that's the tricky thing about this surfing game. It's split second decisions not only on the wave, but while you're assessing if you need to paddle for it or not, or to keep your competitor off it, or to sit out back and wait.
So we see Green furthest to the north, knowing he can kind of hedge his bet. If a left comes that swings, he's on it on his forehand.
And he took off in the middle of the beach, so this one could push through and have, you know, a stand-up on the inside, and it looks like it's doing that. He's keeping the flow going. He's way up the beach now on the inside bar.
He did what he could. He had second priority at the moment. He needs that 3.91. The toughest part about those mushy waves, especially if it's a slow takeoff, the surfers have to position themselves a little farther forward on the board to carry the speed, which is harder to ignite the tail, so to speak. They have to keep that weight a little farther forward.
Well, and we're also right at that size where are you riding a little bit of a thicker, maybe wider board, or are you riding a blade? So, I mean, that's going to play in too.
Yeah.
Less than a minute to go, 50 seconds.
Green goes to first after that last wave, a 4.05. So that exchange with Tab and Mateo right now playing into it. 40 seconds left. Priority is red, blue, white. Henry, you got the score you needed. You jumped into first. It was a 4.05. Gabriel with first priority. 20 seconds left, bud. These photo finishes are crazy.
Yeah, that's the way it's playing out. It feels like it's going to be just like this all day long because that's how it's been for the last 5 heats or so.
Oh, my. A couple bumps on the horizon. Under 10 seconds. I will be counting it out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. White can't find a wave. And so it ends. Green, Henry Rothy through round 1 and 2.
Well, good on Henry, man. Starts at the bottom. He's working his way to the top in real time.
Yeah. All right. Well, congrats to him. We'll meet him on the interview. I'll do that. And we're going to go to a quick commercial break. I'm going to count the next heat in a minute. Hold your position, surfers.
What Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Straight back out priority and into this way.
Oh my! Deep one for Weston Webb. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
In the 805,
We're fueled by the pursuit of the path less traveled.
we're artists,
Shapers and creators.
and we love every minute of it.
It's more than a beer.
It's a way of life.
Welcome back to Morro Bay, California. You got the drone's view of the rock in the background, or the one little piece of it. We're into men's round of 96 Heat 2. In red, we've got Max Asher. In blue, Dylan Sloan. In white, Cole Safel. And in white, Mayton Cohen. So only one wave ridden. White, Cole, you've got a 2.25. And yeah, only 1.5 minute down, so we're 18 minutes and 30 seconds left in the heat, and we're here. We're here for it.
We're here for it. The waves are here for it. It continues to impress not just the competitors, but the free surfers down the beach. And thanks to the public making your way out on a beautiful Thursday morning here. The SLO CAL Open in Morrow Bay. It's going to be a split peak, and we are going with blue above the lip. It was a little laissez-faire. He does ride out. The judge is hypercritical of that, but hey, getting above the lip.
Early in the heat, yeah, we'll see where they go with it. It was an incredible maneuver, but just that, he just didn't get back into it quick enough.
Yeah, and then white. Well, that left continues to be surfed how the wave is offering itself. It's slopey and it's kind of running away. Every once in a while, it stands up for them really nice, and they're picking the eyes out of it. They're hitting the marks when it offers.
Well, during that replay, we had Mayton and Green get a nice one-turn frontside lip attack, we'll say. We'll get a replay in a minute, but he threw it up there into the real critical part of the wave, and I like the way it looked. Hopefully the judges do too. Here we go. Here's the replay. Just one turn, but if you're going to do it in that part of the wave.
Do it with style and panache.
Yep.
Red's up.
Ooh, big backhand slam.
Replay on the screen of blue, Dylan Sloan. That's that air, that nose pick, but he just kind of got hung up. He did a great job of getting it back in. And it sounds like there's a bunch of up and downs going on out there, but
Well, Red had a wave, a big backhand jam, and it took him 100 yards to ride out of the whitewash.
so he did stand back up. Wow. Here it is.
So there's the slam, and then the whole way he's just bucking and like can't quite get out of it. Anyhow, I'm gonna go.
Wow, he got his
hit up
nose.
Henry Rothy.
That was pretty impressive, though. He did get his nose back in front of the whitewater. It took a long time, but he got there. Early on, early in the heat, but these guys are going for it, and that's cool to see. You know, as the rounds progress, you have to really attack because it gets harder and harder as the day goes on. There's no gimmies in these heats. Welcome back, Darren.
Thank you. Yeah, Jeff's going to get that interview. He's going to take a little break. So you got me for the next 20 minutes.
That's good by me. Yeah, that's pretty cool to see the way these guys are adapting to these conditions. I mean, they're all good, but like you said, every beach, every heat, every half hour has got its own personality out here, depending on the wind or the tide. So it's really cool to see these guys come and show the locals and the young kids like what can be done on these canvases.
Well, as they get ready for that interview here, right now, Cole in the white jersey has 2 scores, a 3.5, his last, and a 2.25, which was his opener. Currently in the lead. The only one with 2 scores at the moment, early stages here, just 5 minutes into heat number 2, round of 96.
It looks like someone's going to get a score here because we got a couple mid-sizers rolling in. Sounds like Green up and riding. Mr. Cohen on the forehand. This is one of those rights that we've said do have sections, but kind of finding them is where it gets tricky. But he's doing a good job, and boom, he got it. Oh, just couldn't quite kind of lay down in the white water and didn't get back up.
All right. Are you guys ready?
Go for it.
We're here with
Take it
our
away.
heat winner. 2 heats this morning. Henry, doing good, feeling confident up from San Clemente?
Yeah, it feels good to get through the second one and on to tomorrow.
Well, like I was saying, high batting average. Going home to what? Go surf today and regroup?
Yeah, I mean, 2 heats, can't complain. It's always fun getting in the water, so I had fun out there and excited for tomorrow.
So you were doing events for a while. You took a little time off and you came back, and it must feel good to take away 2 wins on a brisk morning in Morro Bay going into round 2 against, no doubt, guys you've competed against a long time.
Yeah, I was doing these comps for a while and then stopped about a year ago and just kind of went on some trips, and last time I competed was U.S. Champs, so it feels good to put the jersey back on for sure.
Well, congratulations, and we will see you tomorrow bright and early for the next round, 3rd round.
Thank you. Can't wait.
All right, there we go. Back to you guys.
Well, that's got to feel good to take a break and then get right back in the groove and find the rhythm. And I assume while he took those free surfing trips, he learned some different aspects of his surfing and improved on them. But it seems he hasn't lost any of the competitive acumen. He slid right back into 2 heat wins.
Yeah, he's having a good day. 2 heat wins, started off in the morning. I was in there early in the morning. He checked in a good 45 minutes early before the heat, grabbed his jersey, did a little warm-up surf. It was brisk this morning, too. It was super cold. And got that opening win and then backed it up right here. So he's moving forward. All right, so here we go, up and riding. Surfer in the green jersey.
That's Mayton Cohen. He's got the nice frontside turn. The last one he didn't quite bring down, so this one he completed. Here goes Max on the forehand, getting some speed. Bang. Just kind of kicked the tail around a little more than I think he planned on. But we still got 12 minutes left. Nobody's really separating themselves, so all real low heat totals right now. Let a couple scores drop in. We'll get you caught up to speed.
Yeah, as you mentioned, no one's really opened up with a solid number just yet. As we see, it looks like Dylan scratching into this one right here. So Dylan Sloan from Huntington Beach. Little wrap there to start, and then throws the tail right into that lip. So that's probably going to be his best wave, Dylan Sloan. He opened up with a 3.0, and he had a 2-point ride prior to that. Currently sitting in 4th.
And I agree that's going to, oh, it's already in. Looks like he got a 5-point ride for it and jumped straight to first. Dylan, you're in first place. That last wave was a 5-point flat 5. You're looking to replace a 3. Green, you're in second. You're looking to replace a 2.90 to jump to the lead. White, you're in 3rd. You need a 3.11 to advance. And red, you are in 4th place. You're looking for a 2.1. And there's 10 minutes and 55 seconds left.
Oh, look at that beautiful drone shot there of the rock.
It's real easy to take it for granted living here, and then you see it on TV and you realize, like, a lot of people have pictures on their wall of stuff like that all across America, and we're lucky enough to get to hang out here.
Well, lucky enough to be up here. All of us are staying at the Best Western. Thank you for the Best Western for being a supporter of this event for so many years. And I got a balcony view of the rock, and the sunset the last couple of nights have been amazing, especially the night before last with all the clouds. It was beautiful. So if you're looking to take off and enjoy just a beautiful place to hang out, this is the place right here in SLO County at Morro Rock. Stay at the Best Western, get that ocean view room with the balcony overlooking the rock, get those spectacular sunsets.
Yeah, I pulled up the camera this morning too, and there was a full moon, and there was a real bright reflection off the moon on the water. The camera almost looked like it was lit up out here. So it's been real scenic the last few days.
All right, real quick situation for green. You're in second, and you have a 3.7 and a 2.9. So just a little rundown on scores. Blue is in first with a 5 and a 3.0 is your low score. Green, you're in that second position. To take the lead off blue, you're looking for a 4.31. And again, green, your low score is a 2.9. So in third is our surfer in white. He's holding down priority. He's looking for a 3.11. And our surfer in the red jersey is in fourth, looking for a 2.1. And here he goes.
This is a nice looking wave here, and being in fourth place and starting out with a snap like that, it's got potential to bump him up. So second turn, third nice turn. This is looking to be a good score thus far. Red is still on the inside, looking for that racetrack. Get some speed up. Finishes it off with a nice little vert turn. And he got probably 5-6 nice turns on that wave.
Yep, and then here we go. Surfer in white, Cole wraps it there. Oh, really nice rebound.
Yes.
I like that. And let's see if he can get it in the open face. He does. And does a nice little snap to finish. And then we had a surfer also up and riding that the cameraman missed out there in between those two rides.
I really did like that roundhouse. Jeff and I were talking about that earlier. They don't exactly score, but they're just so pretty to watch, and it set them up for the rest of the wave. Meanwhile, on the replay, there's Max's wave. Getting some nice turns out the back, and that's what some of the bigger scores have come on when you get the turns off the takeoff. But then he finished it up with the inside, so I want to see where the judges go with this. Just kept it going all the way through. No hang-ups.
And then you can sort of see green on that wave right there. As we see now, this is live action. Surfer in blue, Dylan Sloan. And there, attacks the lip there and gets around that section. He's got one more. Yep, another nice hit. And then looks like our surfer in green, Cohen.
A lot of action all at once.
Yep, so we owe a couple of scores there for Cohen. And that looks like we're waiting for all scores. All surfers are going to drop some scores, some numbers there. We got 7 minutes remaining on this heat number 2, round of 96.
We've got some scores dropping in, so things are getting mixed up right now. What do you see there, Darren?
Yeah, so last of white, a 4.65. 4.65. Looks like the previous green was a 3.7. Last of red, and that's a good number there, 6.5. Red, 6.5. We'll get 2 more scores in, and we'll give a situation as it stands right now without blue and green's scores in their last rides. Red's in first, and white is in that second position, but waiting for blue and green scores to pop in on our screens. So at the moment, blue needs a 3.15 and a 4.46 for green, and live action here.
Nice.
Yeah, take it away.
That was a nice spray. I mean, Cole got that wave out the back in one big backhand turn. I don't think he brought it down. I'm still kind of watching the scores, too, because so much is happening. Here's replay for blue, Dylan. Now, this was one of what I thought was the better waves of the exchange, but the scores you have to lock in, so.
Correct. Well, we had, so green scores are all in, and he got a 3.35 in his previous score, so we'll wait for the number to come in for blue, but as it stands, red in first, white in second, blue waiting for your last score to drop. It's going to change things. He might even go into first. Red up. As we see Max.
There is no shortage of action. Max gets in the lip, gets down the line. I think he was just kind of off balance on that whole one. Yeah, way up the beach. Mayton and Green, second turn. Third turn had a bit of flow on that wave and got 3 nice sharp turns to finish it off. So a lot of scores, a lot of work for the judges.
Yeah, a lot of action here. So score in for blue of 5.6. Live action here for Cole. So a couple of nice turns there. Just can't come down on that last one. As we see Max, he's currently in the lead. He goes down. So none of those scores are going to factor in. So once again, blue, you got a 5.6 on your last score. It moved you into second. Drops white down to third, waiting for white's last, which will not factor in. So white, you're going to look for a 5.95. So once again, white, you're in third, looking for a 5.95. And then our surfer in green, waiting for his last score to drop. He needed a 6.9 as we're at the 4 minute, as you see the replay here. And that, I would have to say, probably his best so far in this heat.
I agree. It's just the 6.9 has been a pretty big number for the day, so we'll see if it gets there. Blue's got that snappy backside thing happening. It's just that wave didn't continue for him. He's got that 5.6 on his last wave, which is the second highest wave score, single wave score.
And score in now for green. So 4.7. It wasn't enough, but it cut the requirement just a bit. So situation, red first, blue second. Green, you're in third. You need a 5.9. Green, 5.9. White, you're in fourth. You need a 5.95.
3 minutes, 10 seconds left.
And blue, your last score won't factor in, a 2.65. So we'll break it down once again as we hit the 3 minute mark. Red in the lead with a 6.5 and a 4.5. Blue in that second position with a 5.6 and a 5. Take over the lead. You're looking for a 5.41. Green in that third position, needing the 5.9. And white in fourth, needing the 5.95. Still plenty of time on the clock, bud.
A lot of, 2 minutes, 30 seconds left, but that 5.90 that green needs and that 5.95 that white need have been, it's attainable, but they got some work to do. They're not just going to be able to, cruise their way through it.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking for, if the wave it presents itself with a steep section, they're on point. They're surfing well. They're probably going to get the score, but it comes down to wave selection and timing too. Be in the right spot at the right time, as we see Dylan trying to better his situation. He gets in and out on that wave.
Well, like we talked about, there's waves, but it's still really grindy, as you can see. I mean, some of the waves look like they're going to do one thing. Sometimes you're paddling for them. They disappear out from under you. So, yeah, we got head-high waves, but it's still a grinder out there.
And here we go. So Cole, this is a nice-looking wave here. It drives off the bottom.
Oh, and that was a nice-looking turn.
It was. And then up over the lip and just can't bring that down. He was on his way to a really solid score, as we see now. Max on his forehand. Great first turn.
Well, he was already in first place, and I got to imagine he's stretching that out with a 3-turn rip right there. I mean, he ripped all 3 of those turns. They weren't placed. They were ripped through. And
yeah, right. I mean, right in the pocket.
Yeah.
Great placement.
Just like we talked about, you can't just set it up there. You gotta really do something with it.
And we're down to just under a minute remaining. Cohen also got a exchange down the beach. Didn't really catch that one. Not sure what that score is going to come in, but he was chasing a 5.9 at this point.
We've got the replay of red, and that he had 3 turns. They were all strong. There was no hiccups. They were turn to bottom turn to turn to bottom turn. So I got to imagine that's going to come in nice. It was nice on my eyes.
And there it is, an 8-point ride for Max. That's the highest score, I think, so far of the day.
Highest score of the day.
Excellent. 20 seconds remaining.
And that's that wave that Mayton got up the beach. Sounds like he's paddling again.
10 seconds.
Green at the very north end, trying to.
And we're going to count down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, Green is still riding, but he needed a 5.9. And I don't know. We'll see what the judges have to say, but.
Yeah, most likely we're going to go on hold for the next heat. We got to get some scores to punch through.
So let's let them watch a couple replays, assign some numbers, and we'll have an official result shortly. Official result is in.
Yeah, there you go. So Max and Dylan making it through. No changes.
All right, round 2, heat 1 in the books. We're off and running.
And we're going to go next.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Discover the beauty of Morrow Bay. With its stunning coastline, hiking trails, and wide open spaces, you'll find plenty of outdoor activities to enjoy. Take a stroll along the beach, rent a kayak and explore the bay, or take in the beauty of the iconic Morro Rock. With so much to see and do, Morrow Bay is the perfect destination for your next outdoor adventure. Experience the magic of Morrow Bay and book your trip now at morrowbay.org.
Hello to those of you watching us on the World Wide Web. We are at Morro Bay, California, pro surfing. And we're going to do men's round of 96, heat 3. We only have 3 people in this heat. In blue, Tommy Granger. In white, Bryce Session. And in green, Giorgio Gomez. And Jeff is back with me. Welcome back, Jeff.
Yeah, boy, what a day. It is so nice out there. We're bundled up in the booth, but it's summer in the sun.
Yeah, did you happen to catch? We just got the highest single wave score in that last heat. Max hung an 8.
I heard it, but I didn't see it, and that's great to know. The scoring potential is out there if they find that magic moment and place their turns where they're supposed to, as you were talking live.
Yeah, tide's starting to drop out, so it feels like there's a little more standing up. Like the waves are facing them a little more now. They're not just cutting back away from them. But I'll go in a minute. I'll talk to Max and see if if what I'm guessing is what he saw in front of his board. And yeah, he got an 8-point ride. On to the next round.
So we've had quite a few waves in the high 5s, a couple in the mid 6s, a 7, and Reiki Nishida earlier on his backhand, although he didn't advance that one, and then now an 8.
Excellent. Into excellence.
Into excellence. So the judges willing to give the scores if the surfing is there to match it.
They're out there. The scores are out there. Just you have to got to prove it to them.
And so often than not, those scores drop instantly. There's no debate.
Yeah.
You know, it just happens as soon as the guy finishes. 2 seconds later, the scores pop up. When you see excellence, it's easy to judge.
It was a flat 8, too, so you got to figure the spread wasn't too far. Everybody was on point and knew it was right in that zone. So y'all head down. We're looking for last heat winner. And Max, where's Max? It's probably deep. There he is. I'll go down and see what he's got to say.
Max in the red, got his little skull cap on, keeping the head warm. No surfers up yet so far in heat number 3 here, round of 96. Moving on through this second round all day today. The tide is now officially dropping out. What a day, what a day. SLO CAL Open in beautiful Morrow Bay, shadowed by the rock, the famous one of the 7 Morros that lead inland towards San Luis Obispo City. All right, take it away, guys.
I am down here with Max, last heat winner. First one to go into the excellent score range. That's a high single wave of the day, a flat 8. How'd that feel?
Yeah, thank you. It felt good. The waves just been getting better all day, and I just saw that thing, and I knew it was going to be a nug, and it felt pretty good.
Well, we were just mentioning the tide has kind of gone out, so it feels like it's standing up a little more. And that one, it was real nice because there was no downtime. You just were into one turn, out of it, into the next. Is that something you work on, the flow, like not breaking it up?
Yeah, definitely. That's like the best you can do out there is just link one turn to the next, and that's what I was able to do, so I was pretty stoked.
So where are you visiting us from? Do you have a beach break at home that you get to kind of warm up for this at?
Yeah, I live in Costa Rica, Santa Teresa, so it's a really fun beach break and a lot warmer water.
Well, right on. Speaking of home, do you have people at home or sponsors you want to shout out?
Yeah, shout out House of Somos down in Santa Teresa. Shout out family, mom, sister, and yeah, stoked to make it through to the next one.
All right, well, keep the ball rolling and get some fluids in you, and we'll see you soon, all right?
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. From the warmth of down there in Central America to up here in the Central Coast, our first wave, Giorgio in the green. We saw him win his first heat. Gets a 2 on the board. Here we go. He tasted the sensation riding that epoxy that he loves so much with that round pin. Worked with that shaper for quite a long time. So 2 quick waves on the mark for him. A 2 and this score to come. And if it's going to be sleepy, why not, sea wave, ride wave? If you can get points out of it, especially in the beginning when you have low scores, and there we go, straight away. Betters his first wave, a 4.5 for Giorgio. So now we'll be building off of that 4.5, looking to get rid of the 2.
Looks like we're still looking for green in the next heat. Matt, well, that's a big last name. Pasquindici?
Pasquindici.
Pasquindici. Yes. We're looking for you to check in for the next heat. Please check in. So only 2 waves ridden and both by green, it looks like.
Yeah, Giorgio got a left and then got a quick right on his paddle back out, which obviously set him into a good situation, as this heat's been a little bit lackluster at the moment. We'll have to talk to the free surfers down the way. Hopefully they don't encroach on our surfers. Look at this, white and blue. White on a beautiful looking right on his backhand to open this heat. Oh, it was green and beautiful in the beginning, but going into the soup, but making the most of it. 3 quick turns, bangs the finish.
Yeah, he got more done on the second half of the wave than it looked like it was going to happen in the middle of it.
So Bryce Shishun in the game now.
Yeah, that wave off the takeoff looked like it was the magic, the heat winner, and then he kind of got to the middle of it and it foamed out, but that's what I was saying. Here's the replay. Through here, it looks like it's going to be real good, and then he finds a little bit of foam, but he does so well to navigate it and get a couple clicks off.
And that's the tricky part of that right over there, where you take off on the outside, it's all green, and then as you're riding, you move into that left sort of channel, and that's where all that foam was, and the current's kind of going against you, so it's hit or miss. But in the beginning of the heat, or well, halfway through the heat, he gets his first ride, a 3.5. So he's settled in now, waiting for Tommy Granger, who has priority. Tommy doesn't have an opening ride, needs a 3.51.
Do we have a power cord for So Giorgio Gomez, he won his first round heat. He's one of the guys that's just getting back into competition again, correct?
No, he's chipping away.
Okay.
Yeah, he's consistently been at these events, and I don't have the answer. I don't know if he's been at all 6 of the events, the stops leading up to this one.
I guess my question is, who out of round 1 made it into this heat?
Oh, he did, Giorgio. Yeah.
Because I thought he said he'd been kind of taking a little break, but either way, he won this round 1 heat. He's here again, and he's in the lead right now.
Yeah, well, we know Henry Rothy, who I interviewed. He's taken a little break. This is his first event back in a while. No doubt he'll be facing all his peers that he competed against his whole life coming up in the next round.
On the beach, it's welcome back and high fives until you get out in the heat with the jersey on. Then
That's
it's
right. Here we go. Tommy Granger gets his first one. Rips into the first 2 turns. Found a bit of spark. And again, 4-turn sequence down the line on that left on his backhand. This could be the top wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, he found the mid-sizer that allowed him to get those turns done, and didn't really hit that deep water spot and go funky. It here's the replay. He took off on a way back, so he was able to kind of glide through the whole thing and keep the speed moving. It did flatten out, but he did a good job of just keeping it going.
Well, and like I was earlier, we were talking, I don't know who it was, it took off, and they had to be farther forward on their board to move with the wave. You could just see there, Tommy Granger was set into his tail with the feet back that whole wave, so he got the speed off the beginning. This is the replay of, was this live just then?
It just happened.
Yeah, that's okay. I looked away, and Giorgio going to build on his 2-point ride, his low score.
Yeah, I got to imagine that's better than a 2.
Well, Tommy, your opening wave, a 5.25, so took a while to find it, but he found the high score of the heat so far. Giorgio will better his 2 and increase his first place position. Bryce with priority needs a 1.76 at the moment.
So Blue's up and riding again. He just got a score in, and now he's looking to back it up. Gets a turn, has a nice racetrack, gets a second turn with a nice spray. And when we're that far away from the judges, the surfers throwing that big spray goes a long way, carries a nice cachet.
Yes. And the way that the sandbar is moving, it's giving the guys opportunity to find waves out of priority on the paddle backs out. They have the option to paddle all the way deep to the left or straight out and maybe get the wide left or that right coming in. So big playing field and lots of opportunities. Tommy Granger making the most of it on his way back after that last opening 5.25. This is going to settle him in nicely with 7 minutes to go.
Yeah, Tommy putting together a nice heat. Only riding 2 waves, but both of them are going to count.
So still waiting on the score for Giorgio. It will better your 2, just it's not locked in yet. There we go. It's a straight 4, Giorgio. Tommy Granger gets a 4 also. So now with the 6 minutes and 40 seconds left, Tommy in first. Giorgio, you are in second. Bryce, you have first priority, and you need a 5 to go into second place. Priority is white, then green.
So as the day progresses, it's interesting because you're looking at the what's needed to advance, and the numbers are bigger than they were in the last round. The last round people were scraping for a 1, a 2, but now you got to get yourself. It looks like Bryce needs a 5. You need a 5, Bryce, to get back in the advancing position. So.
Well, fortunately for him, opening with the 3.5, and you look at the kind of averages of the other scores, they're right on the cusp of being there. Those are the waves that guys are riding and finding that 5.25 to a 4 is the range so far. We saw an 8 the last heat. And thank you, universe. Thank you, conditions. Nature providing pretty nice conditions here. Offshore all morning. Right now, it's as calm as it's been all day.
Yeah, just a little bump on it, just a little texture, but otherwise you can still call this glassy. This is glassy to me. It's not sheet glass, but Blue, you are in first place. You have a 5.25, and you're looking to replace a 4.
Yeah,
5 minutes and 10 seconds left. He looked like he was still asking, but I think he heard us.
Yeah, I think he heard. He knows he has 2 waves ridden, and he's in first. He's happy.
And if you can replace a 4, he'll be looking even better. And he's going to give it a, nope, had a look. Probably best to leave that wave alone.
And again, that far left just kind of runs off. So easy from here to free surf everything, but out there's hundreds of yards between the peaks. So sitting up on the sand dunes and the warm-up surfs the days before, really feeling comfortable with your lineup spots, whatever that marker is on the beach.
Yeah, and the drone's showing you right now that there are a lot of lineup spots. Guys use those stacks in the background, some of the sand dunes to line up with. So we got some waves coming in. I'm hearing some paddles. I'm seeing some paddles. Blue on the backhand. Tommy Granger once again, heat leader.
You could tell what he was thinking. He was looking aerial. He thought above the lip, and then maybe just a big smash, and in the end, he ejected. So that as the waves move in, and again, in third priority, the other 2 surfers not in the spot for it.
Feels like things are changing a bit, too. The tide has, it seems like I've blinked, and now the tide has dropped about 5 feet.
Yeah, it's dropped a lot. What are the tide swings here? What is the high? Do you know by foot mark? Here we go. Anyway, white up. Bryce needs a 5. Well, this thing's found the gutter, at least for those first 2, and comes unstuck.
He did the slinky. I thought he was going to be able to pull up out of that with the young man's knees, but he wasn't able to. The tides lately have been like hitting like a 5, you know, a high tide, and then down to like a 1. Not quite negative, but there's some real. We had the King's tides about a month ago and some swell. I mean, the last event, the tide washed almost all the way to the dunes between the King's tide and the swell, which just pushed all the way up.
Yeah, I can see the tide lines when you look down the beach, the dark sand to the light sand. Down my way, today the tide was, I think, a 7.8 high. Like king tide, huge tides.
Yeah. At Pismo, it gets a little dangerous at the north end of the beach. There's some rocks, and unfortunately, some people that don't understand the ocean have fallen victim to it. So, I mean,
yeah, there's those access stairs from that park that come down, and then there are those big outcroppings. Blue, again, in a rhythm, finding his place in third priority. But will that better the 4? Not quite sure. 2 minutes left, surfers. Giorgio, you have first priority. Bryce, your last wave was a 3.7. You now need a 4.8. So things getting a little tighter between third and second.
Yeah, right now, Bryce is really the one to watch because he's trying to make something happen, and he's got a second priority and a minute 45 seconds left. I can't imagine those guys want to see him get another wave, but he's kind of the danger man right now.
Yes.
Here comes some more waves, though. 1 minute, 30 seconds left.
Well, no doubt Giorgio's got his game plan. He's lined up right where he wants. He's a little too far out. White can't get that wave either, so he goes to third priority. Tommy will have second priority. Wise of Giorgio to disengage and stop paddling.
Yes.
Looking for a better wave with a minute left in this heat, holding second position.
I have a feeling Bryce is going to have a couple real close friends for the next minute. Some people are keeping an eye on him, real touching shoulders, bumping elbows.
Yeah, a lot of cat and mouse going on as we see those last few waves. Really had no opportunity, even though they were shoulder to shoulder paddling. No score in it. Yep, there's the close-up, bud.
Smothering him. It's fun to watch. It's subtle, but it's got to be done. what would be really neat is some of those masters at this priority game. They can lure the priority surfer into the wrong wave and then have their pick of the next one. And that's kind of what Bryce is trying to do, trying to get them to paddle.
Well, we're down to 20 seconds, and Green, Giorgio has been holding on, and none of the last 8 waves have had any opportunity at all, getting down to 10 seconds. I will be counting this out right now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So the ocean goes slack at the end of that heat. Bryce gives it a good effort. Giorgio holding it together, keeping that priority, advancing through in second. Tommy Granger taking the win with those 2 lefts he had early in the heat. We'll go to a quick commercial break and be back in a minute with heat number 4.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Catching a wave. It never gets old. No matter how many times you've done it, the tide is meant for surfing, and your vacation is meant for memories. You'll enjoy both at Best Western Hotels in California and Hawaii. Our coastal locations make every getaway unforgettable. So go ahead, binge the beach. After all, life is just better when there's another wave and another vacay on the horizon.
We are in a men's round of 96 heat 4. In red, Taylor Tice. In blue, Lucas McMahon. In white, Corey LaRoe. And in green, Matt Passaquindici. That is a lot of letters in that last name, so I hope I got it right. Oh, I guess I'm being told we don't. Red up and riding. That's Taylor Tice getting a 2-turn combo to start the heat. He was kind of up on the north end. He went to the gutter right away. Didn't even want to mess with any of the lefts. He just went straight up to the gutter, got himself a 2-turn combo, and he's in the heat. And it looks like a score dropped already. What do you see?
We got an opener of a 3.75 for Taylor Tice, and green now.
Maybe we just
Passaquindici.
Yeah, maybe we just call him Matty P.
Yeah, that's what, well, we do that.
All right, so Taylor Tice, 1 wave, 3.75, and we're waiting for a score from Matty P in the green.
Do you think he does his full signature, or do you think he just scribbles out the last name?
Well,
like a P in a line.
Well, imagine on some of those forms you got to fill out like going, oh, here's his replay first off. He gets he's got spark.
Yeah, he does. He's a great surfer.
Yeah. You got to imagine if he's got a real long last name, when you go to Hawaii, it's probably hard to fit his whole name in that, those little things you got to fill out. You only get X amount of
how many
characters.
The little lines.
Yeah. But I'm sure teachers, a lot of people have beat it up pretty bad. But we're going to do our best to pronounce the names, and if we get it wrong, come let us know, and we'll do better the next round. So, yeah, 17 minutes, 10 seconds left, only 2 waves ridden. Matt in green is in the lead. You got a 5.25, Matt, 5.25. Second place, Taylor in red. You got a 3.75. 17 minutes left. So, yeah, we're here, Central Coast. For those of you that don't come here that often, it's home to a vibrant local art community. We got tonight in San Luis Obispo is the downtown farmers market. That's quite a big production. I got San Simeon just up the coast, Hearst Castle, Piedras Blancas Lighthouse. Basically within 20 minutes of this contest, you can do a lot of sightseeing, eat some good food, try some wine. So if you're looking for a little getaway, shoot on up to Morro Bay if time permits. And Sounds like we might get some words with the last heat winner. All right, Jeff, tell us what Tommy's got to say.
Well, we're about to find out. Tommy Granger, working through that last heat, you found yourself without a wave for almost half the heat, and then you just clicked into a sequences of lefts.
Yeah, it was pretty hard out there to find a good wave. It was definitely a slow heat. I saw sets like when I was paddling out, so I knew that I was probably going to wait for a little bit, and thank God I didn't fall. I was just trying to complete the wave all the way through, and then found a backup pretty fast, which I tried to surf it all right, and it's pretty mushy and hard out there, but happy to get the win and move on.
Yeah, that your 5.25, what I was saying is some of those waves are so mushy as they go down that sandbar. You see surfers, they have to be a little bit more forward on their board. You got to just click into the tail and find the spark.
Yeah, for sure. I kind of struggled on a couple turns just because I was lacking in the speed factor, but happy to move on, and hopefully tomorrow is a little bit better, but I don't think it is. So stoked.
Well, you've been working on your backhand surfing seaside all the time, which has been fire, and it's been cooking brew.
Yeah, it's been pretty good down there. Really crowded, though. Like, tons of people that just don't know how to surf are, like, in the lineup, but it's okay. It's like, I get waves.
We get waves. Well, congratulations. Go have a fun afternoon up here in the Central Coast, and tomorrow going up against the next seeds. All right? You want to say hi to everyone?
Yeah, shout out to my girlfriend back home and my mom and everyone that supports me, Fish 101, everyone, Sharp Eye, Taylor. Sweet.
That's right. TC making great boards. All right, back to you guys in the booth. See you, man.
All right, we'll see him tomorrow in the next round. Nice job to get a win. That always builds the confidence up. And, yeah, he said he was kind of struggling out there, but he did enough to get first place, so look out. And if he does find his groove and feels good about himself, might see him in the final series. But as of right now, we're in the Heat 4, round of 96. First place, Matt in green. You're still on that 5.25. And Taylor in red, you are still sitting on that single 3.75. So nothing really changed while we're at the interview. And plenty of waves to be ridden, we hope. But back to San Luis Obispo County, we have, like I said, up north, you got San Simeon. Just 15 minutes north of here in Cambria, they have the Cambria Christmas lights, which is a lot of people travel here to check that out. So if you're looking for a little escape tonight, shoot on up to Cambria, check out the lights. And you can see Cayucas in the distance. It's a nice little beach town as well. Meanwhile, green, Matty P up on the backhand. Just not finding the kind of face he was looking for. So back out there, more sets coming. Blue and red, both riding. Some of the biggest turns we've seen of the last half hour right there on that shared wave between blue and red. Luckily, they didn't get mixed up in each other. They both got to do their own thing, and I think we got a couple good-looking scores coming off that. So the judges are deliberating as I speak. Yeah, a couple strong turns right there on that set right when you were walking back in here. Here's a replay. Here's blue. Straight up vert, and then watch a second one. Bang, late, critical, and there's red coming in the picture. Little tail kicky over the top. So we got some. Here's that replay again from red. Little slash setup, but then watch the second turn. Bang.
Yeah, both surfers really putting a bit extra at the finish, and I think, like you were saying, with the tide drawing out, the bottom turn, the setup from Lucas, just such a driving, fast bottom turn.
Yeah,
he really strong, and look at this, scores dropping in, looking very, very healthy for blue.
Yes. Yes, it's looking. They're both looking nice, but one's looking a little better than the other, and we'll get that to you once they lock in. But yeah, both those guys surf those waves well. Deep bottom turns, critical turns in the lip. So red score is in red. You got a 6.5, Taylor, 6.5. And then blue Blue, you got a 7.75, Lucas, 7.75. So right now, red is in first with a 6.5 and a 3.75. Second place, blue, with a 7.75 single wave. In third, green, you have a 5.25 and you're looking to replace a 1. And Corey and White, we're looking for you to get something started. You have priority, so you do have your choice. 10:45 left in this heat, about halfway through. And we got some big scores already, 7.75, a 6.5, both strong and that 6.5 is healthy as well.
Well, here we go. Blue scratches in Lucas. He wants his backup. He knows he's in a really good position. So this one, a flatter wave. He's going to run down the line. Doesn't complete the layback. And it's still a backup. He'll probably get somewhere in the 2 range, maybe a little more. Lots of time to settle back in. And now Taylor.
Red has been on the attack on these big. Oh, yeah, he is. Kick the tail up. He really liked that one.
Yeah, he gave that a little low claim fist pump, maybe to himself.
Salud.
Salud.
So yeah, he's going to be in a nice spot. He's already got that 6.5. Here's the replay. Saves it for the 1 turn at the end, but kicks the tail bang up and over. And then there he's letting everybody know that he's got hand jive.
I only saw the hand when it was down by his waist. It was way up over his shoulder for one bit, but you know, he navigated that well because that was a big, crumbly, dumpy section that blew the fins over.
Well, that wave before he got that he really smacked the lip on too was pretty cool. So he's got that kick the tail up and over maneuver down, yeah. Little extra spice. And we'll give you a score when we see it. Extra spice for Taylor Tice.
Extra spice for Taylor Tice. Well, Taylor gets a 4.5 on that last right. He's in the lead. Lucas got a 2.5 on his last left. He is in second. Matty P in third with priority. You need a 5.01. And Corey just needs to get himself in the game. There's just under 9 minutes left, guys. Priority is green, red, white. I don't know. Yeah, second gen. We wonder if
there's relation.
Yeah.
That was curious. But Corey and White, he hasn't got a wave yet, so I think he's kind of getting 8 minutes and 20 seconds left, so I got to imagine the nerves are starting to get to him. That was a curious choice.
Just a desperate attempt and nowhere to go.
It's kind of like quicksand. You think, like things are going wrong, and you start thinking about it, and the more you think about it, it's almost like the worse it gets. So you don't want to get stuck in that quicksand. Like the more you struggle, the worse it gets. Kind of analogy.
Yeah, what is the perspective shift that gets the surfer in the right headspace to allow the waves to come to you instead of the I can't buy a wave?
Well, our most famous surfer in the sport, Kelly Slater, had a movie called Letting Go about how he got that wave at Chopes, fell into it, laid back, came out, and then that got his world title like jumping and going that year.
Yeah, he finally just surrendered to it. Wow, look at this. Matty P needs a 5.01. Got a set, gets one big thrash up in the top corner there.
He had a 5.25, and he was looking to replace a 1, so I'm fairly certain he replaced the 1, and that'll help out. He needed a 5.01 to advance, so nice turn.
Yeah, a nice driving bottom turn. Looked like he thought there was going to be 2 to finish from there, and it crumbles down. So that one, kind of a down the line power carve.
It was like a hybrid projection you had to carve at the same time. Yeah,
and that's what made me think he might have thought the wave was going to open up for a finish.
It looked like he was set up to drive out of it and get into the bottom turn, but you know what? He did enough on that, I think, to where, well, he got a 4.15, so that helped him out. So Matt, in green, that was a 4.15. You still need a 5.01 to advance. You're in third place. Corey, you're in fourth place. You need a 9.85 to advance. Red, Taylor, you are still in first. You have a 6.5 and a 4.5. And Lucas in blue, you're in second. You have a 7.75, and you're looking to replace a 2.5.
So because the other two surfers in the lead have healthy scores, even though Matty P got the 4.15, it didn't lower his requirement at all. He didn't get any closer because Lucas has that 7.75 and Taylor the 6.5. So the point spread is just enough that it didn't reduce his requirement.
Kept him moving, though. Sometimes you don't want to sit out there and get stiff and cold and tighten up. So, I mean, didn't help him, but it didn't hurt him ultimately. So 5 minutes and 30 seconds. 5 minutes, 30 seconds. Green, you're looking for a 5.01. White, you're looking for a 9.85. You can see him on the screen. It almost looks like they're having a nice conversation there, but I doubt it. Did you talk much in heats, or were you kind of head down?
Head down.
Head down. Well, back then, too, you're trying to get 3 waves in the 20 minutes.
Or 4.
Yeah. Silly.
Yeah.
Yeah, silly. And then, it just comes so far to really promote quality surfing instead of just athleticism or cardiovascular health, paddling around the priority buoy. Although I do miss the priority buoy.
Yeah, we always talk about that. Especially the U.S. Open seems to have some serious paddle battles where surfers end up in the shore at the same point, north and south of each other, and they've got to race back out and to that invisible line that the head priority judge deems priority. But it would be fun to have an old buoy out the back. Just for maybe for the Masters heats, they need to do that when they do those.
Yeah.
The Masters,
for nostalgia.
The head-to-head matchups, yeah.
Well, we did have a real good one with.
But then we don't want to tax the cardio of the Masters.
Not for the Masters. No, Jack and Leo had that really good one this year where they were.
Oh, there's so many. Yeah, they're just neck and neck.
Well, Jack came from nowhere and passed him up. He's pretty impressive.
And Leo is a fit cat. There's some serious paddlers there.
They're all specimens now, those guys. It's not like we talked about. You got to train, you got to be fit, you got to be strong, or there's only so much you can achieve anymore. I mean, look at Yago. He's always had the skill, but the last couple of years got a little bigger, a little stronger, a little more power game. And you figure he came on the scene as a free surfer, so he had to kind of late learner, but he had his dad as a coach, which was a nice advantage.
I remember him getting the wild card down in Saquarema at one of the CT events and just blitzing through to the quarterfinals. Taylor Tice looking to better on the 4.5. That is a nice backside turn. Look at that. He's got that narrow knock knee style and just placed it perfect.
And he is expressive. He had another little hand jam after that, so we'll see on the replay. He liked it. It looked like he said, all right, I got it. Set it down right away. Well, I like the passion.
We'll have to ask him if he ends up winning the heat. What do those mean?
Here we go.
Who are they for?
This first turn is really nice. Boom. A lot of spray, a lot of projection. See, kind of, I think he's saying just set it down. Those end sections are kind of odd. Just set it down.
So Matty P from behind needs that 5.01, goes a bit more vertical in his attack on that one.
2 minutes and 30 seconds left.
Taylor, your last wave came in at a 5.25, so a healthy heat for him, a 2-wave total of 11.75 with 2 minutes to go.
North End, White, a little bit behind it. Can't quite get around it. That's Corey LaRoe, just not in rhythm this heat. I know he's got so much more. Just this one of those heats where it's just not going his way.
Not finding the rhythm.
Well,
so it's touch and go now with second and third. Matty P needs the 5.01, and Lucas, who's holding priority for a long time, has that high score of the heat and really wants to banish his 2.5. Here he is up and riding, and that's not going to do it. Oh, that was green. Excuse me, Matty P. I was thinking blue.
Well, Taylor got another one at the north end of the beach. I didn't see what he did. We'll have to wait for the replay, but it looks like he knows it's time to call it a heat. He's done some good work.
Coming in with a minute and a half to go.
He's expressive. Here's the replay.
So that's not going to better either of his two scores.
Well, I like that he's wearing a watch. That's old school. I mean, we've talked about this before. Wear a watch, know where you're at.
Is he making little wax beads and putting them on the nose of his board? How many waves he's caught?
Oh, that'd be interesting.
That's another archaic rule that we'll get back to with just under a minute. Remember when if you went over 10 waves in a heat, you got penalized?
Yes.
So that's why you would count your waves. Now they don't care.
It makes no sense, but whatever. That's what they wanted to do.
Maybe it's because the scoring sheets were printed and they only had 10 slots for the judges sitting on
Probably.
the beach writing in with a pin. Back in the day, 40 seconds left.
What an evolution the sport has come through.
Well, from the origin of man-on-man heats
to nowadays live scoring, live internet, and priority, best two waves. There's been a lot of advancements that have. 15 seconds left. Couple waves coming in. Can Matty P jump? He's got second priority. I'm going to count it out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. So it looks like Taylor Tice and Lucas McMahon moving on to the next round. Taylor's pumped up. We'll get a couple words from him on the other side of the commercial break.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
All right, we are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
Catching a wave. It never gets old. The tide is meant for surfing, and your vacation is meant for memories. You'll enjoy both at Best Western Hotels in California and Hawaii. After all, life is just better when there's another wave and another vacay on the horizon.
You can't catch a wave before the heat, and that's what the judges are fairly stern about, but that's where we're at. But luckily it's early. Welcome back. For those of you in interweb land, we're in round of 96, heat 4. In red, we've got Jacob Zeke, also known as San Diego's Wild Man. We got blue, Adam Bartlett. We got right now we got green, right, and that's Tyrone Fomenko. Nice two-turn combo. And then in white, we've got Caden Morgan. So Jacob in red, Adam in blue, Caden in white, and Tyrone in green.
Right on. Well, Jacob Takei wasted no time. Got a little hand slap and said, I'm still surfing. He was out far enough away that he could get that wave, and it's a solid turn that he gets. Yeah. And Tyrone also, who we saw moving through the early round, and you interviewed him after his heat.
Here's Jacob's opening wave. Let's see this. Oh, that was a nice turn.
Oh, yeah, he slammed it. I mean, long extension, drifted over the section. And here's Fomenko.
Oh, nice.
Disappearing act and comes out.
Always a little extra drama when you disappear in that whitewater.
Again, Red keeping busy. Drifts the fins again. Nice setup. You can see where his feet are placed. Little slide check.
You ripped that one pretty hard.
Little down hack.
See, that first wave was just a rhythm setter for him. Just a rhythm setter. And you know him. He's going to blaze his own path one way or the other. So
I called a historic moment with him at Pismo. He had a bet with his mates, and it ended up being kind of funny. He took off on a softboard and then transferred to his shortboard. But they said then, and it ended up being a super good wave on the inside. As we go to this replay, Jacob surfing really tight in the pocket, especially on those first 2 turns.
He kept a lot of speed, too, through all that, so that was cool.
But, yeah, the wave at Pismo was kind of a lark, but they ended up not scoring it. But when he did the transfer and rode the second half of the wave, it was a really good wave. Fortunately, he ended up advancing. So to the shenanigans. Jacob, your opening wave came in at a 5. Your last wave, a 4.5. So straight away, you're out in first with 2 waves. Tyrone, your opening left, a 6.5. And congratulations to Taylor Tice and Lucas McMahon. Moving into the round of 64 tomorrow. So Tyrone executes a quick bottom turn halfway down the face to fit in that top turn. Things heating up. Adam Bartlett now racing down the line. Blew the fins, but they get stuck. Bucked off in the end. All right, scores in there for Tyrone. Your second wave, a 3.5. Tyrone out in first now with a 6.5 and a 3.5. Jacob, you're in second with a 5 and a 4.5. Priority is white, red, green. Adam, your opening wave was a 1. So Caden, with 15 minutes, has the pick of the lineup with first priority and no waves yet. All right, we've got Bud and Taylor Tice ready for the interview post-heat. Take it away.
All right, I'm down here with Taylor Tice, last heat winner. Now, you just told me you are from Oregon and you have some beach break like this you get to practice on. Tell us about it.
Yeah, back home in Oregon, the water's really cold, and a lot of the beach breaks are really similar to this, like really peaky and just fun waves kind of offshore today. So a lot similar to home, and I just feel comfortable out in the Jersey out here. It's fun to get some good waves and be in SLO CAL.
Yeah, you're going to be comfortable in the rubber, the booties, and kind of the wild conditions. Are you allowed to tell us this beach break you warm up on? I know you're not supposed to say a lot. Okay.
Yeah, so where I'm from in Oregon, the beach break is Agate Beach in Newport, Oregon. We're actually the Dungeness crab capital of the world. Out here in Morro Bay, we got some pretty big fishing industry, so it's just blessed to be from such a beautiful place and stoked to be down here in Morrow Bay experiencing the waves and the people and the good food.
Now, epoxy, you're riding epoxy out there, yeah?
Yeah, I'm on a 5.8 Black Sheep Subdriver 3 from Mayhem. The guys at Mayhem shaped me up this board, and I'm just so stoked on it. It's been my magic board, so gonna keep going with it.
Very cool. Anybody else you want to say thank you to or hello? Or
Yeah, I just want to give a big shout out to my dad back home and all of my family and friends back home in Newport, Oregon. And thank you all for supporting me. And thank you guys for having me out here and being able to compete in such a beautiful place.
Nice job. Oregon representing, and you had some pretty cool hand jabs, so keep it up.
All right. Thank you, bud. You have a great day.
Take care.
Well, I like it. Nice interview. Thank you, Taylor Tice. Great heat. Always a fan of the swallowtails. That board looks nice under your feet. Up in Oregon, wow. Think about that. We've got the replay on our monitor. Jacobs AK. Watch this, ladies and gentlemen. Goes to the air. Big punt. So that is the first of the day. Gives a little love tap to us up here on the beach. Waiting for that score to come in. Maybe it was Red Bull, maybe it's coffee, maybe it's just the natural way. Jacobs AK fired up. We got blue way down the beach. Adam Bartlett. So far away, I couldn't see 2 of the turns. So he's got a long paddle back, but that is definitely going to get him in the game. But in the meantime, Hefty score for Jacob Zake, a 7.25, Jacob. Red, your last wave, a 7.25. Up into first now. Tyrone in second. Adam, your last left way down the beach, a 3.25. So what that means, all scores in. Third place surfer Adam, you need a 6.75 to advance. And Caden holding down that priority in the white, because he hasn't had a wave, needs a perfect 10. But with 11 and a half minutes left, no doubt he will build from one wave into the next. Yep, here we go. Down the line speed floater from green. Deep, deep bottom turn. Super whipping tail slashing. He comes unstuck a bit too much push there. So, a nice interview there, Bud, with Taylor Tice from up in Newport, from Agate Beach in Oregon. You wonder how many beach breaks and points and other stuff. I used to go up there. I had a girlfriend that lived in Portland, and I would go surf solo near Seaside and around there, and driven that coastline a lot of times, kind of spooked because I'd be by myself going, I see waves. Where do you park? Where do I even paddle out? What is happening?
Yeah, I spent a couple winters at Mount Bachelor, right in the middle of Oregon. I didn't make it to the coast, but I know how much potential there is, but I also know how well guarded it is. That's why I didn't want to ask them too much.
No, there's obviously the spots, but I just know when you're driving solo up and down that coast, you look out in the ocean and or along the coast, and there's spots all over, and it's hard because you have no gauge. A lot of the road is up a few hundred feet or inland a little bit, so you don't know how big it might be or where if it's rocks that are hidden under the water that you don't see. What is happening?
Yeah, it's rugged coast up there, rugged ocean, rugged land.
You're waiting for the waves and the conditions to be calmer
Yeah.
than bigger.
So interesting. Looks like Jacob's having a nice run in the seat. He's only one. Well, he's got the lead. He's got that 7.25. There he is again on the backhand.
On cue.
Yeah, is he wearing a short arm full?
I don't know. He is fired up though.
Or is there just color on the sleeves? No, just color. His front arm has a tan.
Well,
panel.
Quick note: we're looking for Yago Ramos to check in. Yago Ramos, find your way to the beach. He found it. He's here. He's not here. Anyway.
Situation
Blue, Adam, you have a 1 and a 3.25. You have first priority. There's 8 minutes left in the heat, and you need a 6.75 to advance.
So blue and white, both with just low scores, whereas, Jacob's got that 7.25 in red, and then, Tyrone with that 6.5 is going all right, too, himself. Here we go, Caden Morgan on the forehand, slashing. He looks loose and slinky. Let's see if he gets some opportunity to... Yeah, he just keeps it moving. He's got that slash going where he kind of kicks the tail up, wraps that little one around, and he's got another score on the board. He's sitting on a 2.9, so he's got to get busy, got to get going with only 7.25 left.
Chicken, steak, or veggie? Chicken,
Steak.
I'll bring back.
All right, 7 minutes, 10 seconds left. We'll go through the situation again. First place, red with a 7.25 and a 5. Second place, green You have a 6.5 and a 3.5 as your backup. Third place, Caden in white. You have a 2.9 and a 2.75. You need a 7.1 to advance. And Adam in blue, you have a 3.25 and a 1. You need a 6.75 to advance. 6 minutes, 40 seconds left. Priority is blue, green, red. So yeah, a little bit of downtime right here. Luckily, we're in the middle of the day. The wind has stayed calm. The conditions have remained really doable. You know, it's this time of year, like I said, you can go from sheet glass to 40-mile-an-hour wind in a matter of 20 minutes. But luckily, I don't think we're going to see that. We're going to have, you know, opportunity and a chance for these guys to perform for the whole day. And just as I say that, you see a little bit of a line kind of wrapping around that rock out there with all the birds sitting on it. You can see the competitors are starting to paddle around. They feel the energy picking up right here.
So in all the time living up here, has the sand ever moved in a way that it actually became like a proper sand point off the rock? I always fantasize about that. I've seen it many times. It's shifted over and it's a really defined one, but I meant like a proper sand point.
You know, let's talk about this after this wave of blue. Mr. Bartlett, Adam was looking for the update, and he's got his wave, and he got 2 turns already. The second one real strong. Nice cutback. Opens the shoulders up and trying to finish it off on the inside. Gets it done. Little extra bonus bank. That pink board is really flashy from a distance. So you're asking about lefts off that rock out there.
I just wonder, and I guess it would have to do if they ever just close the water coming out off the channel, then the sand could build up. Otherwise, it's always flushing. But
well, Steve Denham, who spends a lot more time up here than me, says that in the past, I don't know about Point Break, but certain swells will it's got to be big, but there'll be some stuff that'll lump off that and run up the beach.
Well, I've seen that. Yeah. I just wondered if those ever were like that one longboard event I was talking about.
I think
it was a perfect, but it was inside sandbar, not off the rock sand point, whatever.
I haven't seen. I'll have to ask around, but for the most part, it's always known as big kind of peaks, Yeah.
Well, the peaks up and down this beach look really fun. The surfers, although the viewers at home can't see it, down the way a bunch of 100 yards, they're having a great time.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
there's plenty of action if you're down here live, both in the contest and the free surfing.
The beach breaks down in our area have been so thrashed by all the sand re-enhancement projects that there's no sandbars at all. And what's sad about it, although the beach walkers and the beach goers are having a fun time because there's big beach, all the reefs are covered in sand. There's no peaks at any of the beach break. They're literally walled from one end to the other. We're talking miles of beach break. So the crowds are so thick at the few reef breaks because they're the only place worth surfing.
Yeah.
And we're talking all levels of surfers. And we heard
one of the lot trolls mentioned
not
that,
Taylor, but we heard
I heard it. I can't remember who it was, but yeah, he was mentioning
talking
Seaside.
About, and I'm there every day, and our whole area from Swami's south, it's kind of mayhem.
Well, I guess we're kind of
everyone's condensed into these little pockets.
We're kind of lucky we have these peaks. So that farther up little zone up there, there's another parking lot up there. They call that the pit.
Yeah.
So this is the rock proper. Then a couple hundred yards down there's the pit. A little farther up is Atascadero Beach. Then up in Cayucas, there's a bunch of little rocks that off that Cheney Avenue. Mr. Fomenko up and riding on the forehand. Made it through heat earlier to get here, and he's keeping it moving on that Mayhem. Yeah, he's got a lot of flow, and he's kicking that tail out on the cutback, so a little extra spice, a little extra something.
It just blows me away to the Mayhem team, the expansive team. There's like 99.999% of San Clemente are on his boards. You're like, how do you make them all? But it's amazing. And then sprinkled amongst that, you've got a few outliers, some T. Patterson, riders. Blue, Adam, there's just over 2 minutes. You're in third priority. You need a 6.46. And, yeah, Tyrone's last wave came in at a 3.95, which increased what you need by a little bit. Most importantly, you need a 6.46, and you're in third priority.
Well, you mentioned T. Patterson. I am thrilled to see like the kind of resurgence of his boards on the worldwide stage. I
Well,
really
to
am.
have, yeah. I mean, you get Italo and then a host of guys ripping. Dimitri coming up tomorrow.
And speaking of resurgent, the on the front of his board, that Rusty. I love seeing Rusty back in the mix, and you got guys like that, like Jacob.
He's
setting
been
the
with
pace.
them since day one. He's a long-time Rusty team rider.
And then you got some Australian Rusty resurgence like Letty Mortensen and some of those other guys. So I really like it. I like seeing the legacy brands around. But back to your original point, like, yeah, San Clemente is Lostville, you know.
It's wild.
And I remember when those boards first started showing up, you know, Andy had a couple here or there,
Yeah.
Corey had a couple here and there, and it's like,
Well-
what's this mayhem thing? And
They really, the Lopez brothers, and then, Andy being close with them and travel partners, and it just spread out from there. Plus, Dino and everyone else in that area, and Beshin, and they, farmed it out.
And
Matt,
for lack of a better way to put, he makes amazing California boards. They're performance, but they have the float and kind of the go to them, which I've had a couple. I've been happy with them. Everybody's a good shaper now, though. I mean, but then there's the top tier, the him, the Britt Merricks, the
Sharp Eyes,
the Sharp
Eyes, and the JSs, and DHDs around the world, and their sub-shaping staff that are so dialed in because it's not those one shaper doing everything. Obviously, they got highly tuned, super skilled guys that work there that shape with them, plus all the CAD work. Here we go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Heat 5 is in the books, man. That second half of the heat. Red is up and riding.
You just cannot stop. TK.
He didn't need it, but he's killing it.
He has arms on that wetsuit.
Well, he does have arms. The one panel's a little different, so I'll have to ask him about that early wave before the heat, in the interview. So we'll see what happens.
Or I'm doing it?
I'll do it.
Okay.
Either way.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
In the 805,
We're fueled by the pursuit of the path less traveled.
we're artists,
Shapers and creators.
and we love every minute of it.
It's more than a beer.
It's a way of life.
Straighten that down priority and into this wave.
Oh my! Deep one for Weston Webb. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
Iago Ramos chucks it on his forehand, spins around and rides out, claims it too. So right into this heat, we have aerial antics. Now we got Jake Davis, low center of gravity, and now he gets above the lip.
It's almost as if they knew we were back from commercial and to fire up right at that moment.
They knew, well, as we talked about the high and the low tides, as the tide's draining out, it's giving a cupped bottom, vertical face, so it's giving them a bit more, ability to have pop in the lip.
Here's Jake Davis's replay. Big, strong kid, but he's still light in his feet, like you can see right there. He's got an interesting blend of power
Wait,
and
so
finesse.
I think Jake rides Proctor.
I think you're right.
So it might have been Jake that was doing the finals at.
Could very well be.
SLO. Jake Davis, opening ride, 5.75.
Yago Ramos, opening wave, 4.75.
And that makes sense. Yago's was a little more of like a nose picky where Jake actually got a bit above it. So that's fair. I see that.
So in the blue, Ross Adams, and in the green, Finn McCarty. They're waiting to get their opening ride.
Looks like green, just as you said, that's having a paddle, having a look at something. But blue is, blue's watching it go by, and green, somewhat interested, but there he goes, green.
Coming back this way on his backhand. He's way down the beach on that right, on the end of that right.
He looked like his hair was dry on that one. He looked nice, clean paddle out for him. It's not anymore.
Did you ever do that? I didn't like that. If I was out in the water, I don't know, sometimes maybe in the summer just goofing off, having a dry hair sesh, but to be in the heat and want to focus, I'd have to like bathe myself, rinse myself, be one with it.
Yeah,
to have a dry head and cold air would feel weird.
You'd want the acclimation. You want you want your wetsuit like warm up, on the chest. You want your head used to it. I'm with you. Yeah, that's in the summer or messing around. It's funny to get a wave with dry hair and kick out, but in the heat, I guess I want to be a little more into it,
in tune with it all.
Yeah.
Here we go. Jake Davis does not go.
This is a nice looking peak out the back. Is anybody there?
Well, he had paddled for the one before.
Look at that runner.
Yeah.
Oh, someone's on the north end. Blue. Ross Adams. Talk about that peak. Opening slash. Cuts it back. He's on that left-hand double up. End section coming. Finishes it out. Clean. And looks like Yago Ramos up there as well. Bang. Straight up. Twice. Okay, Yago is here.
Kicked it into gear, and that wave really gave him the magic because Ross's wave before pulled all the water off the sandbar and gave what seems like this wave so much extra juice.
Looks like Yago liked it too. Little subtle claim, but if I hit the lip backside twice like that in a row, I'd have a little claim myself.
So Yago's going to get his second wave on the board here, backing up that 4.75. Solid left, well surfed. Ross, your opening wave, a 4.0. We got... Yago Ramos, your last wave, a 7. With that, White in first with a 4.75 and now a backup 7. Jake Davis, you're in second place with priority. Your opening wave was a 4.75. Ross Adams, your opening wave, a 4. And Finn McCarty, your first wave, a 2.75. Priority goes red, green, blue. 14 minutes and 35 seconds left. And we are excited to hear what Jacob Zeke has to say about that last heat.
All right, Jacob Zeke, welcome back to the Central Coast. You've been up here a few times before. You seem to like it. Nice job out there.
Thanks, bro. I was sick, dude. That was a crazy heat. Shout out my coach, Big 20 Hammer, dude. He's him. Let's go, Big 20, dude. And yeah, I'm always love coming up here. That was a crazy one though, because I've just been doing a lot of like fun contests, like Stab High, and just a bunch of like local events in San Diego and Indo, and I don't know, you can stand up before the heat, so I just wasn't familiar with WSL rules and just got too excited and took off on a tiny one against the rocks. And then when I heard, you got 4th prio when the heat started, I was just like pissed and fired up. I made a mistake. It's no one's fault but me. So it just got me more fired up to like go big and do a big air. And then, yeah, just like, I don't know, that kind of flip-off claim's all I really got. It's my only claim, so that's my go-to. I was just stoked, dude.
Well, that's what we were wondering in the booth. You got that wave, and it could go two ways. It could set you into a weird rhythm, but it seems like it just told you to sit inside and get busy. And
you did seem to find the rhythm with the waves. Is that what it felt like?
Exactly, dude. Just had to channel that energy. You know, they say revenge is a dish best served with success. So you just got to go out and smoke them.
No better revenge than good living, huh?
Exactly, bro. And this is good living. Are you kidding me, dude? Beautiful day in San Luis Obispo. Waves are fun. It's packed down here, dude. Shout out to WSL for bringing fun events to California. Stoked to have an event close to home. And, dude, I love it up here. SLO's so rad, dude. I've been coming up here since I was a teenager and had family that went to Cal Poly. Had a bunch of friends that graduated from here, so it's always a good time.
Good deal. We're going to see a vlog about this in a couple weeks or so?
For sure, dude. Shout out my boy Dragon, dude. He's been filming me the last, 7-8 months, dude. All over Indonesia, Japan, Australia, all over the world. So we're going to get a sick video from this trip. And, surf, skate, maybe ride some dirt bikes. So it's going to be a good weekend.
All right. Good luck to you. Off the chain. Keep it going.
All right, Jacob, bringing the heat. Loving this area. Getting philosophical. I like that he got fired up after his little whoopsie, but it didn't stop him because he was catching waves before anyone, even though he's in fourth priority in the middle of that. Welcome back, Darren Brillhart. Sorry, so much on the table. Jake Davis got a blazing right during the interview. Hopefully we go back to replay. Finn got a wave that we are now watching. A whole lot happened in that heat. Ross had a wave. Jake had a wave. Finn had a wave. And ZK was on fuego on the mic.
Yeah, that was the best interview so far of the event. That was awesome. And you know, he admitted it. I made a mistake. Took off, got frothed out, took off on the wave before the heat started, and started off with the fourth priority. But it didn't hinder his performance whatsoever. So as we see right here, this looks like a replay here for our surfer Jake Davis in red. And that score already in, a 5. No. Or so we're waiting.
We're waiting on that one. So that was happening, and he took off so far down the beach, it was hard to tell. Now we got the close-up replay. And just classic surfing. Deep bottom turns, hard arcs off the top twice, and then finishes with a nice rotation. 8.5 high score of the day. Take it away, Jake. What's going on in the red jerseys? Look at this far bar right. Brillo, we have seen some 10s come from that far bar right in the past.
Yeah, this is Yago right here. So 3-turn combo. Nice finish there. He had a 7-point ride. And then before that, a 4.75. So there's been a lot of action during that interview, as you mentioned before. So we got some scores to come in.
Yeah, I will. Yeah. So free surfers to the north, we're going to have to ask you to even be cautious. Oh, reverse. Yes, competitors, we do have a blue piece of fence that you can't miss right up against the sand dunes. We're asking you to at least take off south of that.
Yeah, just a reminder. So competitors, we do have a boundary. It's not a flag. It's a barricade with one of our banners. It's a blue banner there. And make sure you stay on the closest side to us. But, we're waiting for scores here for green and blue. So red, you have 2 scores, a 5.75, which was your opener, and your last an 8.5. We're watching a few replays here. This is Ross Adams for the viewers at home.
Yeah, Jake. Firing us up. That far bar right that you got, that set wave, 8.5. High mark of the day. You are in first, and you have first priority. And then surfers, try to stay rock side of that blue barricade that's on the sand right at the bottom of the dune, because when you're taking off way to the north, riding away, the judges are now having a hard time seeing what you're doing. All you see is the tip of the board if you hit the lip going down and away from us. So there might be some beautiful surfing going on, but we can't really see it when you're so far down the beach.
And at next heat check-in, Nicholas, need to check in. Score in there for blue, a 3.3. And it looks like Finn, surfer in the green jersey, that's not going to factor in, just a 0.75. So situation Mr. Jeff Baldwin. We have Jake Davis out in the lead. He's holding down priority as well, so in a good position here. He's got an 8.5 and a 5.75.
And Yago with the pair of sevens. Yago, I think we delivered the score, but if we didn't, your last wave, a 7, so you have a 7 and another 7, and you're in second still because Jake has the 8.5 and the 5.75. So we got some really insane surfing going on, high scores out there, great potential, and the waves are just still keep pumping as the tide drops out all afternoon. Or are we in the afternoon yet?
We are officially
there
in the afternoon. We just finished lunch. So
you start at 7 in the morning, and it's hard to know. 5 hours in.
Well, as it stands right now, Blue, you're in the third position, needing a 10-point ride, and Green needing a 9.8, as we see up and riding. Yago going huge. Wow, landed on the top of the wave there. And then here we go, Jake Davis, San Clemente, driving down the line here, clean open face. He goes up in the air, rotation, sticks it, a stomp landing there.
I was giving it more than a golf clap.
Yeah.
I mean, and I love the cadence of when he took off. He wasn't pushing and trying to be on his front shoulder. He was just set up with his back foot in such a slow rhythm.
I know. I like that. He was gliding down the wave.
Yeah. He wasn't forcing anything, all for set up for that really beautifully relaxed reverse.
And that air rotation, it was really smooth, too, and just stopped the landing, looking to improve his first place position. But, I think we alluded to earlier as the tide was high, that once the tide starts to drop out, it's going to get steeper, more critical. We're going to see more aerial maneuvers just like that.
Yeah, a few heats ago, like as soon as it moved that next whatever foot, it just changed from one heat to the next.
Here we go.
Here's a beautiful replay of what we were talking about, how he was just keeping everything still in his upper body. Even in that rotation, he just kept it so calm.
And this is the replay here for Finn. Hey, this is way down or way up the beach.
So this is the wave that the judges finally made us say, hey, bring it back.
Reel it in.
Because that was literally half the beach away. Waiting on that score, and there it is. Jake Davis, your last wave, a straight up 8. So with that, you have an 8.5 and an 8, 16.5 total for your 2 waves. And what a stamp on this heat.
Oh, yeah. He's making a statement. And score in for Finn McCartney is a 4.25. So situation red in the lead, white in second. And Yago, if you're looking to take the lead off Jake, you need a 9.5. And then Green in that third position needs a 9.75. And Blue needing a 10, a perfect score.
I know. Yeah. Well, this heat, different than any others, obviously the 2 leading surfers have very high 2-wave totals, and we haven't seen that today. People have been able to get back in the game with a mid-range 4 or 5 at the most. This is serious. Ross, against the ropes for sure.
Yeah, that's right. Great point. This is the first heat we've seen all day that there are 2 surfers in that
above 15 or
above 14. Yago has 14.
Oh,
straight.
yeah, above 14. I mean, which is, when you do the math and you talk to the greats and listen to interviews and coaches and all that, if those heat averages can stay at that 13.5 and above, they're having if that's what their consistent 2-wave total, heat in and heat out, event out, into event over the whole year. And that's why the GOAT's stats are so insane, that his winning percentage and his 2-wave total across his entire career, not to mention 11 world titles, remained above those bars. And that's what's so insane.
Well, Ross is going to use his priority, the goofy footer. Nice wrap back into the pocket. He sets it up right here. A little bit stronger of a return on a second. Pushed a little bit more.
Well, he won't need a 10 after this wave.
No, he's going to definitely cut that deficit down. And he's still going. So he's found a little inside here that's offering a little bit more scoring potential for Ross Adams. And his high score is a 4. So, most likely he's not going to get that perfect 10, but he is going to cut that deficit down a little bit. As we see the replay here, I like that second turn.
Yeah, it cupped out nice for him. There was a little bit of wobble, a little chop for him, but the thing just kept giving. I love when you can go, as a surfer, when you see a peak coming right at you and you just get to slam the tail into it. So he set himself up for success there, waiting on that score to drop in. 2 minutes and 40 seconds, surfers. Priority is with green. Finn, you need a 9.75. Waiting on your score, Ross. And thank you, Jake and Yago, so far. Having fun watching.
Yep. Well, there it is. Score in for Blue, a 5.1. So it puts Blue into third. Now only needing, still a solid score, an 8.9. But that is a way more attainable than the 10-point ride. So an 8.9 is what Blue is needing, and a 9.75 is what Green needs to get into second. We're down to 2 minutes here at heat number 6, round of 96, opening day here.
So,
Hard yards.
1 minute, 30 seconds remaining, 1:30 on the clock. Conditions it turned on shore just slightly.
Slightly. I mean,
and
it turned it into Airfest because they don't have to fight the offshore.
It did. Yeah, so yesterday was pumping out here, and it was offshore all day. Today, very contestable, as we see up and riding. This is live action, quick in and out for Ross Adams. He knows he's got to be on a better one to get that excellent score to get into second. And also in and out there for Finn, also needing a score as well. And that excellent range, under a minute to go, Mr. Jeff Baldwin.
They move by quickly, 20 minutes, and it's intense. And the fact that they packed 25 or whatever, however, 20 waves into a heat, all 4 surfers divided between them, no end. Thankfully, it's so consistent. We've had very few, if any, lulls where there was maybe 2 or 3 minutes where surfers weren't riding or even having potential to ride.
Yeah, it's the tide's continuing to drop. It's going to it's going to drop a lot more than where it is now, and it's probably at 1 foot tide at the moment. It's going to go in the negative. Full tides, 10 seconds. Here we go with the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, no drama at the end as far as surfers all getting waves. So congratulations to Jake Davis and Yago Ramos moving into the round of 64. We'll throw it to a quick commercial break and bring you back into heat number 7, round of 96 here at the SLO CAL Open.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Jeff Baldwin and Darren Brillhart here, bringing you all the action from Heat 6 into Heat 7. We just saw Jake Davis blazing on through with an 8 and an 8.5 up against Yago Ramos, who had a pair of 7s. Moving into this heat, we have a young competitor who won his first heat, Giacomo Macinas in the green, Shane Frontino in the white, Nicholas Coley in the blue, and Sage Ginaldo in the red. 20-minute heat, top 2 waves. Waves are pumping, and what more can be said, Brillo?
I love being up here. We're up in SLO CAL at Morro Rock. Such a beautiful place. We're staring at that rock all day long.
A bird sanctuary. You see all the bird watchers that are here and a lot of the hotels in town. We're staying at the Best Western, but a lot of them are destinations for bird watchers from all over the world, because this whole estuary, this whole back bay is full of, well, thousands of species of birds. So the bird watchers congregate from all over. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's old news. Yeah. From staying at one of the hotels we stayed, every painting, every picture on every wall was different birds, and there were bird books in all the hallways. Here we go. Shane Frontino driving off the bottom. That right is just coming into its own over there. Boof. Will he hold the rail? He does. Shane giving the judges a look.
Well, it's been mostly left, but occasionally we'll get that right. We saw on the high tide, the right was pretty slopey, but now with the lower tide, it's getting a little bit steeper.
Well, Jake got both his waves on that right. Before him, Jacob Zeke got his, and now we've got Shane.
There you go. Here's the replay for the viewers at home. Nice layback hack finish.
So nice variety. With that tide draining, given the ability with these cupped out bottoms to really like extend or choose where they want a bottom turn. They can kind of control it now with the mushy slopey waves. Before they had to sort of play with it down the line. Now they can draw it back deep and really, control where they want that rail to go. So were guys just standing in barrels yesterday? I got here right as the sun was 20 feet above the water, like the last bit. The car lights were on, and I could just see silhouettes of everyone hanging out. And teepees, peaks.
Yeah, there was peaks, kind of like lined up, walled out peaks.
Like today, just bigger.
Bouncing off the rock and, having that kind of wedge effect. So I love it when I see the wave kind of coming across and have all that energy going left. But it was packed out here. I think almost all the competitors were out here practicing.
Why wouldn't they be? Yeah, I saw a bunch, when I went up after I got checked in and walked into town to get a little food. The restaurants were packed with what looked like sunburned, tired surfers. Because the sun's been intense. And Well, we got 15 minutes left in this heat. One wave ridden so far by Shane Frontino in the white, a 6.25. I'm going to race down and see what Jake Davis has to say about getting a pair of 8s.
We're going to bring Bud back in. All right, so Jeff's going to head down there and get that interview for the last heat winner. We're going to bring Bud back in. Finally got a break all day.
Hey, I'm back. Thank you. It's nice to take a break, but it's fun to watch good surfing too. So it's not really, I'm working, but it's not work.
It's fun work.
It's fun work. Yeah, I'd rather do this than sit in a meeting like I did all day yesterday and look at spreadsheets and talk about 2026 and 7 planning. So yeah, this is inspirational work.
Well, we opened up Shane with a 6.25, and then we have a 2.75 Giacomo Messinas.
And just from what I saw while I was down there having a little lunch and chatting with the guys, the level's risen again. It feels like that last heat was some real good surfing. I mean, throughout the day, throughout the contest, guys are going to be raising the level. Other guys are going to be seeing it and kind of coming along with them. So it's good stuff.
Yeah, this is the higher seed, round 2, the round of 96.
So
and we still have one more seeded round that's going to kick off tomorrow.
I saw some of the names, the Cade Madsons, the Taros, or I don't know about Taro, but I saw Dimitri. Like I said, I saw Huckabee. I saw, we got a list right here.
Yeah, we do. And all the best surfers North America are here to battle out in the SLO CAL Open QS 2000.
And like Baldy and I were saying earlier, like there's no gimmies. Everybody is so good now. You get the right wave, you get the right 2 waves in the heat, and you just keep advancing.
So here we go. Sage on his backhand. Nice smooth style here. So just really just the one turn there for Sage.
And then Giacomo was on the forehand, I believe. Green, they just said, was up and riding. Well, hopefully we'll get a replay in a second. It was kind of spread out with both them riding at the same time. But we got 12 minutes, 25 seconds left. So Shane's wave dropped in. Shane, your wave came in at a 6.25. Got some other scores coming in. Red, Sage, you got a 3.5. And Giacomo, that last wave was a 1.5. Nothing really to worry about there. But I think we're going to maybe talk to the last heat winner here in a minute. We're getting set up downstairs. Take it away.
All right. Well, I'm here with high score of the event so far. Jake Davis just blazing an 8 and an 8.5 on the rights, no less.
Yeah, there's always an opportunity for good rights out here, and today there's really good rights. And I mean, there's really good lefts too, but they're kind of separate. They're not in the same area. And I kind of paddled out a little late for the heat, so I was behind everyone, and it kind of just started me off the way it needed to start.
And did you see Jacob Zakay down the beach get those rights? Was that a motivator maybe, or?
I think he was a little more up the beach. I didn't see the waves, but I just kind of got in a little rhythm with where I was, and it kind of just started chipping off into those good air sections. The wind switched, like I swear, like right before my heat started, and I was just like, oh, I guess we're going for it.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear us out there all the time, all our banter, if you're tuned us out, which you probably should, but we were talking about how the wind shifting to that slightly onshore just gave you guys the maximum opportunity.
Yeah, I needed that. I mean, with the reseed in this event, I lost my seed in the round of 64. I haven't really made any heats this year, so felt super good to kind of get a rhythm going in that heat and hopefully just get the ball rolling for the rest of the event, the rest of the year.
And you've got those beautiful Todd Proctors. That one looks epoxy. It's not here with you. Little swallow or little like thumbtail thing.
Yeah, they're all poly boards, but they just have a UV protected resin, so they all look epoxy. So everyone's always asking me if they're epoxies or not, but they're UV protected resin, so they kind of look like that forever.
Proctor always pushing progression in his technology of his boards, and he has been for a long time. But thank you, Jake. Congratulations. Hopefully this gives you that boost you need back into the seeding round that you want to be in.
I just want to make heats, and it's super fun to be here. Thanks for everyone for support.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow. Back to you guys up in the booth. Thanks.
All right, pretty cool stuff. Sounded like he really took his time and studied where he wanted to sit, and then he felt that wind change, and he knew to make that adjustment. So good job to him and high scores. Here's a replay, though, of this heat. Sage going for it. Big frontside reverse. And, yeah, Sage Gonaldo is going to have a nice score coming in here. And it's in. It's a 7. Red, you got a 7 on that last wave. So situation is red In first place with a 10.5. You got a 7 and a 3.5. Time is 9:10. 9:10. Second place, white. You have a single wave 6.25. Third place, green. You have a 4.25 and a 2.75. You need a 3.51 to advance. And blue, you are sitting on a 1.1, so you need a 5.6 to advance. 8 minutes, 45 seconds.
We had Nicholas also went into the air there, almost stuck his rotation, but ended up not sticking it. Just got a 1.1 for his opener. But Sage's air was super nice, as this is live action right here for Nicholas. And lays it back. And these guys are very flexible.
Yeah, a lot of power. He's got a good blend of power and flexibility. And like you said, I saw him going in the air, and there was a lot of amplitude. Had he pulled that, it would have been a pretty big score. But he's back out there. Right now, Sage in red is in control of the heat with that 7 and that 3.5. And second place, Shane in white with that 6.25. So green's got a little work to do, and blue's got a little more work to do. But we got 7 minutes and 45 seconds left.
Yeah, and a little priority change there. So red was in second priority. Now he dropped to third. So it's white with first priority, green second, and red third priority. 7:30 on the clock.
Looks like green with his better priority takes that wave off red. So Giacomo up and riding on the backhand. Kind of hung up, but then cleans it up that last turn and just hung on the top. That didn't quite push him back in. A little too much fin out the back. But we still got 7 minutes left. He's got a 2.75 and a 1.5. I think he's still got some work to do. He's got a little time left, 6:50, 6 minutes, 50 seconds left. So he'll get back out there and try to leapfrog over Shane in second place.
Yeah, so Giacomo Messinas, his score 2.65, not enough, still needing a 3.51. So as it stands still, red is in the lead. Sage has the 7 and a 3.5, and Shane in that second position. So our surfer in the white jersey has just a single score, 6.25, so he's in a good spot. He's in second, and he only has one score. So whatever he gets is going to extend that second position. And if white is looking to take the lead over red, he is looking for a 4.26.
Yeah, there's a bit of spread in the scores. I mean, second place has one wave, but it's a 6.25, and the next highest wave score, singular, is 2.65. So if he can back it up, he's got to be he'll be feeling pretty good with, 5 minutes, 50 seconds left.
Yeah, so here we have Sage now up and riding, driving off the bottom. Nice wrap back into the whitewater here, hoping this wave kind of lines up on the inside. It hits that deep spot. Really tricky and hard to kind of get through all that. But he was able to get that and finish his last maneuver, and looking to better a 3.5.
And behind him was blue, Nicholas Coley, and that's going to be, looks like his best wave of the heat, because he only has a 1.1 and a 1.2 thus far. So I got to imagine Mr. Coley is going to improve there when we get word back from the judges. So here's a replay of him. A little foamy one, but he's got the strength and the flow to get through. A little setup turn, gets a snap. Snap number 2, trying to find the end section. And a nice finisher. So blue is now involved in the heat. He had a little bit of a slow start, but now he's in there.
And time remaining just under 5 minutes. Surfers just under 5 minutes to go. Waiting for last of blue. And it's going to be his best. He was only sitting on a pair of 1s.
While we're waiting for that, we've got the replay of Sage on this last long ride he got. A lot of swooping turns, but he did complete, and he was already in the lead, trying to replace the 3.5. So
It feels like Sage and Red is extended right there, but we'll let you know a little more when we get some scores back.
And then Sage right there kicking out on screen. He just got his second wave, so that's going to change things for green and blue on the requirements here. And as you mentioned, Sage did improve his situation. A 5.0, last of Red, 5.0. Here's the replay here for Shane on the backhand. Now this is way up the beach too. So he kind of got away from everyone on the lower priority and just, you know, trying to get that second score to put him in a better position here. So just waiting for the score to pop in. There it is, last of White, a 3.85. All scores in, Red in first. Red, your low score is a 5. White, you're in that second position. Your low score is 3.85, which was your last. To take the lead off Red, you're looking for a 5.76. So blue in third, needing a 5.61. Green in fourth, needing a 7.35. So we knew, but as soon as Shane got that second score, the requirement was going to go up for blue and green.
Certainly. Yeah, and blue, I mean, blue's back, and he needs a 5.61. He waited a while to get going. 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. Hopefully we get some more action. We want to end it with a bang and give everybody a chance. But, yeah, Sage and Red is definitely in the comfort zone right now. He's got a 5 as his low, which would be nice to replace. But as of right now, he's looking good. But 2 minutes, 30 seconds left. Priority is with green. He's in fourth place. So he'll gladly use that priority if the wave presents itself.
And this is Nicholas. Here we go on the drone for the viewers at home. And he goes up in the air and reverses it. So Nicholas, what he is looking for, that 5.61. But really just the one maneuver there. He may need a little bit more. We'll wait and see. 2 minutes remaining.
He'd gone for the bigger version of that earlier and not brought it down. And then that one.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, he wouldn't be in this position if he were to land that one earlier during that interview. But here we go. So he set it up here. Nice little air rotation.
It was nice.
Pop the tail out, spun it around. But just, you know, at the end of the wave, as we see now, our surfer in the white jersey, Shane, currently in that second position, looking to improve the 3.85. 1 minute, 20 seconds, 1:20 on the clock.
I wonder if that'll improve. It feels like it's in that same zone. But he's still in second place, so someone's got to pass him up. We'll see what Nicholas's score is when it comes in. Here's the replay of Red's last wave. Open face slash, got the shoulders opened up, cut it back, and I like this little bit where he got back to the whitewater and pushed off to get the speed going.
Yeah, that was that kind of difficult wave to ride here, but he was able to finish it out. That was the 5.0 for Sage. Waiting for 2 scores to drop for white and blue. Blue needing a 5.61 as we're down to 42 seconds remaining. So blue not enough. Score in. It's a 4.75. Blue still needs the 5.36. And up and riding, Macinas.
That was better. He's looking for a 7.35. Whether it gets there or not, I'm not sure, but that was better than what he's had thus far.
15 seconds.
All right, I'm going to count you out in a second here. Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And both red and blue are up and riding. Oh, wow, Red going for the stamp of approval, just kind of a victory lap, but pretty big maneuver right there.
Yeah, no, he launched up into space there.
I guess when you're relaxed and know you won the heat, it's easier to do it than when you're under the pressure. Here's a little replay before we go to commercial, but here's Red again.
Yeah, next heat we're going to be on hold. So the score in for Macinas was not enough, a 4.25. So he's going to remain in fourth. Score in for blue, not enough. So it looks like Sage and Shane are going to make it through. 5.9 reference for Sage. Stand by, next heat. And here we go with the countdown, 10 seconds.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Catching a wave. It never gets old. The tide is meant for surfing, and your vacation is meant for memories. You'll enjoy both at Best Western Hotels in California and Hawaii. After all, life is just better when there's another wave and another vacay on the horizon.
Welcome back to Morrow Bay. We are in men's round of 96, heat 8. In red, we got Makai Bray. In blue, Luke Macbeth. In white, Luke Godinez. And in green, Timothy Fandy. And as of right now, we only have one score on the board. Excuse me, there's another one coming. So locked in right now, we have first place in green, Timothy. You have a 3.75 for your one wave. And in second, white, Luke, you have a 2.5. So green, you got a 3.75. White, you got a 2.5. And there's 18 minutes and 20 seconds, so it's still early. And for those of you who've been paying attention, we had a couple high-scoring waves in the last couple heats. The tide has dropped out, so it's giving these guys a little more punch to push their boards against, a little more aerial maneuvers going down this afternoon. So if you're just joining us, you're right on time.
Yeah, you can't be late for the party because it's always good here.
It's always good on the Central Coast to be at the beach in December with less than 10 miles an hour wind.
Oh my gosh, I forgot
sun.
It was December.
Yeah, it's December. Hey, snap your fingers and it's 2026, really.
Where does the time go? My daughters, as they grow up and have jobs now, they're like, time goes so fast.
Mm-hmm.
What happens? Months just drift by. And I'm like, yeah, I'm looking at you and you're 24 now.
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, no doubt. Especially when you don't get to see them every day. Then it's like, every day it's a slow progression. But when you see them every once in a while, it's like, whoa, you're older. Whoa, you're older.
You're a grown woman living with a career, college graduate. It's amazing.
Congratulations. That's cool news.
Yeah. Here we go. That right. Definitely featuring for all these surfers now.
Luke Macbeth, that first turn was strong. I like the way he kicked a little extra in the pocket there. He's got that extra kick. Here we go. And he's got the loft. Okay, he didn't bring the last one down, but got some work done ahead of time. So Luke Macbeth with a little extra action in the lip.
Using that body torque in those snaps before the air.
Now, earlier you were asking me about the lefts off the rock, and I've since heard that, yes, on occasion it happens. I was told that, well, after this replay of Luke right here, see, watch this. That extra little snap of the tail I thought was cool. And he wraps even the little cutback all the way around. So adding something extra in each little turn.
Yep, and then just couldn't quite pull off the finish. Would have definitely put a nice exclamation on the score. And now green, wow, drifting the fins over that section, carrying a ton of speed into that down carve. Redirect. Well, the low tide giving a lot of opportunity on these rights. Long waves, too.
Yeah, and we have to thank Peak Wi-Fi for bringing all this action to you at home and allowing us to have the bandwidth to make it happen. So thanks to Peak Wi-Fi. And, yeah, that's one of the big parts of these activations are the webcasts. So super cool.
Yeah, Sage is ready. Fired up after his heat win. Bud will be down there in just a second, Sage. Congratulations. Moving into the round of 64. Well, the surfers putting on a show. It all really kind of snapped into gear. That right that's featuring for a lot of the last 2 heats or so since Jacob Zeke's heat. Here we go. Luke Macbeth comes unstuck. Had opened with a 4.5. Can't get much more out of that. Mackay Bray, who had priority, just wanted to get in the game. 5 minutes off the clock, so now he's got his first score. So these last few heats, red has been the feature, the high seeds coming through with the wins. All right, we are ready for the interview. Take it away, boys.
Sage, nice job on that last win. Welcome back to Morrow Bay. You've been here a few times. You enjoy coming up here?
Yeah, I always love competing at Morrow Bay. The wave's got a lot of power out here, so it's a really fun wave.
So what's your home break? Does it compare at all? Do you have someplace nearby where we can kind of practice?
Yeah, I'm based out of Huntington, so this ride's pretty similar to Northside Bowl. It's like kind of throws at you, and you're able to do one good turn in the pocket, you know, good air sections, good layback sections, and yeah, it's somewhat comparable.
Water feel a little colder up here than it is at home lately, or a pretty easy adjustment? Is Hurley suit keeping you warm?
Yeah, this Hurley suit's insane. It's the best one out there, but no doubt the water is freezing, especially in the morning time. It's really cold.
Did you dawn patrol to get ready, or did you just wait for your heat?
Yeah, no, I was trying to be the first one in the water. It's always good to get a couple warm-up waves, especially when you have a heat somewhat earlier in the morning, and it's really good to get extra practice.
I don't disagree. I've always been a fan of the warm-up. So any shout-outs, thanks to sponsors, homies, family?
Yeah, absolutely. Got to thank God for helping me get through that heat. He just gave me the waves and the opportunity, and that's all I could really ask for. And thank you to everyone back home in Huntington supporting me, in Costa Rica as well. All my family down here at the beach and everyone supporting me. Thank you to my sponsors. Thank you to my coach, Brad Gerlach, the Wave Key program, really putting a lot of work with him, and he's making my surfing go to a whole new level, and I'm super grateful to be one of his students.
Well, a lot of GERS students have been doing well today, so way to keep that rolling, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, take care.
All right, well, congratulations, Sage. See you tomorrow in the round of 64. And, yeah, giving his shout-outs to HB, the Ticos, and to Bradley Gerlach with his stable of amazing students and his craft and his depth of knowledge, coming out strong with a heat win. Well, as the tide drops, we have definitely seen these surfers attacking the lip seriously. Luke Macbeth has a 4.5 and a 5.5 out in the lead, comes unstuck on that last wave. Mackay Bray, your opener was a 4.15. One backhand turn got you the 1.45. Luke Janald Godinez has a 2.5 and priority, but they're all up and surfing. Mackay Bray coming at us on this right. Wow, getting a nice drift there. Really clean, didn't push too hard, but put a lot of power into it. Again, kind of like how Jake Davis matched the pace of the wave. Good solid second wave for Mackay Bray. We'll see where these scores drop in. We're looking for surfers in the next heat. Heat number 9, Rex Hennings, Remy Jabori, Elias Smith, and Ethan Hurst. Come get checked in. Ethan Hurst coming through the round earlier.
Yeah, I'm looking to get a replay of that Mackay Bray wave. I really like you mentioned, that end section. He had the right blend of power and kind of float over it.
Yeah, he didn't want to push the tail, extend it too much, you know, knowing he had a good driving down the line wave, and this is where the money was going to come. He kind of widened his stance, put that pressure on the front foot.
Although it wasn't an air, it was tail high, though. That was cool looking. Kind of. Here we go. White, the replay of White. That's Luke. Getting a couple turns.
Yeah, that was a split peak, and the camera went with Mackay.
Okay.
So priority is with green and then blue.
First priority green, second priority blue. 10 minutes and 10 seconds left.
Yeah, Mackay Bray looks like he locked in a nice score on that last wave. It looks like, Mackay, you got a 7 on that last wave. So in first place, red with a 7 and a 4.15 for a total of 11.15. Second place, Luke in blue. You have a 5.5 and a 4.5. That's good for 10 points. Third place, and with first priority, Timothy in green. You are looking to replace a 3.8. You need a 5.7 to advance. And fourth place, Luke in white. You need a 5.01 to advance. So that's where we're at with 9 minutes and 30 seconds left. We're all up to speed.
So a lot of these young surfers now, they've obviously aged out of the juniors, so to speak. The U.S. World team is headed to Peru, or they've already landed and they're there. The ISA World Juniors kicks off here soon, and a lot of these young men and women that we will see tomorrow have surfed on those teams and traveled, and then gone on to be in the Worlds, which is a little bit the older crew. So we wish them the best.
So that's this week, you say?
Yeah.
Exciting stuff. So, I mean, if you're at home watching, you could watch if you have two screens, you could watch this. You could watch ISA. You can get your fill of surf action this weekend.
So we're looking for Remy Jabori and Elias Smith to check in for your next heat, for your first heat. Wham! White. Luke Godinez.
He ripped that one pretty good.
Did he ride out at the very finish? I missed the end.
Let's see what Green does, and we'll check the replay. Green, yeah, no face on that. He's looking to improve on a 5.7, and that wave wasn't going to do it. So we'll see what a replay is. Here's the White's replay. He gets it. First turn, right off the bat in the section. Keeps it moving.
Yeah. He rode out and jumped, and it's hard from far away. He got a 5.1, and that's where I was wondering if he'd made it. I guess from far away with the spray going from where we see it live, those two first turns looked really, impactful, but they were a little soft setting up for the finish turn.
Well, let's see what Luke Macbeth has got here on the back end. He's got two deep bottom turns. He got 3 turns in. That's nice. Yeah, back to what you were saying, Coach Ryan Simmons at the Prime were talking about, you really need to overtly make a point to ride out of the whitewater. I mean, coaches should tell their guys, count to 2.
Count to 2.
Count to 2.
Yeah, count to 2. 1, 2. Well, so he rode out, jumped off immediately.
I mean, the replay, red. Wow, hold the press, because Mackay Bray just got pretty fancy on that one, but
big backside attacking turn, and he knows he got a 4.15 on his first. Look at that, spicy, but got stuck, a little wobble, tried to lay back and ride out. Man, he put a lot of heat into that turn, though.
Off to a good start, but yeah, just kind of blew through it a little too hard. So
waiting on those scores, I guess Luke came unstuck on that last wave. Don't think it's going to better. Luke still looking for a 4.6, and Timothy looking for a 5.8. They do have those scores to drop in. We'll see if Timothy's betters.
Here's that replay of Mackay. Wham. Fast. That was fast. Backside kind of nose pick reverse.
Little trickery.
Yeah, that was cool.
And it's amazing how technical that is and how easy he made it look and how much speed he rode out with, as if, nonchalant but high impact.
And that's where, you separate the mediocre guys from the good guys is, kind of like golf or a lot of sports. When you look like you make it look easy, and he made it look easy, and it was not easy at all.
We got 5 minutes and 45 seconds left in this heat. Surfers in the next heat are all checked in except for White, Elias Smith. So we will see if he checks in, but we're trying. 7.75 is what Mackay got on his last wave, and he is up having fun right now. Chucks it and comes unstuck.
Even that one, it was so easy looking the way he got loose, and
and around. But these guys are good. That's why they're battling. Oh, situation. Blue, you are in second place.
He got a score that he needed, a 5.1.
Yeah, so you're in second place right now with 5 minutes left. White, you're in third place. You need a 5.5 to replace your flat 5.
So he's in a good spot. He needs a 5.5. That is White. Luke, you need that 5.5, and you have first priority.
So, yeah, both Lukes are within half a point of each other right now.
A tight heat between those two, that is for sure.
Yeah, meanwhile, Green was up the beach getting a quick floater, but I doubt it'll improve either of his waves. So right now it's really it's up to White, who's in third place, who needs the 5.5. And he's got priority, so he's kind of the guy at the moment. Blue's up and riding. Luke Macbeth on the forehand. Snap.
I love how he tucks his knee and throws those hands up,
Yes.
kind of giving that counterbalance. Again, I love, that's what's beautiful with surfing. Everyone has their individual style, their unique way their body works with where their line and their art of surfing the wave makes sense.
100%. I talk about that. We're all doing the same maneuvers, but depending on your body or the board you ride or where you grew up, you're going to have a different little tweak on it.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, he's definitely got that extra little flair when he gets in the lip. He kind of gives that little tail accentuation, so it adds spice, adds something extra. I've said spice a lot, so it adds flair. We'll use a new word.
Well, and the way he's compressing and expanding, the spring is loading and then unleashing. And the way his hands are going up in those particular turns is giving that weight free. All the power can go down through his back foot into the tail.
Well, like I mentioned, golf, it's body torque. It's getting your body to kind of work against each other, then together again, and that's what creates the power and the torque.
That whip.
Yeah.
I love golf. Golf is so fun.
It can be, but it can be the opposite, too.
Yeah.
Here we go. Timothy, the better-looking wave here. Oh, yeah, with a better-looking wave. There we go, Timothy in green. Now we go, first turn in the lip. Luke Udinez keeping it active, keeping it vertical and nice clean transitions through those turns.
Man, it's a bonanza of explosive surfing going on right now.
Yeah, throughout the day it just continued to build and build and build the levels, the maneuvers, the scores. Here's a replay of Green. This is going to be his best wave. I'm fairly certain this is Timothy.
Well, looking for a 7.2, and he slamma-jammed the finish. Judges are going to have to reflect on some other heats waves similar to that. That big forehand Mackay earlier had a big right that he wailed into. Time check. We are at 1 minute and 45 seconds. Priority is with our surfer in red, who's leading the heat. Second priority with surfer in blue. A 7.75, Timothy. Timothy jumps into second with that last wave. So a massive comeback for him in the dying few minutes of the heat. Now Luke Macbeth with second priority needs a 6.06. Luke Godinez needs a 6.96. The heat turns.
Godinez is in fourth. He needs that 6.96, and he's still got a score to lock in. So,
right, he had the left going away, right?
I believe so. Yeah, I'm looking see what's going on here. 55 seconds left. 55 seconds. Luke Macbeth coming towards us on the right. Setting up, and you could see the telegraph, and he made it happen.
Goodness.
Yeah,
How was
he liked
the
it.
grab and kind of the time stall in the air? He covered a lot of distance.
He was kind of suspended in motion for a minute up there with the tail high. Yeah.
Well,
here it is.
So we've got 30 seconds, and that grab. He chucked the tail towards the beach, controlled it with the rail grab, and this is going to be an exciting finish.
20 seconds left, guys. Luke needed a 6.06 to go up into second and swipe it from Timothy. 10 seconds left.
That was a lot. Oh, I'm about to count it out. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, well, Surfers in the next heat. Hold on. We got to lock in this last score for Luke to see if it's enough, if it's the just over a 6 to pip Timothy at the post.
So, yeah, they're going to work on that. The judges are going to work on that for a minute. So hold your position next heat.
Well, I love how the scores are coming from, different types of surfing, vertical attacking surfing, power surfing, and above the lip variety.
Still waiting, correct?
Yeah, we're waiting. And no, it came in. So, Luke, your last wave, a 5.2, not enough. Heat results, Mackay Bray and Timothy Fandy through into the round of 64.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
The world has changed, and the workplace has evolved. The option to live free of the commute and busy work life is here. Midstate Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. Customizable in every way. Our team is ready to reimagine remote working with your specific needs. We are excited to help create the new workplace so you can embrace more of life.
All right, that's the drone view of Blue Remy Jabori at the SLO CAL Open, Morro Bay. WSL Pro Surfing in Central California. This is round of 96, heat 9. In red, Rex Hennings. Blue, Remy Jaburi. White, Elias Smith. And in green, Ethan Hurst. So, lovely day, Central Coast, Morro Bay, situated in the middle of Estero Bay. And for those of you at home, here's a replay of Remy on his first wave. Gets a nice snap. Finished it off with kind of a late in the lip, which often looks real exciting when you go into the lip once it's already coming down. So as of right now.
I'm wondering if Elias checked in. Did we have a three-person heat, three-man heat? Not sure if White got checked in or not. Red, Rex Hennings. Oh, man, I love all the variety that's taking place now in these last bunch of heats.
And Rex can go to the air, so that was pretty like standard surfing, but we know he can go to the air should the section ask for it. So situation right now, Remy, your first wave is a 4.25. But in first place, Rex, your first wave was a 5.5, and that second wave was a 1. So first place, Red with a heat total of 6.5. Second place, Blue with a 4.25. So it's feeling like a three-man heat right now. We're not seeing Elias Smith out there, so.
Well, he's missing out. Hopefully everything's okay because it's pumping for his heat.
Well, that's the first order of concern is that everything's okay.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's disappointing because a lot of guys said it's fun out there today, and like we've talked about, there's a lot worse you can do than to be at Morrow Bay on this December afternoon. So, yeah, this is round of 96, heat 9. We're blazing right through the day. Rex Hennings is in first place in this heat. He's got a 5.5 and a 1. Second place, Remy Jaburi. The single wave score of 4.25. And Ethan Hurst in green has yet to get going, but
He's got priority, so any wave that comes, that is his choice. Here we go. Remy up and riding again, coming towards us. Gets that snap, looks for the section, and he's going to the air again for a quick whip. Oh, just doesn't quite ride out of it. And Rex in effects. 1 turn, 2-turn combo. There's a lot of 2-turn combos coming out of Rex. The red jerseys in the last few heats have been kind of dominating. And it continues here. Meanwhile, Mr. Hurst, Mr. Ethan Hurst has something to say about it on that 1-turn backside ride.
All right, I'm here with Makai Bray, who was just firing up on those waves that left the air reverse to start it off, and then the right to get the 775.
Yeah, I was super stoked to have a good start and get that left right after, too. So it was a good surf heat, and I was stoked on it.
And we were talking about your board, the mini lambs of the Lost and Mayhem Empire.
Yeah, I got the Rad Ripper Black Sheep. Shout out to Matt. Board's so fun in these type of conditions when it's like this.
So even up here with the colder water and possible wind, that looks like an epoxy composite model.
Yeah, right now it's kind of my only board, so I kind of have to use it, but I like it either way. So I rode it last event in Cerritos, too. It worked really well, so I'm stoked to be on it.
Why? Did you go and break a bunch of boards?
Yeah, I went up to Santa Cruz and broke like 3 boards, so.
And Matt scolded you and said that's your one board for the event?
I just didn't get them fixed in time. It was my fault, not Matt's.
All right, well, the life of pro surfing, ripping and breaking boards. Congratulations. Feeling good about this event. You've been coming for years.
Yeah, I feel super good. This is usually always my best result, so I'm super stoked to come back here. I love Morro Bay. Visiting SLO, a couple of my friends go to the college there, so it's super fun.
Is that where you're staying, on a couch up at SLO?
No, I'm actually staying at Grandma Karen's, shout out, staying over there with Uncle Jeff and her, so.
Right on. Well, Makai Bray, a fine young gentleman, ripping into the next round of 64 to come up against a bunch of your peers.
Yep. Shout out Big 20, my coach right there. He's a legend. Yes, I know. Yep, super stoked to be around him.
All right. Thanks, Big 20. Thank you, Makai Bray, and we will see you in the next round. Manana.
Shout out to Makai's grandma, because she's going to be feeding him some good home cooking, and then he's got his coach here, so total support crew for that young man. On the screen, though, we got the replay of Rex, and as the replay goes, he comes live. He's on a left up the beach. This is going to be his 2nd turn. 3rd turn, he's in a rhythm on this one. 4th turn, so Rex Henning already with a 5.5 on the board. He's looking to jump into first place. He only needs a 1.25, so I'm fairly certain he's going to get it, and we'll let you know in a minute. Here we go, green. Excuse me, blue. This is Remy. 2-turn combo. We'll have some scores coming in a minute here. Pretty cool for that last heat winner, Makai. He's got some family here. Gets to go see grandma and hang out with the uncle, so you know when he gets back to his place of where he's staying tonight, he gets to relax and, like I said, maybe get some home cooking. So pretty low-stress environment for him to recharge for tomorrow. Here's a replay of Rex Henning. See one strong turn off the bat, then he goes into another one. Sets it up. 3. And the 4th. And all just in sequence, in order, and no dirty rails on any of those turns. So we've also got a replay from Remy. He's got the 2-turn combo that was clean as well. So see what the judges have to say about those 2 waves.
Yeah, we don't want dirty rails, right?
No dirty rails, clean rails. For those of you at home, that just basically means when you're going from one turn to the next, you don't want to see bobbles, you want to see smooth transitions, and that's what he showed us right there.
The way I like to explain it, because we talk from the surfers with the highest knowledge and fans of surfing that know the ins and outs and the little minutia of it all, to people that are just tuning in for the first time to either watch their grandson or granddaughter or whatever it might be, people that have just come down to the beach. It's like when you see a batter at the plate and the ball hits the bat, and before the ball has even left the bat, you know it's a home run, because something in there, our sixth sense, tells us it was perfect.
the motion was perfect, and then you watch the ball go out, or a golf swing when you just know it's perfect, or if you've hit a golf swing that's perfect, and you just feel it, effortless and flow, and that's what that no dirty rails is. When you're watching it, there's nothing conflicting with what you're seeing.
Meanwhile, Remy continuing that backside attack. It's been kind of his go-to up there in that north end of the beach, and he's staying busy, getting a little double up on the inside. He's going to ride it till the end and keep schwacking away at that lip. Yeah, kind of like you said, and when guys get in the zone, it almost looks like it's easy, like they're not even thinking. Remember that old image of Michael Jordan making that three-pointer and looking over going like, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
it's like you're free flow. You're just going. You're not thinking.
And time is suspended, and they're so in the moment and so present that they don't know what's happening. They're timeless, flawless. They're in a sort of parallel universe of themselves, pure consciousness.
I read a book about that, and it was about golf, and it was actually saying, yeah, you think when you're practicing, that way when you're playing, you don't have to, and that's the zone when you know your work is done and you just let it go.
And that's, I think, we know there's a lot of coaches, and we've mentioned Brad Gerlach and what he does with Wave Key, and a lot of that is to encode on a micro level the movement of everything so that when you're in a heat, you don't have to think as far as what you're surfing. There's obviously the technique of how to manage a heat and time and priority and where to be and all that. But again, when you're in the flow, the ocean seems to open up. I mean, how long did everyone say, oh, it doesn't matter if Curran's losing, going way back? A wave would always come. There'd be no waves, and then an 8-foot perfect wave, and he gets a barrel when
I've
it's
heard the stories,
2 foot and mushy, and you're like, how?
He paddles to where a wave hasn't broke all day, and then a perfect wave comes in.
Yeah, so he just had wave sense.
Hey, you guys, you free surfers up there, can you please give us another 100 yards to the north, please? Free surfers, please. Another 100 yards north, please. And Red's looking for a situation. Rex, you're in first place. You have a 7.25 and a 6.5, 9 minutes and 10 seconds left. Remy, you're in second. You have a 4.75 and a 4.7. Ethan, you need a 7.2 to advance. 9 minutes left. So free surfers, yes, please move another 100 yards north. We'd really appreciate it. Yeah, thank you for your cooperation.
And you know what happens to them over there? That current, the sweep down the beach pulls them this way towards the rock, and they're doing their best.
Well, and the rights have gotten better, like as the tides dropped out, so there's more. They're more apt to come this way.
They're like, we want some of that bounty. Yeah, what's that peak called? The parking lot?
A little farther down is you can see right there. It's called the Pit.
The Pit, not
so
the
you
dip.
you get off on the next exit and you go out behind the high school, and there's a high school's right there where those bushes are. So
I would have been out there all morning. I free surfed 100 waves or more.
Yeah, well, I mean, my body didn't get the motion down, but my brain did. So I mean, like I said, the kids, the locals will all be surfing better after kind of opening their eyes to someone. These guys showing them some different stuff.
Well, and that's the great expansion of surfing. We talk about the ISA juniors that are about to happen down in Peru, in the evolution of those games getting bigger and bigger. We'll come back to that right now. Remy Jabori, who has surfed in so many events here and in Pismo. He's had finals runs consistently over all the events. Placing in the quarters and semis, and he's had a good showing. As more and more events are held, more and more countries around the world, the level of those smaller nations that are now becoming powerhouse surf nations, it's because of what you were saying. They've seen events, they see new potential. The barrier gets raised every time. Now they have something they never thought could happen. They're like, oh, that's doable at my home break. Ow. Because they saw someone else finally do it.
Certainly. Well, green, Ethan Hurst up and right and kicks out. We saw Rex get that Rex in red get that last wave, and he went for a big aerial, and it looked a little scary when he landed, but the way he's paddling back out, it looks like he's not hurt, because some of those
You land in the flats with one leg on the board and one leg off, that could be a hamstring instantly gone right there.
Or inner knee, or yeah.
Here's the replay. Yeah, it looks a little scary. He gets up, but when he landed, a little scary there. But he's right back out there. He's young. He's made of rubber.
And his face is made of iron.
His nerves as well.
Steel. Nerves of steel.
Oh, I did that once where I came down with the lip, a back foot fell off, and
the board gets
the front foot stayed on, and my knee kicked my neck, and that hamstring was done.
Oof.
Yeah, that was I knew right away that was a bad one.
Yeah, those are no fun when you hear it internally.
You hear that little ting or like noise, yeah. But that's if you're trying to push the limits, sometimes that's gonna happen. Not that I was anywhere near the limits these guys have, but still. Like I have an analogy about skateboarding. Like people used to come into my skateboard shop and say, "Oh, well, that's dangerous," and I said, "Well, it wouldn't be exciting if you landed on pillows."
Yeah, that's it.
That's the thrill.
I mean, I watch a lot of surf video edits, this, that, and the other, but I watch way more skate just because growing up skating my whole life and whatever, in pools and doing all that, to watch those slams, those staircase and handrail slams, oh man, brutal. They deal with concrete and asphalt and metal. At least we have ocean.
Yeah, the water can be hard when you hit it, but it's not like concrete. Here we go, blue. Oh, big turn. Remy Jabori with a big vert hanger on the backhand. It looks like... Yeah, let's see a replay of that Remy wave because that was a serious backhand snap. Deep bottom turn straight up in the lip, and it was critical. And, yeah, hopefully we'll see it in a minute here. He's already in second place. Here we go. Check this out, Jeff. Bang. Straight up. Critical. Couldn't get another one done, but it was nice looking.
Feasting. As he took off on that wave, he knew it was potentially probably just going to be the one, but he could maximize it with that driving bottom turn where all you saw was the bottom of the board and, two fins. He was tucked under the board and then up into the lip, over vertical. Beautiful.
Yeah, with those sections like that, like we said, backhand it's almost easier, but you still really have to dig in that bottom turn to get that straight up angle to get to that critical part because it's kind of tight to the pocket, those lips are. But he did it. He showed us it. He showed everybody how to do it properly.
And looks like the score already locked in, a 6.0 straight away across the board.
So Rex still in the lead with a 7.25 and a 6.5. Remy in second with a 6 and a 4.75. And Ethan, you need an 8.5, and you got 3 minutes and 25 seconds to find it. We have seen 8-point scores earlier. Can Ethan find a way to up that ante a little bit more with 3 minutes left?
Well, it all can be disguised in one turn. We saw Mackay Bray do it in the last heat. Well, he got a 7 on that reverse on the left. Air reverse.
Yep, like we said, there's more than one way to get a good score. Some guys are doing it with one turn, some with combos.
You know where that always I've seen it play into factor here when it's bigger, when doing one turn is so heroic, one huge finish turn. But the U.S. Open, it happens a lot down in Huntington when you get those big south swells.
Sure. There we go, Rex. Frontside air reverse. It almost felt like he wanted to do some solid base level surfing, and then the last couple waves, after he's got scores, started taking to the air. So maybe I'll ask him about that if he holds on. But here's the replay. Just so confident. He's heading down the line. He's looking for that end section. And
I wonder if that little bump that he hit in the very beginning of the wave on his bottom turn kind of changed his flow. Although he made it look like it didn't happen, but there was this moment where his front rail just hit this bump.
But that's the interesting thing about surfing. You have to stay strong and firm, but kind of loose and flexible at the same time. And
you don't want to be firm against that. You want to absorb it, but right after you want to be pushing off again and keeping that pump, keeping that speed.
Nimble.
Nimble, yeah. Power, strength, and flexibility all at the same time. Yeah,
which makes me want to talk about Ethan Ewing, who just, although, his rail game, it's so insane.
Hey, you guys, at next heat, you need to stay a little closer to the rock, please. If you're in the next heat, the judges are asking you to stay a little closer to the rock, please.
1 minute left in this heat, so just give him a minute, get over a little bit away from him because a right was ridden over there. Under a minute, Ethan, with priority. You need the 8.5.
Yeah, as the tide moves out, I think people might move back closer to the rock, so that will become important to stay out of the way. And the tide really has dropped out. We were talking about that. So I was told that many moons ago during the NSSA days, there was a contest here, and the lefts were just roping off there. Somehow the sand built up, and I guess Jeff Booth put on a real display out here. Back when he was dominating the NSSA.
Yes.
Back when he had Stussy on his board. Booth's a good guy. I've always been friends with him and really liked him a lot.
Epic, man.
Where's he working now?
I don't know the company he's at.
Wow. Oh, that was nice.
Well, big air reverse. So our heat leaders, we're down to 1. That was a quick count out.
We're
Sorry
down to
about
1.
It just snuck up. It went from a minute to no minute.
That would almost sound panic, but oh no.
We were so busy telling those other surfers to move, and we lost it. Our bad. Well, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. That score will come in. We'll come back with heat 10 on the flip side.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Just ride one time for your mind.
Back to Morro Bay, California, round of 96, heat 10. In red, Wesley Santos. In blue, Shane McNulty. In white, Italo Macinas Dixon. And in green, Eddie Traniello. Split peak to start. We got red and green going opposite directions. The camera's on red. That's Wesley Santos. You might recognize the style and or that lovely haircut of his. Very recognizable.
Well, I can't see the haircut from here, but what has he got going?
He's got a big hair. He's got a natural.
He's got the afro.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wesley, he's had some amazing events up here. I remember, he's down in Huntington, spending his time in HB. Powerful surfer, really nice guy. So he got a left, then a right. So he's got 2 waves going. Quick start for Wesley.
Sometimes you find the rhythm. Yeah, he's got a real clean style. Like you said, powerful, got a little bit of everything. Looks nice while doing it. So,
I remember at Pismo, this was maybe 2 years ago, he pulled off a Superman that was insane, like 5 feet above the lip. Perfect Superman, meaning he did an aerial, took the rail, both rails in his hand, straightened, and then landed on the board. Here he is again.
Looking good, looking strong, and looking fast. Okay, off to a good start. Wesley Santos feeling nice with 17 minutes and 40 seconds left. Real comforting when you get a couple good waves right off the bat.
So we got the replay of Wesley right there, but then Green is up on the down the beach, live time. Looks like he just kicked out. So Wesley Santos in red already had a 5.25. We're waiting on another score. Second place Green had a up and down a 0.5, and he's got another score coming in. So Wesley, your last wave was a 6.5. So red is in first place with 11.75. And second place Green, you have a 1.75 and a 0.5. 16 minutes and 50 seconds left.
Man, he went out with a game plan for sure. Italo Dickinson now on this left. Drainer throwing a lot of spray, or what it looks like from far away.
I love the way he sat into that second bottom turn. You'll see it on the replay. He came off that first turn, was setting it up, knew he needed to wait a little bit longer, set into it real firm. Here we go, watch. Sets it up, starts to get into it, then sets it. Bang. Subtleties, but still pretty neat to see.
Well, the San Clemente crew taking another win.
Oh, I got to go talk to him.
Yeah, Rex Hennings waiting to go do his post-heat interview. We'll see you in a minute, bud. 16 minutes left. Priority is with blue. Shane McNulty, excuse me, has priority. Looking for his heat opener. Wesley off to a solid start with a 5.25 and a 6.5, a left and a right. Italo, your last wave, a 4.5. Here we go. Shane McNulty. Another generational surfing family. There we go. Slams the finish. Nice opening wave for him. A smaller right, gets work done. 15 and a half minutes left, and all surfers in the books.
All right.
Well, yeah, you guys take it away.
All right, I'm here with the last heat winner, Rex Hennings. You come up this way quite a bit to compete. I imagine you feel pretty comfortable up here in Central California?
Yeah, I love Morrow Bay. It's really fun up here.
It seemed that way because you went right out there and found a rhythm right away. It seemed like you stuck with stock surfing kind of to get a couple scores on the board, then took it to the air. Was that a conscious idea or just the way the waves panned out?
Yeah, I was like, when I was checking it, I saw a bunch of good air sections, so I was kind of like, just wanted to make sure I didn't fall on every air at the beginning, and I kind of just got really good waves at the beginning and kind of surfed them down, and then I don't know, the whole heat was really good, so I was stoked to get a lot of waves.
Yeah, the prototypical build a house, you got a couple scores on the board, then it started looking like you went for a little more once you had those. Now, any sponsors, homies at home? I see you got your spiritual leader over here helping you out. Any shout-outs?
Yeah, shout out to Lil 20 Hammer. He's right there. Yeah, he's been coaching me for this event.
No family or sponsor shout-outs, just him? He's your sole provider of Stoke?
Yep.
There it is. He keeps it simple. Rex Hennings, we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
All right, nice, Rex. So keeping that internal fire burning. Don't want to give out too many secrets. Give away the energy. Keep it inside. Take that into the round of 64. All right. Scores in. Shane, your opening wave, a 3.75. Italo, your first wave, a 4.5. Wesley is in first place with priority. Italo, you are in second place. Shane is in third, but he's up and surfing. Super floaty over the section. Tacks it into that section and might find a bit more. He does. Bonus section down the beach for some quick, tidy surfing to finish. So Shane McNulty now going to back up his 3.75 opener. We'll have to reconvene with him when he paddles back out. 13 minutes left.
Shane McNulty in blue got a lot of action on the tail end of that wave, it looked like.
Yeah, it just kept giving him a little more.
Wind-up doll.
Yeah. So 3 surfers up road waves, scores to be locked in. Wesley out the back, dominating at the moment, has priority. Is that him again over there? No, okay.
It gets a little trickier this time of the day when that shadow comes off the rock.
Oh, here's red right now. So Wesley on his third wave of the heat, a left, blows it over the lip. Will he come out of that foam bomb? He does not. Going for broke. We love the show, but he might be able to get back out before everyone else. Possibly. We'll see.
Here's that replay of blue Shane's wave. So he floats over that, then gets around it and just finds every lip he can just to vert a couple times. Here's the third one.
Yeah, that was a workman's wave. I mean, the wave was giving him stuff, but he was working for it. He was kind of a little tucked behind the section. Here we go. This is Eddie's wave. The left down the beach got a little flat for him. Working against those grains.
It's just like every time he turned, too, there was a weird little rib that made it tough. And then the other side of that was white. That's Italo. Moving down the line, cut back, finished it off. A little cleaner finish. So, yeah, a couple kind of bumpy waves, but workman's-like performances on them.
Yeah, those were tough waves. But going back to the workman, Shane, your last left gave you a 4.75, put you in second place. 11 minutes left on the clock. Wesley in the lead with first priority, so he did get back out in the water or out in the lineup first. Shane McNulty now in second. Italo in third, needing a 4.01, and Eddie needing a 6.0. Your last wave, a 2.5.
So Wesley's still pretty comfortable out there in first place right now. But Shane is the one in second who a little bit of a danger position considering that Italo only needs a 4.01 and Eddie only needs a 6 with 10 minutes and 20 seconds left. So
Yeah, so that battle between second place Shane and third place Italo with just over 10 minutes, definitely going to be a tight one. Who's going to get a maximize on the next exchange between them? You know, and that's where you think about not making mistakes, pushing the limit, but not pushing too hard. You want to better your low score, which for both of them, one has a 3.75, one has a 3.6.
Yeah, both their scores, our high scores are 4.75 and 4.5. So both their high and their backup are right next to each other. They're, 0.4, 0.4 of a point away from each other. So, yeah, tight stuff right now with 9 minutes and 35 seconds left. Even in green, Eddie only needs a 6, but here's white. Here goes Italo on the backhand. One turn, then gets out of there, doesn't see anything else down the line. Red. Wesley Santos speeding through that turn, wraps it all the way around. And, yes. He's just got a nice blend of power and flow. I mean, It sounds cliche, but yeah.
Easy on the eyes, nice style, settled in, powerful.
Even the green suit and the red jersey are kind of working.
It might be. So no harm, no foul in that last exchange. Italo had the lower priority under Shane, took a wave. It didn't turn into anything. Shane with first priority now. That wave for Wesley comes in quickly, matches his other high score, another 6.50. So the judges loving what Wesley is offering on these waves. I wonder if he even had to change his line a little as he bottom turned and was coming up. The surfer was there, but it set him up for the nice finish regardless.
I saw that, and since he cleaned it up so well, it was inconsequential. Had he maybe bobbled the end, then it might have been more of a question mark.
Yeah.
But yeah, he got through it. Like you said, no harm, no foul. He's good enough. He adjusted. White up. This is white Italo. That was nice.
Wow.
That was interesting extension the way he did it. It was almost like he kicked the tail above him, then out away from him.
Yeah, and it's easy for the board to drift away, but he timed it perfect, sunk his butt in, and stood back up. Managing how the wave push could help him.
Here's a replay. It's just kind of a unique way he did. He grabbed the rail to keep it from going out from under him. So yeah, that can happen real easy. The board just shoot out, and then you're skimming on your backside.
Great control. That's going to be
potentially bettering his 3.6, and maybe that will be the 4.01 he needs to reclaim second place, which he does. A 4.5 is what White gets on that last right. Italo, now you're in second. Shane, you're in third, needing a 4.25. Still holding down priority. Just over 7 minutes to go.
I knew it was going to be right in that zone, but the judges did like that interesting tweak, you know. Like we said, everybody does the same maneuvers in theory, but everybody does them a little different depending on how they how their body's shaped and whatnot.
And he went into the way, or into that. There was no maneuvers really in the first part of the wave, but he went into that last maneuver with a lot of speed. So,
yeah, he projected himself at it. He
Yeah.
didn't just kind of glide off it. He aimed for it and went
yeah,
at it.
and that's where they got him that score.
Commitment. I guess that's a. And again, with you can tell the difference between when someone's committed and really attacking, or when they're just kind of gliding and trying to set it and ride off it. So
No fake it to make it. These judges are way too smart.
They've been around the block a time or two. This ain't their first surf rodeo.
Talk about surf rodeo. Do we get to see time check? 6 minutes and 10 seconds. Wesley, you are in first place. You have two 6.5s. A 6.5 on your second wave and a 6.5 on your fourth wave.
Not much there for Italo coming from behind the section in white. You were talking about rodeo.
Well,
Taj Lindblad?
Yeah, I was going to see the most epic chair up in surf history. But it doesn't look like he is. Yeah, he is.
All right.
He's in heat 11 of the next round, which is tomorrow. So, yes, for anyone that didn't see it, I'm sure you can find the photos going back to a few years ago here at Morro Bay. Taj Lindblad wins the event, and no, his friends didn't shoulder him up, which is the tradition that your feet don't touch the sand. They brought his horse down, and he rode up all time.
Yeah, you're not going to see that too often, and that was super cool. He knows how to win out here. He's got good feelings, so who knows? Could we see it again? Could we see it again?
He came close at Pismo to last year when it was almost like the right-hand point off the pier.
Yeah, I believe he's got family up here and board some horses up here. So, I mean,
Yeah,
they're pretty,
he's up
him and
here
his sister are familiar, yeah.
It's cool to see so many of the, young men now that come up here often because they realize there's such good waves, and it's good to get away from their little mecca there if they're in San Clemente or down in Encinitas area, to get away from Seaside and T Street and Lowers. And
just break it up a little,
yeah.
Yeah, and forever we were known as the Lost Coast, almost forgotten about. So again, it's cool to see pro surfing back and people coming up here and sharing our spoils with us.
I think it's time for me to tap into an Airbnb or something and just come up for a surf vacation. Why not?
The fall
when,
is a
when
real
you know
nice
the weather's
time,
going to be good like this.
Well, I tell people usually that October, November, early November, October, it's the wind's the calmest. It tends to be the fog kind of goes away. South swell, early season, west and northwest. So yeah.
Wesley, you have third priority. You're in first place, and you have two 6.5s. You're winning the heat. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Third priority.
Yeah, we got Wesley in first. We've got Italo in second. Third place, Shane McNulty, you need a 4.25. You have priority. And fourth place, Eddie in green, you need a 6.5. You've got 3 minutes and 15 seconds to find those waves. Wesley's going to stay busy with a little inside runner. Here we go, getting some speed up. We're going to see aerial antics. Yeah, I believe so. There it is. Too easy. Simple as pie?
Simple.
Easy as pie.
Easy as pie, yeah.
Man, I wish. It'd be cool to be able to do that once and feel that relaxed about it.
So that was very, what we call telegraphed. He knew from the start he was going to take off and just carry speed all the way down the line for the finish turn. Confidence builder, feels great, looks great. Will it better one of his high scores? I don't know. Although it was dynamic. The judges want to see a solid turn in the start, something in the middle, and then a finish.
Oh, we got a replay of his duck dive.
They like his wetsuit.
His wetsuit is good looking.
All right, here we go. Shane needs this one. Clacks it in the corner on the left. We'll have to watch the replay because he was way down the beach away from us.
Yeah, I missed the first half, but he's looking for a 4.25. So if he got something before that, who knows? But I personally just caught the end of it, so I'm looking to see.
Well, we'll watch the replay on the monitor. Surfers, there's 1 minute and 40 seconds left. Red, you have first priority. Your last score was a 5.2. Doesn't factor into your top 2 waves.
That's the replay of Italo. He was already in second place. He wants to replace a 4.5.
So that's touch and go with that. Here was green Eddie Trineo.
He completed it, but Eddie was looking for a 6.5.
So this is the critical one. Shane McNulty, nice. Deep off the tail on the first one. Bangs the second one. Little expressive flyaway.
Was that a 4.25 in your eyes?
Not up to me. So the judges are going to look at that against the 4.5s of Italo that were the lefts is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Because,
Here
that's the real marker.
They're still looking at it.
He had a lot of speed, little float there, which,
that's an earlier one.
This was earlier. This was the 4.75.
So they got to compare to that one, yeah.
So this is the one that gave him a bit of bonus down the way. And now this wave was a bit more attacking two-turn.
They are working it out over there next to us.
So we're down to 10 seconds. We won't miss a countdown again. 2 on the book. Strike 3. I'm out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And Red was up before the heat. He already won the heat, but there you go. Now you know why. Didn't quite pull that, but you could just see what he's got.
I know. He was just showing off then.
You big show off.
All right, well, we've got a couple scores to lock in. Obviously, Wesley's is a throwaway. What is critical is Shane McNulty, who had priority, waiting till the end, gets a wave. Will it be the 4.25 that he needs? Judges were reflecting on his earlier 4.75, possibly looking at Italo's 4.5. We'll see where this goes. Surfers in the next heat, hold your positions. It's a 5. Shane McNulty takes second place. That was it. Straight 5. There we go. Wesley Santos and Shane.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Straight back out priority and into this wave.
Oh my! Deep one for West and Webb. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
In the 805,
We're fueled by the pursuit of the path less traveled.
we're artists,
Shapers and creators.
and we love every minute of it.
It's more than a beer.
It's a way of life.
Here we go. We're back from the commercial. Round of 96, Heat 11. Red, Becca McCart. Blue, Charlie Denham. White, Hagen Johnson. And green, Grant Parsons. So we're chugging right along. We're in, like I said, Heat 11 in the round of 96. We've been here since 7:30 this morning. It's 1:47 this afternoon, and we still got some good action going on in the water.
That's right, rounding it out at 16 heats. That will be the day. So we've got these 6 more heats to go, and the conditions continue to prosper. The surfers ripping up these heats. I don't know if we've reached peak low tide yet or we're right around it, but thank you again to Mother Nature for just such clean conditions for the surfers. Blue is up. Charlie Denham on his forehand, driving down the beach, little drop wallet there in the mushy section, wraps it back, and he will get a finish.
You were wondering about the tide, and it looks like we have a negative 1.6 at 3:58,
Oh,
so
so
it's
we
going to
gotta
keep going.
Keep on trucking.
Keep on falling out, tide. Perhaps it'll turn into that left dream off the rock that we talked about, but we'll see. Either way, these surfers will adjust. But yeah, big tide swings. It must have been 5-something in the morning to negative 1.6, so it's, this time of year.
And does this beach have a bunch of clams? Like, you know, Pismo has all the clams?
No, Pismo is the one. And I'll
That's
tell
the
you
clams.
what,
It's crazy.
Well, I grew up and my parents liked to go clamming, and then they were gone forever. In the last 3 years, you'd start feeling them under your feet.
Now
There's days you go at low tide, and it's
Well, they
a
made
minefield.
all those, fortunately, restrictions that you have to have a license and there's fines. And
It's got to be bigger than your fist, basically 5.
But you have to pay, and you can't just be down there collecting clams.
Yeah, and they are going to do an off season because some people have been getting a little greedy. So we do want to make sure it goes on, and people in the next generation can have clams. But yeah, the Pismo clam is back. Remember, Bugs Bunny was always trying to get to Pismo to try to get some clams, and now he can. So anyway, enough of the Pismo Beach talk. We're in Morro Bay, California, center of Estero Bay, just about 10 minutes inland is San Luis Obispo, Cal Poly, for some of you familiar with that area. But for right now, we're in the middle of round of 96, heat 11, pro surfing, world qualifying series here at Morro Bay. Here we go, up and riding. Beckham McCart on the backhand. He matched the rails of his surfboard to his jersey. Second turn, third turn. Red getting it done. Mr. McCarthy at the north end of the beach, and Hagen Johnson kicking out of one. We'll get a replay for Hagen Johnson here in a minute. But here's a replay for those of you at home. That's Hagen Johnson getting a big backside turn. So I missed that in real time, but I saw it on the replay, and it was nice and crisp. So Hagen Johnson waiting for that score to drop in. 15 minutes and 30 seconds, so we're still in the first quarter of the heat. In a minute here, we'll talk to our last heat winner, but right now we've got a replay of Beckham on his first wave. We'll let that run through. Here he is finishing it off. That was Beckham McCart's first wave, and it sounds like we're about to cut down to the interview with Baldy and the last heat winner, Wesley Santos.
All right, Wesley Santos living down in Huntington Beach. I think still living in Huntington Beach. Beautiful style. We love watching you surf. A pair of 6.5s. You got one on the left, one on the right, and you just kept finding those rights to have fun on.
Yeah, I was trying to, improving myself all the time, keeping busy. Because, everyone's surf is good here. And also, I love to catch a lot of waves and, show my surf.
So living in Huntington, are you working with a coach down there? There's so much access with Brad Gerlach and Ryan Simmons and many others, and you're surfing with a lot of the world's best every day?
For sure. I live in maybe one of the best places for training around the world. We have a bunch of good talents there, a bunch of good coaches as well. And also, sometimes I get some trick here, get there, but I don't have like a coach, full 100% coach, but we always like share some positions and like some, some dreams and, some air, some tricks. And, I'm glad to have good friends around me to, support me and give me good energy.
Well, you always have energy. Let's talk about your Sharp Eye. This model, special for you?
Oh my God, this board's like a crazy board. I brought in the rack in Sharp Eye Surf Shop. Works so good for me, and yeah, I'm stoked to have this blade on my foot and, give me a lot of comfortable to ride my airs and, land my airs and doing a lot of big backside turns as well.
Well, you sure do have those aerials on lock, landing so smooth and like cushion.
Yeah, I'm stoked now. I'm training. My last couple of weeks was super intensive. I put all my airs on my foot. I'm stoked to come in here and finally show my talent for you guys watching and sending to me a good vibe.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is why we love Wesley Santos, always bringing the good vibes. Yeah, we're going to let you.
Brasil, é nóis. Bora panga, bora molecada, é nóis, caralho.
There we go. Back to you guys. Thank you.
Now, is that guy a vibe or what? Off the rack board, positive thoughts, and you could be winning heats. Look at that. Keep it going, man. We love your smile. Wesley Santos. Look out for him later. He's like the happy warrior, ripping it up. But right now we got a replay on the screen for Grant Parsons. His last wave went for the big frontside air reverse, brings it down. Waiting to hear the scores. Once we get those scores, I'll bring everybody up to speed. Meanwhile, we've got Mr. McCart up and riding, slashing. Number 2 gets loose with the fins. Finishes it out. Nice little wave there. What a guy, man. What a guy, Baldy. It's hard not to pull for that dude. Here we go, White up and riding. This is Hagen Johnson. He comes up this way quite a bit to destroy lips like that.
Yeah, Wesley's a cat, man. That guy smiles infectious, right? It's just beaming through the webcast across the planet.
Man, someone needs to put a sticker on the nose of his board because just the vibes and the way he presents himself, I think he'd be a good look for a company to represent someone. We've got some live action, but on the screen's a replay of red. That was Beckham McCart. Meanwhile, we're going to cut to some live action. We'll get some more replays. Here's the replay of blue. Charlie Denham on the forehand. Setup snap and combos it up, but kind of gets gobbled by the whitewater. Here we go. Grant Parsons on a foamy one. Let's see if he can cut through the foam. Kind of a light 2-turn combo. He already had a 5.5 on the board, so let's let some scores drop in and we'll get everybody up to speed on where they're at.
You know, it always blows me away, and because we got sidetracked and we could just have gone on in that interview for a long time because the good vibes were flowing. Funny when he says, oh, this board is crazy magic. I just picked it off the rack.
Yeah.
You're like, what is the deal with so many surfers that can't get a board and then they pick one off a rack? Why wouldn't you be there and, anyway, order one from them? But sometimes they come off the rack and they're magic.
Well, that was a little bit of magic right there. Hagen Johnson on that frontside reverse, kind of nose pick out front to the flats.
He goes to that turn. I've seen him do it now for years since he did his first QS event, I think, up in, it was either here or Pismo. But, he's been a giant killer with that. So it's a go-to for him. And then he's kind of put the power surfing in after he had the airs on lock.
Well, as he was younger and lighter weight, I remember, he had those real flexible knees, and he'd throw that around. But as he matures, you kind of learn to engage the rail, and then, as we well know, to get to the next level, you got to have both.
They got to have both. To beat the superpowers, you got to be a superpower.
Yes,
and
sir.
That was a great example of it. 9.5 minutes left on the clock. Red, you are in second place. You have a 4.5 and a 5, and you're sitting in third priority.
Just to round that out, green, you're in third place. You need a 4 to advance, and blue, you're in fourth place. You need a 5.75 to advance. There's just over 9 minutes left, so that's where we're at the moment. And we got some interest in this set, it appears. Everybody having a look at it, but green has first priority, followed by blue, then red. So green gets his pick of the waves. Doesn't look like anybody wanted much of that one. But yeah, it's cool to see people having fun. You know, surfing's fun. We all started it because it's fun, and competing's fun. So, I mean, some people do it with a grimace on their face, and some guys like Wesley do it with a smile. So it's, I mean, a lot of different ways to get it done.
Well, we were talking about how, you know, like kind of sky's the limit, and you see things, new things being done at your local beach when an event comes there that maybe you didn't think were possible. Alluding to my interview with Wesley, living in Huntington and surfing with so much talent, so the bar is always being raised. You're having to be on point all the time and measure yourself against and take tips and watch and absorb. And so he's loving life down there in HB.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, you know, that's still going on in Huntington, because, you know, 15, 20 years ago, Huntington was where you moved to. And then now it's kind of turned into San Clemente, but it's really, all those guys are surfing the same spot. They're shooting back and forth.
Oh, they're surfing. Yeah.
So that whole zone, yeah.
San Clemente. I mean, down where I am, man, Seaside, it's crazy.
Yeah.
There is so much talent in that parking lot and on those peaks, because you got 3 breaks. You got the Reef, and then Palisades and parking lots. So between the 3, it's just a hotbed of ripping.
And each little peak's got, you know, their own guys. And then there's ones that go around, but yeah.
And since kids don't go to school anymore, or a lot of them, at least down my way, and it seems like, I'm sure Huntington's the same, San Clemente, maybe they do private or they do homeschooling, whatever they're doing, but they are there 24/7.
Well, that's what I was tripping on when I got to lowers at 6:30 on a Monday, uppers at 6:30 on a Monday. There was already 30 guys in the water.
Yeah, all ages.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
30 people, I should say.
And the 12-year-old
Young,
frothers
old,
are there just to smoke you.
Yeah. Oh, they're I kind
aggressive.
of stayed away from them. I had this little handlebar thing in my bald head, but they weren't afraid of it. They'll just get right in the mix.
Yeah, they're immune to it.
Well, city life, too, and crowded breaks, you got to learn how to kind of like maneuver your way around them, and they seem to have done that. Here we go. We got a set coming in. 6 minutes and 17 seconds left. Green is up and riding. That's Grant on his backhand. Bang. Projection. Nice. 2 turns. Third one coming. This is looking nice. Oh, bring it. Got a lot of work done. Charlie Denham finishing up that one on his forehand. 5 minutes and 35 seconds left. Hagen Johnson still in the lead with that 12.5 total. He's got that 7-pointer that goes a long way in a heat. Second place, Beckham in second with a 5 and a 4.5. And third place, Grant. Meanwhile, White jamming down the line on one of these rights. Bang, nice finish. Well, White was already in first place, and his low score was a 5.5, so let's see if he improves on that.
So regardless of the low tide, still, you know, we see walled waves, but what they're taking off in surfing, giving a lot of open face, lefts and rights, and up and down the beach, too. So all sandbars kind of have their moment.
Here's the replay from Grant on his last wave. This was a real nice wave. I just wish he could have buttoned it up at the end, but he's still going to come in at a nice score.
Yeah, he needs only the 4. So, and he's back outside in priority, and the judges haven't given him the score. So, seems a good chance he'll go into second, but we will wait for that to be official. Hagen, your last wave comes in at a 5.7, so you extended your lead by another 0.2 of a point. Grant Parsons goes into second now with that last wave, a 5.5, matching his earlier score. And Grant, you have first priority with just under 4 minutes to go. All scores are in. Last wave of Charlie, a 4.35. So Beckham, you need a 6.0, and Charlie, you need a 6.65 to go into second. 3:40 on the clock. Priority is green, green, red, blue, white.
Yeah, so a 6 and a 6.65 are what the two bottom third and fourth place guys need to get into advancing position. Certainly attainable. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, coming up next, Heat 12, Cooper Jewell, Travis Southworth, David DuCarmo, and Max St. Dennis. It's fun after doing all these years of these events. You hear a name and you remember a moment. And
I remember DeCarmo doing a big gouge out here on like a 8 to 10 foot face.
I remember, there was this far bar way outside. He was sitting 100 yards further out than anyone, doing these giant roll-ins and then maximizing.
And he's another one of those kind of happy warriors.
Brazilian
he does it with a
rippers.
smile.
Oh,
yeah. He's been banging around forever. He was on the Challenger a couple years ago. He's been banging around these qualifiers forever. He's mixed it up at the top tier. I think he's got a couple wild cards here and there. So he knows how to get it done in the heat. And he's, like I said, he's come up here quite a bit for this and some of the events in Pismo. And so, yeah, he's familiar, and he's definitely a threat. He's also pretty good in the small stuff, so if it does get smaller in the next couple of days, he's very capable of grinding it out. But all these guys are.
Wicked fast.
Yeah.
I mean, there's definitely a difference. Some surfers, smaller in stature, are just so wicked fast in tiny surf, and they maximize.
We were talking about Kay earlier, like a little power nugget. Yeah, he'll fly all over the place.
Yeah.
Rafael Pereira.
Uh-huh.
Same kind of thing. Small but real powerful dudes. 1 minute, 40 seconds left. Beckham's still looking for the 6, and Charlie's still looking for the 6.65. Priorities with green, then red, then blue. And 1 minute, 30 seconds, you guys. Looks like we might have a couple lines to the north end. Everybody's having a gentle meander up that way to see what pans out. Like I said, green has priority, followed by red. So here we go, red. Becca McCart.
Good. That was a good example of body language in the end of the heat, needing a 6 and not in the best priority situation.
Yeah, that didn't scream enthusiasm.
No.
No.
All right, surfers, down to 45 seconds. So time to get it done for Charlie or Beckham.
And we got a couple lines coming in. So someone going to shake it up in the last 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Well, blue has higher priority over white, and they were over there in the corner. Under 30 seconds.
Oh,
ow.
He got away from it. That could have been bad.
Yeah, that's not good. Fins up. 20 seconds. Will blue get an opportunity? Blue up. 10 seconds.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to do it. Valiant effort. Ready?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So a little tussle at the end. He got his shot because white surfed. Then he got an opportunity, and it didn't open up for him. All scores in. We'll go to a quick commercial break, and you can join us back here for Heat 12, round of 96.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Discover the beauty of Morrow Bay. With its stunning coastline, hiking trails, and wide open spaces, you'll find plenty of outdoor activities to enjoy. Take a stroll along the beach, rent a kayak and explore the bay, or take in the beauty of the iconic Morro Rock. With so much to see and do, Morrow Bay is the perfect destination for your next outdoor adventure. Experience the magic of Morrow Bay and book your trip now at morrowbay.org.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for joining us. Jeff Baldwin and Bud Aquino here, rounding out the day. Heat of 96, or round of 96, heat number 12. We've got Cooper Jewell in the red, Travis Southmore in the blue, David DeCarmo in the white, Max St. Dennis in the green. We just watched Hagen Johnson have a great performance, moving on through in first, and Grant Parsons getting second in that last heat. So they will be showing tomorrow in the round of 64, coming up against the high seeds of this event. It will be stacked. And Bud, thoughts? We have had pump and surf all day. Great execution on the waves. So much opportunity, high scores, drama, buzzer beaters.
Well, I saw the forecast earlier in the week, and I knew there'd be some serious ripping going on. So, I mean, I haven't been disappointed, and I don't think anybody at home has either. Had some cool stories, like you said, buzzer beaters, some people staying with their grandmothers, some people taking exams at Cal Poly later this afternoon. It's been a lot to take in, but it's been fun.
Yeah, a mixed bag of humanity, right?
Yes, sir. There we go. Travis Southworth from Mexico, so south of the border competitor in blue right there, getting the heat started right there.
And we were talking about David DeCarmo, who's lives here, but he's from Brazil. He's been here a long time and done this event and the Pismo event many, many times. Loves getting up here into the Central Coast.
Yeah, and I'm
David.
I think he's pretty easygoing, man. Like,
yeah.
I think if you called him David, he'd just smile and say yes. You know, I've interviewed him and talked to him. He's a real nice cat.
Travis, your first wave. A 5.0, blue opens with a 5. I'm telling you, man, Hammer must be making a bunch of dough because he's coaching everybody. He's walking home with bank. That last wave for blue, Travis comes in at a 2.75. But with that, you've got the 2 waves so far ridden in the heat. You're out in the lead. Priority not established for anyone other than Travis has the 2 waves, and he's in 4th priority, so the other guys can take a wave if they're near him. All right, we're going to go down to Hagen Johnson, who is with Bud Aquino for the post-heat interview. Hagen was ripping in that last heat.
Yeah, I am here with Hagen. He found the rhythm right away. He competes up in this way quite a bit, so he's familiar with the area. So welcome back, Hagen. To any particular strategy you had going out there? Because it seemed like you found the rhythm.
It looked like it was changing a lot before my heat, so I don't know, just waited for the sets, and it paid off.
And what's your home break again?
Like T Street, lowers.
Little adjustment to the water. Are you wearing booties at home right now, or was that a little change up?
Little change up, but I love getting in booties. Just don't have to wax as much, so.
One less thing to worry about. And then speaking of home, it seems like you are under the stable of the Hammer. He's been coaching a lot of people. I hope you guys aren't paying him too much because he's going to make a lot of money with all these heat wins.
Yeah, he's making a bag this trip. Shout out to him, coaching everyone. But, yeah, stoked.
So did you come here with him and a whole crew? Is that kind of the way you guys travel in a pack?
Yeah, we always just support each other. So stoked to see hometown boys just supporting.
Right on. Any sponsors or family members or homies you want to shout out?
Shout out my family watching back home and my girlfriend and my shaper roomner.
Right on. Better include the girlfriend. Got to keep her happy. But anyway, nice job. We will see you tomorrow, and looking forward to it. Any special secrets for tomorrow, or just come back and adjust?
Adjust. That's all you can do here.
Sounds about right. All right. Good luck to you.
All right. Thank you, Hagen Johnson. Moving on into the round of 64. We got a few waves ridden in between there. Cooper Jewell got his opener, a 3.6. We saw the replay, or we will. We saw the live before the interview. And David DeCarmo in the white opens with a 3.25. Max St. Dennis now on his opener. Woo! Blew the tail out a little too high and wild there on his forehand.
Yeah, Big Hammer seems to be the coach of the champions on day one, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got a big stable.
He is. He's bringing the energy, the positive energy to his guys, and I guess some of the gals too. They're all from the same pack, down there in that San Clemente zone.
Yeah, so I wonder when they come up as a posse, do they get hotels or do they just rent a big house and all flop in it because they know they're coming? They're organized. The schedule's, on the calendar way ahead of time, easy to plan.
I think there's still something to who you bunk up with, because some people are just going to mesh better than others. Some people might be into staying up later or this or that. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to ask them. Maybe we'll have to ask on one of those next interviews.
Man, last night, I don't know what was going on. The person next to me, they had a young baby that screamed bloody murder for 4 hours straight. Like, as gnarly as a baby can scream and have a tantrum, that's what was happening.
I'm glad.
It was brutal.
Did you manage some sleep? I hope so.
Yes, I
All
did.
Right. Hold on. We got Cooper Jewell up and riding on the back end. Little nice glide over that and gets to the end section. Nice.
Yeah, a lot of projection through both of those on the lip. So that board carrying up over. Yeah, that timing was perfect.
He used that. He made a maneuver that was both a maneuver but a functional kind of transition at the same time. So, and he went a long way to get to that last section and made it count. So cool stuff. There's that replay I was talking about. He got over that first section and kind of squirted away from it and got to the ender and finished it up. So nice job. Waiting for the score to come in. He already have 3.6. Here's our competitor from south of the border, Mr. Travis Southworth. Kind of a bigger, lankier style, but he's slashing it up, staying busy. A lot of energy. Nice. No downtime at all on that wave. So we've got a Mexican surfer and a Brazilian surfer in this heat against the two Americans. So,
well, this North American region is really vast. I mean, because you've got the United States, you've got Canada, and then you have Mexico to, I think, you have Barbados and all that also, and then you have South America or Central America. So it is broad.
Here's a replay of that wave we just talked about.
Yeah, so it's all the way down to Panama, I think.
That is a big territory.
Canada to Panama is the region.
Well, that's that wave on the replay of Travis Southworth finishing it up. We're still waiting for a score to come in. But as of right now, that last wave dropped in. Travis in blue, you got a 4.6 on that last wave, and you jump to the lead. Here goes Max St. Dennis on the north end of the beach, wrapping it around and finishing it off. Got up and over
tail loose. Cooper Jewell up again on the backhand. Oh, nice invert. He's got a little extra something on the backhand.
He's got a good relationship going on with his shaper because they know what to do together.
Here we go, DeCarmo. So fluid and everything's just strong looking. Got that last one a little late, but the first 2 turns he flowed through that whole wave. He's only sitting on a 3.25, so he will gladly take another score on the board right now with 9 minutes and 20 seconds left.
Yeah, he needed that playing catch up. Max in 4th with the 1 and the 0.5 needs a much bigger score. He's going to get something. But David, who we know has been a threat many years, just biding his time, waiting for that wave. Nothing is too far out right now. Travis, not far out in front of him.
So we just saw Max's replay, and here's David's replay. Clean surfing all the way through. And he's right back out there. I mean, right now we still got Cooper in first with a total of 9.6. Travis in second, also with a 9.6, which you don't see that often, a complete tie. So we're waiting for a couple more scores to come in for David and Max. So, okay, there they are. What do you see, Jeff?
Well, some good scores. Max got the better of it. A 5.4 for our surfer in green. Max, you're still in 4th. You need a 4.2. David, your last wave, a 4.95. You're still in 3rd place, but now you need a 4.66. Travis in 2nd has first priority. Cooper has in 1st place, but right now David DeCarmo, he gets out of that one. The way the sun hit that face, it looked like maybe he'd make it down the line.
This is looking nice. Mr. Southworth with that first turn gets it back in the lip for a lot of spray. Well, little hand gesture, I'm not sure, but you always kind of wonder what the hand gestures mean. Did he like it? Did he not like it? Does he kind of hope the wave was going to give him a little more? See, here we go. He gets that first turn. And then thought it was going to run down the line, got that hit, and then he's kind of like, what happened?
I think he was like, yeah. There was a bit of error, a little mistiming. What did I do?
That first turn had just the release out of it was interesting.
He hit the rail.
Yeah.
Here we go. Max now fighting his way from 4th. Full redirect. Tucks his head down between his knees, even got a little head dip.
Yeah, almost the under the lip snap on the finish of it. Okay, White had to get out of the way because Red had the better priority, and Red goes straight up, vertical, backside.
So tactics right there.
Yeah.
Cooper Jewell in 2nd, knowing David could easily go to the air or get the score he needs to take my spot.
Defense and offense at the same time. Yeah.
So we'll wonder if Cooper betters the 4.35.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting because it was one turn. It was a nice turn, but, yeah, 4.35 is his low right now. Here's a replay from Green. So, yeah, he hits it, but then almost under the lip snap on the way out.
That was pretty.
Yeah. I like how David just kind of waited to make sure, but then this was a nice turn, too.
Yeah, he tested him, and now he cleared the lineup. So maybe it was preemptive tactics.
Well, not only tested him, but just one more thing to think about. You know what I mean? When you see him out of the corner of your eye right there.
Well,
Green, you are in 3rd place. You have a 5.4 and a 3.15.
Yeah, the last wave was at 3.15. Your last wave came in at the 3.15.
Cooper, you have a 5.25, and your last wave was a 4.9. You're in 1st. 5 minutes and 35 seconds left.
So it paid off. Cooper extended his lead when he used his priority over David and got a 4.9. Now we go.
Of David.
Yeah. Nice little down carve, knowing that wave is so flat. Even the drone made it look really flat. So he had 2nd priority, used it, and it didn't really work out in his favor. That's a throwaway. He's got just over 5 minutes to get back out in the lineup, regroup, and hunt again for the 4.81.
Like you said, that wave was flat, and DeCarmo's been doing it for so long. He knows what a 5 is. He knows, you do it long enough, you just instinctually know if a wave's going to give it to you or not, right off the bat.
Yeah, and he didn't want to spend the energy or waste the time. Cut out, paddle back out, start all over. David, you need a 4.81 to advance. Max, you need a 4.35 to advance. 4.5 minutes left. Priority, blue, green, red, white.
We got someone looking really interested here paddling around. Is that that's blue with priority, Travis Southworth, our Mexican surfer. Oh, he started off with that right into the lip right off the bat, and could have set him up for this left that's still running, but I'm sure.
It's funny how that works. He got so focused on getting into the lip, which he did, but didn't notice that little rib coming up the face.
Maybe
caught that outside rail.
Maybe looking down the line just a hair too early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Full focus sport.
Well, shake it off. He's got 3 minutes and 40 seconds left. He's going to be in the bottom of priority, but I think that'll change in the next minute or so. Here we go, DeCarmo.
Oh, this thing's got some potential. Two
Nice
big
combo,
turns.
yeah.
He comes out with double claim. I hear someone clapping for him. His posse hyped. He needed a 4.81.
He's just a happy surfer. You see him like get a wave, and you can see joy, and that's it. Here we go. Here's a replay. Nice glide across that and straight into this. Bang.
Well, like power floaters.
Yep.
I think I saw there was a recent interview with Peter Mell, who maybe we'll see tomorrow. I don't know if he'll come down and watch John or if he waits for the finals. But we're down to just under 3 minutes, surfers, waiting on that last score for white. Pete Mell, someone asked him what's the most underrated maneuver, and he said the floater, which was cool. For a while, floaters were so out of favor, but floaters rule. Floaters are the best.
I bet you Adriano would agree with that.
A lot of people, man. Floaters made a full comeback after Floatergate down in Brazil all those years ago.
Well, there is the difference. The judges, the fine-tuned eye can tell the difference between just some little get over a section or a truly committed and maybe rock the tail out on the way down, you know?
Right.
And if it's a meaty section and you're looking 6 feet down, it's scary.
So the score comes in. DeCarmo from fourth to first with that last wave, a 6.25, flips the script. Now Cooper Jewell in second. Travis Southworth in third, needs a 5.16, and Max with priority needs a 4.74, just under 2 minutes. David gets it done, finds the set wave, and as we were saying, or talking about floaters, got the score plus a bunch more.
Well, yeah, I mean, he knows how to do it. Like we said, he is a gamer. He's been in this game for a while. He knows what to do and when to do it. And there was that moment where he kicked out of that wave earlier and got out of the way that kind of set him up to, 3 or 4 minutes later be in position for that one. Subtle little things here and there 5 minutes prior can change the way, things happen later when the waves come. And it's very abstract, but it's very easy to see at the same time when it happens. So DeCarmo from worst to first with that last wave. Nice job. But now he's got to look over his shoulder because Cooper only needs a 5.96 to jump into first. Travis only needs a 5.16 to get back into advancing. And, Max only needs a 4.75. But there's 45 seconds left. All right, Travis wants to try to get back into second place with this last wave. Couple turns, just lining up. Nice. A lot of spray.
He smacked it.
He liked it.
Needs a 5.16.
Oh, Red just tore into that one. So.
Wow, surfers were down to 10 seconds, so the countdown will happen shortly. Scores to drop. Will anything change? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Exciting stuff at the end of that heat right
So here's the replay of our surfer from Mexico, Southworth. Took off on this wave with not long left in the heat, needed a 5.16. He's psyched. You can see the hand clap there. And did DeCarmo get a wave before the buzzer and go for that big layback?
Yes.
Okay, I missed that because I saw the guy going right also.
Cooper got a wave too, and he and Travis are the ones that are kind of – here's Cooper's replay. Well, and he got a nice turn too. So
they're hunting to get into second, right? David's out in the lead, so maybe he extends his lead or not with that wave.
I feel like he may have, but either way, he was the one they're chasing.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Catching a wave. It never gets old. No matter how many times you've done it, the tide is meant for surfing, and your vacation is meant for memories. You'll enjoy both at Best Western Hotels in California and Hawaii. Our coastal locations make every getaway unforgettable. So go ahead, binge the beach. After all, life is just better when there's another wave and another vacay on the horizon.
All right, for those of you in Webland, we are running through some replays. Had a flurry of action at the end of the last heat, so we're reviewing some of the waves to make sure the judges get all the scores just right. So that's what you're seeing right here. These are replays from Heat 12. Trying to sort it out. We're on hold for the next heat.
So those were Cooper Jewell's 2 scoring rides before his last wave, but he was in second. So what's critical, right, is this blue Southworth needing a 5.16. Judges were deliberating.
So I think this is his last wave.
Yeah.
And he needed a 5.16. So that's where the question is right now. Is that a 5.16 to jump over Cooper Jewell in advance? Hold on, guys.
Yep, still got a few scores to lock in.
It looks like we're good. What happened there, Jeff?
Well, let's see. Are we doing count-in or recap? It comes in, Travis, at a 4.5. Not enough to go into second. So moving through, David Del Carmo and Cooper Jewell. Valiant effort. That last left just wasn't enough. The opening turn, the finishing turn, nice. I think they were comparing it to Cooper Jewell's backside, his big turns. So that's it. We're counting in the next heat. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sure. Well, welcome back, everyone. Thanks for joining us live on the webcast here for the SLO CAL Open in Morrow Bay. We love being up here, and we love having you with us. We have had an incredible day of action, and we've got more to come. In the red, Sebastian Mendez. Blue, Keon Yang. White, Lucas Taub. And green, Karsten Wenk. That heat rounded out these 4 surfers. Heat 13. We're going on into, well, finishing the day with Heat 16. It's been a long day. They're always a long day, but a fun day because the conditions have been primo here in Morro Bay since we showed up as the full moon was setting and the frigid offshore was blowing, and we expect the same tomorrow. Possibly a touch smaller, but as you can see, if you've been watching, even though this is half the size of yesterday, it's still head high, or a little more, a little less, but Super fun waves. I would have loved to have been out there ripping it up, free surfing all day. The conditions are, well, pretty darn good. Peaks up and down the beach. Empty peaks, actually. We had a cool thing down our way in Encinitas about a month ago, a little more. We had Taylor Steele, the iconic filmmaker from Momentum Generation, hosted a whole week of films, short films, concerts, and all that. And why I'm saying that is because that young surfer right there in the blue had a feature film at one of 3 nights at La Paloma, which was really cool to watch, along with Tosh Tudor and a whole bunch of others. There was all kinds of musicians and artists. It was a great time. Well, I guess we'll get the score for Keon once we do this interview with David Del Carmo.
Yeah, I'm down here with David Del Carmo. He is no stranger up here. He's hung big scores up here for years, and he just won this first heat of the event. How you feeling? Welcome back to Morro Bay.
Thank you, thank you. Thanks for having me one more time in Morro Bay. I love this place, so feeling really good.
Well, we'd love to have you more than just this one more time, but I heard you say it's a little tricky out there. It's kind of like you can luck into them or you can kind of be on the wrong side of them. Is that what I'm seeing?
Oh, yeah. The waves are really good, but you can spend a lot of time and get nothing. So I actually got lucky to get the kind of closeout one with like third priority. And yeah, and then after that, I just got a backup right on the blizzard border with another layback in the end. So yeah, man, you gotta really pay attention because it's kind of peaky. So you can be in the opposite side of the peak and kind of don't get nothing.
Yeah, you kind of had a slow start and really picked it up in the second half of the heat. Did you kind of move inside and start picking off a little more? You had that priority thing where you had to get out of the way, but then it set you up for the next couple waves. Do you kind of feel like that's what got you going?
Yeah, for sure. The beginning of the heat, I was in the really bad rhythm, and I saw those guys getting kind of good waves, and I wanted to get control of that heat, but it's been like that for a couple events on the past. Like, I know I'm surfing good, but I can't find those good waves. And one more time, this heat actually happened in the end, and I'm glad to get the win. And yeah, I hope next heat I can find those waves on the beginning of the heat so I don't need to stress out in the end.
Yeah, you got that 2-turn combo on the left, and when you came down, it seemed like relief, like, okay, now we're going. Was that kind of a little moment? You're like, now we're going, now we're on.
Yeah, for sure. After the closeout wave, and right when I landed, I said, all right. So actually, I got this score because the waves are some size, and it was like 2 critical turns. Even if it was like turns to get speed and to get around, it was critical parts of the wave where I kind of flew around, and with that punch in the end, I think it was enough to get the score I was needed.
Indeed. Any shout-outs or thank yous to anybody?
Yeah, thank you, God. Thank you, Morro Bay. Thank you, Xanadu, Surfside, Surf Shop, and Adler Surf Camp. Stoked to be here one more time, and let's keep it rolling.
All right, brother. We'll see you tomorrow. Good luck to you. Warm up.
All right. Congratulations. Great job. Nice interview. David Del Carmo, no stranger to the Central Coast and all these events. So we're still waiting on a whole bunch of scores to get locked in here. During that interview, all 3 other surfers rode waves. Possibly Keon rode another wave. Oh, my. So Sebastian Mendez finishing off that left. Now he opened with a 4. Keon, you opened with a 5. And you have another score to come in. Same with Red. Same with Lucas and with Karsten. So that first right we saw before the interview with Keon Yang was a 5. He has a better score coming from the next wave, which we saw the replay and the big finish. Air reverse. Oh, my. So, no, excuse me, the right was the 5. That wave is what I'm talking about. The big backhand attacking turn there. 7.25 for our surfer in blue on his second wave. Surfers are over here. There's a lot of separation, so at the moment. Wow, so some exciting surfing went down during that cool interview with David Ducarmo, bud. What a cool cat he is.
He really is. He just loves surfing, you can tell. I mean, he just loves doing it.
I always want to know, how do dudes wear their hat way up high like that on their head? Doesn't any little puff of breeze just blow it off?
I guess if your hair was like that, you'd find a way.
It just sticks in there.
Yeah.
Just makes a weave.
It works for him. Yeah, it looks like Cayenne got a 7.25 while I was away, so that's a nice score.
But, like, I see MLB players with their hat up there.
Yeah,
and they're out there running around and playing. Like, do they just have a shape of a head that it just...
Well, my head is bald, so when it's a 1 day past shaving, there's the stubble that'll kind of hold on
like
to
Velcro.
It. Almost like
stick.
against the shark's grain. You know,
Yeah,
one way
gotcha.
smooth, the other is prickly.
Dude, you need to laser your whole head. Then you don't know what the...
You know, I started shaving it bald in like 2000, and back then I'd walk in a room and get funny looks.
Yeah.
Like now it's pretty common, but
yeah.
Here we go. Sebastian Mendez on the forehand. Sliding the tail around and end section to follow. Pretty nice stuff right there from Seb Mendez.
Well, that's his third wave. He still sitting in second with a 4 and a 5.5. Maybe this is going to push him past them. Well, no, he needs almost a 7 to go into first up against Keon 7.25.
Yeah, Keon had that stab edit drop about 3 days ago, so he's on a little thing right now. Let's see if he can keep the momentum going in the contest.
Yeah. Yeah, Cayenne's had a lot of cool edits lately.
Oh, wow, that backhand turn. Who was, speaking of, yeah, that edit had some amazing backside turns, and that looks like one of them.
Was that edit from a lot of it from Bali?
Yes,
right.
It was kind of a thing about him and his dad. How his dad's a
that's
coach.
the one that I was saying. I saw about a month and a half ago. Taylor Steele
teased it.
Filmmaker. No, he did a full 7-day festival down in our area. There was 3 days of film at the La Paloma Theater and interviews and bands, and there was all kinds of satellite events. There was their surf event, and he dropped an edit and then sat on stage and did an interview with his dad. It was really cool.
Well, they just showed the ender to that wave, and he had not one but 2 strong turns.
So that's going to throw away, it seems like, the 5.
It feels like it. Yeah, so I don't know how long that edit's been out, but Stab hung it on the first page right at the top, so that's how I came across it.
That was it. That because they were all talking about how nervous they were because they were up against an edit deadline because Taylor said, hey, I'm going to invite you, and you're chosen, and this is your deadline.
Sure.
So they were all scrambling to get their things done up to the last minute.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so when they did it, that's when everyone saw it for the first time.
Seb Mendez up on the north end. The camera's following him on the front side. Another nice 2-turn combo. He's got a strong 2-turn combo game going thus far. Already got a 5.5 and a 4.6. Meanwhile, Cayenne, his second wave locked in at a 6.65. So Blue, you are in the lead with 13.9. Got a couple other scores to lock in before we can really iron things up, but here's a replay of Sebastian. That nice turn in the pocket, then finishes it off with a tail glide.
A little look back.
Yeah.
A little spicy look back.
Green, Karsten. Nice carve. And the second one. Oh, kind of found a way to add a little extra at the end.
Forced his way through that.
I think he did the turn and realized there was nothing left, so added a little on the way down.
Yeah. Push a bit more.
It worked.
Score comes in quickly for Green, a 4.55. Karsten in third, needing a 6.65. All scores are in. Priority with blue. Bash, your last wave, a 5.70. So blue in first, red in second, green in third. Green, you need a 6.65. And white, you need a 7.65. Priority is blue, white, red. 8 minutes to go. Chugging on through.
Yeah, we're chugging right along. So 7 minutes, 50 seconds in this heat. And then 2 more, and then we're back here tomorrow to do it all over again.
3 more.
3 more.
14,
3 more.
15, 16.
You're right. You're right. My math skills are failing. It's been a full day of excitement and numbers.
Otra más ahora.
Simón.
And then we have a little highlight wrap-up package for those at home. You can sit back right after the last heat, and we're going to have a short recap of some of the best waves of the day. The 8:05 post-show.
Sebastian Mendez with another nice turn, just a 1 turn that time. I don't know if it'll improve, but it still looked nice for the fans at home.
Cayenne, you're out in the lead. 7 minutes left. You have first priority. Your scoring waves are a 7.25, and your last left a 6.65.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of a freedom now to either try something fancy or just kind of keep an eye on everybody else.
I guess, yeah, he would just see what the wave is offering, right? If
Sure.
it's another right like his opener, he might go to the air.
Well, and these guys are only surfing 1 heat today. They don't have another one, so you don't have to worry about saving anything for later, you know.
Just their board.
Yeah, true.
Just their match.
Well, how was earlier? I can't remember who it was, but 1 board. Broke all the rest of them.
Yeah, I'll tell you who it was, and it was kind of funny on the Mayhem.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is we talked about eliminating
Bray.
Mackay Bray.
It was Mackay Bray.
Yes, yes.
He'd been up to Santa Cruz and broke all his boards. I'm like, oh, scolded. Like, Mayhem's not. Matt's like, sorry, dude.
Well, we talk about variables and overthinking the stuff. That makes it simple. Maybe just a fin change, you know.
Maybe if everyone just had 1 board, right, they'd find that it was the magic board.
Well, we also had Wesley earlier talking about a board off the rack. So sometimes it makes you wonder, like, you know, because every board's going to do something a little bit better. It's something to be said with if you got one that you think's pretty good, like run with it. You might do better cutbacks on it. You might, I mean, it just the differences are so fine that it could elevate a different part of your surfing.
Here we go, Lucas Taub, in and out, needing a big score, so knew that wave wasn't going to get him there.
All right, 5 minutes left, you guys. 5 minutes left with blue still in the lead, red in second, green needing a 6.65, and white needs a 7.65. So you got 4 minutes and 50 seconds to find those.
Man, the darkness is on us. The sun went behind the rock.
Well, you figure the solstice is, the 21st, so it's almost the shortest day of the year.
Coming up.
Yeah. I mean, I don't love the short days, but it's good to know that we're near the end of them getting shorter.
I know, it's funny that they're not only shorter at the end of the day, but the sun's not rising as early also. I love that. I could live in a place where it gets light at 5:30 every day and dark by 7. That's like I love that time of year. The early morning, and it still stays twilight till 7-ish. Love
7
that.
at night is fair, though. I do like having a little time after work to be able to get out and do something.
Yeah,
so the 5 o'clock dark is a little hard to swallow, but 7.
No, I'm talking about sunrise.
Oh,
First
sunrise,
light.
yeah. I
The
want it
first
light
light,
early,
the
too.
5:30 first light, dark. Okay.
in my optimum world, my alter universe.
You're in Baldwin Utopia.
Yes, it'll get light at 5:30 and dark at 8. How about that?
Sure. Meanwhile, Lucas just got a wave right there. We'll get a score for you when it drops in. He was in 4th place with 3 minutes and 30 seconds left, looking for a 7.45. We'll get a replay. We'll get a score, and yeah, we'll see if he got there or what he's going to need still.
Just over 3 minutes left, surfers, to get it done. Cayenne out in the lead. 3 waves ridden, a 5, a 7.25, and then a 6.65. Bash Mendez in second with the 5.5 and a 5.7. Karsten looking for the 6.65 still, and Lucas Taub looking for the 7.45.
So, yeah, Cayenne surfed a pretty tidy heat, just 3 waves, a 5, a 7.25, and a 6.65. So, efficient, really efficient. So the danger man right now is Karsten looking for that 6.65, trying to get into second place. But Sebastian in second place has the priority over him, so he's got that advantage over, the 3rd and 4th place surfers. So.
And Bash, steely competitor. He's not going to let something sneak under him.
There he is.
Yeah.
Green took a paddle, and Bash was already on him. Keep a close eye on him. 2 minutes left, you guys. 2 minutes left. Here we go. Here's that cat and mouse.
Well, since there's so much time, Green's going to force the issue. Bash has to ride this wave, and it's going to open the door for Green behind him if anything comes. Carved down in a nice finish. You see Bash staring back out at the horizon going, 2 minutes to go. Is there a wave?
Well, you just said he's a smart competitor, so he did that to keep him off and then immediately checked on what was going on behind him. He wants to be up to the minute, real time, knowing what's going on. Oh, this one's lined up. But the rich get richer when the heat winner gets the best wave of the heat. But didn't make the best. He fell, but that's okay. He's still in the lead.
Dylan, nice bottom turn. First hit. Stop the sequence there. It's all good.
All right, 1 minute left, you guys. 1 minute left. Karsten, you're still looking for 6.75. Lucas, you are still looking for a 7.55. Karsten, you have priority. Lucas, you have second priority. So that flipped the ability for them to not be impeded upon, is now that's got a little advantage for them, makes their chances better. Here goes White looking for that 7.55. Nice turn.
It's been elusive for him so far. He knows it's over. That's not going to be the 7.55 he needed, but what do? 30 seconds left, surfers.
It's a strong turn. Just you think that he wanted to get another chance.
Yeah, that wave didn't offer much. Bash still in second. We're down to 10 seconds. Chucks the reverse, comes unstuck, counting this one out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So Kiana and Bash survive. See you in the next round. And there's a view of the rock with the green grass going on it.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
All right, we are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
catching a wave. It never gets old. The tide is meant for surfing, and your vacation is meant for memories. You'll enjoy both at Best Western Hotels in California and Hawaii. After all, life is just better when there's another wave and another vacay on the horizon.
Here we are, back from commercial break, round of 96, heat 14. We're running through heat 16 today, so we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. In blue, we've got Mason O'Toole. In white, we've got Jeff Mahan. And in green, Wyatt Jeffers, all from the United States of America. Only 3 men in this heat and only 1 wave ridden thus far by blue. Mason O'Toole, your first wave was a 3.25. 3.25. So he drops a third priority, and now we got Jet up on the forehand. Nice start.
Wow, cool. Cool release.
Yeah. Release, but kept the flow. Something we've talked about all day with some of these crumbly lips. You got to make sure you hit the maneuver, but make sure you're coming out of it with speed. Otherwise, it's easy to get bogged down out there. Here's his replay from front angle. Yes, he snapped it, but came out of it at the top half of the wave. Kept it going, finished nice. Nice start.
Yeah, he went straight from that inside rail at the top, halfway down onto the outside rail, then inside rail, straight into the projection of the next turn.
Yeah, I was able to use the transition to pump out of it, not just like
ride through
glide off it, yeah, or kind of fall off it. Yeah, he pushed off it almost like when you're pumping.
Well, and the score comes in for Jet, a 5.25.
That sounds right to me.
Yeah. Pretty surfing, 2-turn combo, smaller wave. Yeah, I'll do that, and then I'm going to get Brillo up here for a little brain moment.
All right. We're getting to the 17-minute mark, so just about 3 minutes down. We got 2 scores on the board. Jet in white with a 5.25, Mason in blue with a 3.25, and we're waiting for Wyatt to get the ball rolling in his heat. But since he hasn't ridden a wave, he does now have priority and choice of any wave that comes in. So, yeah, for those of you at home, priority means if you've got first priority, that means everybody's got to get out of your way because you've got the rule of the roost. Here we go, split peak, green and white. Camera staying with Wyatt on the backhand. Looked a little off timing there, but now we switch over to Jet, and his timing was a little better. He finished off with that little reverse on the inside. Jet already has a 5.25, so we'll see on the replay what happened at the beginning of that wave. Yeah, Jet in white already had a 5.25, so he's already looking to back it up with that wave, and the judges are looking at it right now and ironing out their scores. So, Jet, your last wave was a 5.5. You are in first place. Second place, Mason. You have a 3.25, and you are in priority. Wyatt, you need a 1.76 to advance. There are 15 minutes and 40 seconds left. So, yeah, as you can see, the shadows have started to come over Morro Rock. We're getting towards the afternoon. Been here all day. The tide is about 150 yards further out than it was this morning. It's really wild. They're almost can see around the rock where they're sitting. They can probably see all the way to Montana de Oro out there. And I got Darren back here in the booth with me. Welcome back, Darren.
Well, thank you. And, yeah, I mean, the temperature dropped about 10 degrees as soon as that sun went away.
Yes.
Layered up here, got my sweatshirt, jacket, and it looks like we're going to drop down to our heat winner pretty soon here. We're down to 15 minutes remaining in this heat in the water. I think everyone was updated with scores already.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we'll drop it down to the interview.
Yeah, here with our heat winner Kaiyan Yang. What a way to get out there, and you got to open up on the lefts and the rights.
Yeah, it's really good actually. Some of the best Morrow I've surfed.
So down home, the waves have been pumping. Have you been traveling or getting some of the bounty down there?
Yeah, I've been kind of going around, but just staying at home. It's been so fun. So just trying to surf as much as I can.
Just out in the mix at Seaside and everywhere else?
Yeah, with 1,000 people out, but
Did you get blacks? Did you go to blacks at all?
fair bit, a couple times. I'm not too crazy on that wave, but it's a good wave for sure.
Well, do you want to talk about the big frontside air or the big backside smashes? Which one was feeling better?
I don't know. They've both are just fun to do, and it's good to have variety. So whatever comes my way, go right, left, do whatever.
You just train with your dad and stay fit and ready to do whatever the waves throw at you, right?
Yeah, just keep the body ready at all times.
All right, well, moving on through to the next round tomorrow. Congratulations, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Bye.
Nice work. We'll see you tomorrow, and that's a nice, relaxed attitude. It sounds like he's done his training ahead of time, so he knows that he can go out in the heat and not have to think about those kind of, outside thought influences. He gets to just go out and perform, and it sounds like his dad has set him up well for those kind of thought processes.
Well, during the interview, we had Jet. His score is 6.25. So once again, 6.25 for Jet on his third wave, and here he goes again. This time on his forehand. And throws it up and rotates around cleanly. So completion there. Jet is feeling the rhythm on this heat so far in the early stages with a 6.25, 5.5 opener, and we'll wait to see what this score comes at.
You mentioned that word rhythm. Here's the replay. You knew what he was going for. He already had a couple scores on the board, so he figured he can cut loose a little. But like you said, rhythm. That's his fourth wave, and the other two guys have only caught one. It's kind of been like that today. It's the haves and the have-nots, the people that have been finding the waves, and there's been a few people that have just seem to be like on the wrong side of every one. So he is the rhythm surfer thus far of round of 96, heat 14.
And score in last for White of 5.75. So Jet extends his lead. Now he's looking to replace that last score of 5.75. And right now in that second position is Mason O'Toole with the 3.25, just the single score, and then Wyatt just the 1.5, looking to get a number on the board here with just under 12 minutes remaining. And sometimes when we're not holding down priority and you're just fishing around, you're able to kind of freeze up your space and able to kind of pick off more of the medium waves, and sometimes those pan out to be really good waves and keepers.
Prime example of that was Jacob Zake earlier, who mistakenly took a wave before the heat, bumped him the last priority, so he knew just paddle in 10 yards and get busy, and he won the heat. It just, like we said, again, that word rhythm, it set him into rhythm. And, you sit out back for too long, you can get cold and start thinking a little too much and maybe chase the wrong waves.
Well, we're really lucky here this afternoon with these light wind conditions on shore, but very light conditions here. So priority change. Looks like green went for a paddle. So blue remains first priority. Now it goes second priority is white. And Mason here utilizing that priority. So nice first jam to start, and then finishes up there with a second turn. He's going to get a second score on the board and extend that second position.
Yeah, that little bit of yellow on his board, too, you can see really well in this late afternoon light. I know a lot of people have strong feelings about color on boards. I think from a distance it can't hurt. The contrast against the wave face, it'd be a little flashy. I have no problems with it. I mean, granted, in the 80s and the early 90s, there was a lot of color going on.
Oh, yeah,
so,
it was all about color. We all grew up, you and I grew up in the 80s, and my boards were yellow and blue. That was my two colors. Go-to, yellow deck, blue bottom.
I remember that was pretty signature for you. What's funny is a lot of people ran yellow in the 80s, and then in the last 10 years or so with the shark stuff, people, Mick at J-Bay, and they talk about yum yellow. It's kind of, I think it's changed some people's idea about running
probably.
yellow or not. Because yellow was and still is a popular color, but I mean, I work in the fishing industry, and chartreuse is like an excitement, like a reaction bite color. So,
right.
Unfortunately, there's something to it, but.
Well, score in for Mason, 4.25. Mason, 4.25. So white in the lead with a 6.25 and a 5.75. Blue in that second position with a 4.25 and a 3.25 as his low score. And we have green in that third position right now, needing a single score of a 6, but he's looking to get 2 scores on the board with just a 1.5 on the score line here.
Yeah.
9 minutes.
In all reality, Wyatt wants a reset and wants to get 2 more.
Well, there's still plenty of time. 9
Sure.
minutes to go. There is tons of opportunity. It's not like, we're waiting, 3 or 4 minutes for a set. It seems like there's consistent medium waves that are coming through to get scores.
And with the lower tide, the paddle's abbreviated now. So you catch a wave, you're right back out there. It's not like this morning at the high tide where there's, 50, 75 yards of whitewater you got to make your way through.
Yeah, that's a really good point because the space between the waves, you're really only doing 1 or 2 turns now. It's, the waves are shorter. They're not running all the way into the beach on that high tide. And you're able to get back out in the lineup within a minute.
Such a contrast this afternoon, the low tide compared to the high tide this morning.
It is. Well, it's a 6 foot or a little over 6 foot swing.
Yep.
Probably close to 7 foot swing here, as it's a negative 1.2 or something like that on the dead low.
I think I saw 1.6, yeah, and that's at about 4 o'clock, so we're working our way towards it. Either way, the tide's falling out, and these guys are making adjustments.
Well, let's see here. We have some waves approaching. Our surfer in green, Wyatt, just kind of knew that wave was going to close out and just kind of bailed out.
Yeah.
And free surfers out there, just make sure you stay clear. Paddle further north, please.
Yeah, free surfers, if you could give us another 50, 100 yards, we'd really appreciate it. Please and thank you. We only have 2 more heats after this, so.
Yeah, and a big shout out to all the locals. I know there's been a lot of events up here.
Mm-hmm.
We were here for the USA Prime event. That was the first stop of the series a month ago.
Yep.
You were here. The waves were 8 to 10 foot, pumping. Kids were challenged for sure, but we had winners, and then we moved on to Pismo and ran at the pier. And here we are once again back in Morro Rock as we see Wyatt Jeffers up and riding on his 3rd wave.
Just can't find the open face he's looking for. I'm a little out of rhythm. There's that word again, rhythm. A few guys are talking about how, it isn't easy out there. DeCarmo talked about, although he won his heat, he said it was a little tricky. You can think you're in the right spot, and then as soon as you paddle for the wave, be 5 feet, on the wrong side of it. So that's kind of what it feels like is going on with Wyatt right now. But he's got 6 minutes. Like we talked about, there's a lot of waves and short paddle, so hopefully he can get it going, get back into this.
So as the swell drops in the next couple of days, what are we going to be looking at? I mean, obviously smaller waves, but is it going to be breaking on the same bar, or is it going to move in a little bit more?
I'd like to hope it moves in a little and focuses on the inside because, the tide was so high, but there was enough swell today to where it grabbed some of the outer bars and would kind of trickle out there. So I'm hoping he kind of misses those and focuses on the inside.
And how about the high tide?
That's what I mean at high tide.
Yeah, it's going to be maybe a little challenging, I think, as it drops a little bit.
Well, that's what I'm hoping.
Higher tide.
I'm hoping it focuses
moves into that inside bar.
But with the tides being that high, there are going to be mushy, crumbly ones. But it'll be interesting to see equipment. Will guys start taking out a few more epoxies, maybe a little bit of a wider nose to glide across it? Because like we talked about earlier, some of the guys were mentioning they had to get some weight on the front foot to get down the face.
Well, here we go. Jet drives off the bottom into that turn there. He's got another section in front of him, throws it vertical, and finishes cleanly.
That was nice. He was already in first place, looking to replace a 5.75. I don't have a problem with that replacing it, but we'll see what the judges say. That was clean. I mean, it was critical, and it was back-to-back, and there's no hesitation.
Well,
here's
go.
a replay.
So very nice first turn. A little hung up there, just coming back down, but the second turn.
Cleaned it up well.
Yes, he did. And yeah, I like the push off the rocks. It just seems like there's a lot of power and energy on some of these waves that kind of bounce off the rock and kind of slingshots you into the pocket of the wave.
Yeah.
I noticed that you see that more often when the waves are bigger.
Sure.
Score in, judges liked it, 6.5, extends his lead. So Jet, your last score is 6.5. And now you're looking to replace your 6.25. 4 minutes remaining. Blue still in the second position, looking to replace a 3.25. And green in that third spot, still looking for a 6.
So, yeah, Jet has just found the groove in this heat. I mean, he's throwing away a 5.5, a 5.75, and a 5.25. And those are all scores that are better than anybody else has right now. So he's really kind of the rich get richer in this heat. But, yeah, I think those wedges you were talking about, it depends on the swell direction. So I think if it's a little more north, kind of like a month ago for the prime, it bounces and then reverberates. Whereas I feel like today's a little more west, so kind of pushing straight towards it and wrapping in.
So it doesn't really have that bounce and that push. I noticed yesterday when the swell was peaking, well, really yesterday and the day prior, there were a few waves that were bouncing off the rock there and then pushing and had a lot of energy.
Yeah.
And I mentioned it before earlier today. It felt like everyone was out last night.
I bet.
In the afternoon. I mean, the winds were blowing offshore all day long, and it looked to be about 100, 150 people out there from the rock all the way, 500 yards down the beach.
Well, we got Mason up and riding on the backside. He already hit it once, slashing back in the pocket, again right tight in the pocket, and kicks the tail around. So it's a nice little ride for Mason. He's sitting on a 4.25 and a 3.25. So I hear there's a priority change. We're now white-green, and we got a score coming in for Mason, and we've got 2 minutes and 25 seconds left.
And this is Wyatt on pretty much a straight closeout there, so he's going to try to reset. He's got 2 minutes to go. That requirement for Wyatt's probably going to be increased once Mason's score comes in, as he was only looking to replace a 3.25.
I agree with you there. I wouldn't be surprised if that's Mason's best.
2 minutes, surfers. 2 minutes remaining. Here we go. Replay. So great first turn there. Good timing. The slashes off the top right there and sets up for that third release with the fins. I really like it.
I do too.
And then here we go, Jet.
Oh, he's looking for it. Bango. Yep.
And reverses, so Jet feeling it. So back-to-back air reverses.
Well, like we said, he's got all of his waves are over 5.5 points, or excuse me, 5.25. His two best scores are a 6.25 and a 6.5. Is that better than a 6.25?
Yeah, it could be. A little bigger wave here. A little high line pump right there, and then an air reverse. As we see, this is Wyatt up and riding. Score about to drop. We're down to 1 minute. Score in for blue, 5.25. Score in for white a 6.7. So now green's requirement is a 8.0 as we're down to 50 seconds to go. So Jet extends the lead, gets his best score, and as you mentioned, he has everything above the 5 mark. And he's increased almost every single score. He's gotten a bigger number all the way to the last.
Yeah, he's surfed a very nice heat.
As we're down to 30 seconds. And also a good heat for Mason as well.
Sure.
As he increased his numbers from his first to his last, down to 20 seconds to go here. Heat number 4, round in 96.
And not seeing a whole lot of waves. That's probably about it. So I'll count us out here in a second. All right, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And heat 14 in the books. And then we'll get...
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
In the 805,
We're fueled by the pursuit of the path less traveled.
we're artists,
Shapers and creators.
and we love every minute of it.
It's more than a beer.
It's a way of life.
Straight back out priority and into this wave,
Oh my! Deep one for West and away. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
All right, welcome back. I've got Baldy back in the booth with me. We've got this round of 96, heat 15, and then one more heat after it. We've got Alex Lima in red. We've got Johnny Huron in blue. We've got Loyal Kenworthy in white, and we've got Sebastian Bloom in green. So welcome back, Baldy.
Well, thank you very much. What a day it has been, and we are getting closer to the end. We got this here 15th heat and 16th heat, a highlight package. Straight away up by the rock, opening Johnny in the blue. Wow.
And that was a nice start, and he's still
Yeah.
going. Wow.
It's funny, the whole area got covered in shade as the sun was farther behind the rock. Now that it's getting closer towards sunset,
Certainly.
sneaking around the corner, lighting up the emerald faces of the waves.
Well, Johnny just lit that that wave up a long left, got a lot of turns in, a minute into the heat, so we're going to have a score for you for him, but he's going to be feeling good right off the bat. Here we go. Here's a replay. What do you see?
Well, I see solid surfing. I think he picked a great wave to open up with. That second section, didn't offer much, but that third turn right there, that projection snap leading into these last few, 4-turn sequence set up by that second turn. And now Alex Lima opens up. I like how he really twisted his whole torso.
Yes.
That just gave him so much more speed through the turn. He didn't just check it and poke his butt down and rely on the rail. He opened up his front arm and his shoulders and drew it all the way back. Just kept that spring load tension going.
And here's that replay. And what I'm noticing about him is every turn is committed. He doesn't halfway any turn. Everyone, if he's going to turn hard.
Yeah, the body torque that he's using on that small wave that didn't have a lot of power set him up for what's going to be a great score. And it is a 7.5 for Alex Lima from Brazil, and Johnny Huron a 6.5 on his opener. Now Sebastian Bloom. Nice finish there for him. So I think that will most likely – I missed the first turn. Let's see on the replay. But my first impression, possibly a little bit under, and that's what the judges are showing. A 5 for our surfer in green. Now with priority, Loyal Kenworthy. Priority is with red, then white, then blue. All right, let's take it away with Jet Mahone. Bud, heat winner from that last one.
All right, I'm right here with Jet Mon, last heat winner. You, for lack of a better term, dominated that heat. Did you feel like that was going on out there? Did you feel like you were in a good rhythm?
Yeah, I felt great out there. The waves were super fun, so I was stoked to get a few.
Now, how many times have you come up here? Are you pretty familiar with this place, or is it pretty new to you?
I was just up here for the Prime not that long ago, so it's pretty familiar. I've had a few contests up here.
A lot easier to deal with in that Prime, the conditions in that Prime, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was really big.
And not to keep harping on your domination, but your throwaway scores were better than anybody else's heat combo. That's got to be a confidence builder.
Yeah, I felt really good out there, so I'm stoked to get some.
Anybody at home, any sponsors? I see a big V on the head of your board, and I love the Timmy Patterson. So anybody you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, shout out to Visla and Timmy Patterson dialing me in, and my parents. They're a huge support.
All right. Well, your parents up here with you? You're here with the crew?
No, I came by myself.
Oh, wow. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. Go rest up, get some food in you, and we'll see you back here tomorrow and keep the ball rolling.
Thank you.
All right. You're welcome.
All right, Jetmon fired up on that. Well, it looks like a freshie. Hard to tell. Beautiful Timmy Patterson, that little swallowtail. And here we go. Sebastian Bloom. Well, it was a quick one. Johnny chucks it, comes unstuck. So Johnny was sitting in second. That's a throwaway. Kenworthy got a quick up and down with kind of a, didn't get the wave he wanted when he had priority. But now, since everyone else rode a wave, he, hold on, we're waiting for the priority judge.
Wow, 7.5.
Yeah, Alex.
I missed that.
No. That was the one we were talking about.
Oh, that's right.
Before you stepped out. That was the opener from Alex Lima, putting
That's
in the
right.
serious torque.
That is right. He is, like I said, the commitment man. He's another one of those little power nuggets. Not real tall, but strong.
Oh, yeah. Very, very strong connection between his in the hip flexors and quads. Red, your opening wave was a 7.5. You're in second place at the moment, but you have the high score of the heat. Sebastian is in first place now. He had an opening 5. That score on the second wave just dropped in, Sebastian, a 5.75. So now everybody playing catch up, so to speak. Johnny, you have priority, and you need a 1.01 to go into second. Loyal at the moment with second priority needs a 6.91, but he hasn't really gotten started. Alex Lima, though, out to the jump with that 7.5.
Yeah, everybody's got a score. That's 7.5 for Alex, 6.5 for Johnny, and Sebastian with the 5.75. So yeah, Loyal's looking up right now, but he's got 12 minutes and 40 seconds. So, and like Darren and I talked about, the paddle out's pretty short right now. So even if you do need 2 waves, you can get it in 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's surprising. I mean, some events with 20-minute heats, it's always such a challenge for the surfers. But this, at least today, there's been no end of waves. Everyone's had a wave every 2 minutes. There's, each rider getting, maybe something like that, 4 minutes, at least 5 waves, oftentimes more than that, and getting substantial scores.
Blue up and riding. So that's Johnny coming on the forehand, slashes. Little spin the tail around, point the tail towards the beach, glide out. He was sitting on a 6.5 and a 1, so I got to believe he improved that 1.
Well, and with that, he'll jump up into second, but it's kind of a
soft second.
A soft second in that Alex with second priority and a 7.5.
Here's that wave again. He gets a nice little click. And then he saw that it was kind of mushy, so he kind of had to throw the tail down to keep it going from shooting out the back. So situation, Sebastian, you're in first with a 5.75 and a 5. Johnny, you're in second, 6.5 and a 4.1. Alex, you're in third. You have a 7.5. And Loyal, you need a couple waves. Eleven minutes. In a round of 96, the second to last heat of the round of 96.
Well, yeah, the first 2 days, always long days, 8-hour days. We kicked off on the mic around 7 o'clock. The event started at 7:30, and when will it finish?
Oh, boy. Around 4, well, we got this heat and another. And then a little wrap-up package of the top, I think the advancing surfers, first-place surfers, and top scores of the wave, the 805 post-show. And, yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah, so the field is halved. We started with that round of 104, just a few 4 heats into this round of 96, and then round of 64 up against the big dogs in the men's side. And on the women's side, it is the round of 32. This is stop number 6 on the men's qualifying series here for the North American region, and stop 7 for the women out of 9 for both of them. So if you can take away a win.
Oh, very nice, Johnny. Very nice. Looking to replace a 4.1 with that wave. And, yeah, you talked about these are some of the seeded surfers. Well, tomorrow we got the biggest dogs of them all, you know, the highest seeded surfers coming in tomorrow. So these guys are all ripping today, but it's not going to get easier tomorrow. It's going to take moves like that one Johnny just had to keep it going tomorrow when the Taros and the Cades and the Dimitris and those kind of guys show up.
Yeah, there's all of a sudden the Ferraris are on the track.
Yeah.
Downshifting in the corners. There we go. Johnny ups the ante a bit. A 5.0 on that last wave. Puts you, Johnny, up in first place. Sebastian in second. White now. Loyal Kinworthy using that priority and doesn't get around the section, so he's going to have to restart again with just under 9 minutes to go. Alex Lima now. Priority sits in his lap, opened with a 7.5 and has been patient up until now. He still needs only a 3.25 to go into second place. And based on his opening wave, I don't think it matters if he goes left or right. If he identifies and picks the wave he wants, we're going to see a happy, healthy score.
No, he seems to have the firepower, yeah. Just when's he going to engage? And this might be it right here. He's got priority. He's having a paddle. Is this where he goes for his backup score? A little bit of a split in that wave.
It's a short wave. It's going to be a one-turn wonder. Oh. And, wow, what a funny from our and the viewers at home, that sky view from the drone, you saw that rib countering the counterproductive to the wave. So an error there for Alex Lima. But, again, up and he's like, heck no, I'll get myself back in this thing. A quick up and down. He needs a 3.25. That was just a smaller wave and a crafty turn, but I'm not confident that will get him the score he needs, but it was more of a mental reboot.
Agreed.
Priority error.
Yeah, I got to imagine he's looking for one of those lefts again because he got that nice score on the left. I mean, he's capable on the right.
Well, I misspoke. It's a 4.15. So with that, Alex Lima backing up the 7.5 goes to first place. Johnny in second. Sebastian, you have first priority and you're in third. You need a 5.76. And Loyal needs a 9.5 at the moment and really hasn't gotten settled in this heat. Has a 0.6 and a 2. So I guess, we didn't. On the quick live look, it seemed like a small soupy wave and one attacking turn. Didn't know if it was going to get Alex the score he needed, but it did, plus some. Lima in first.
Well, good on him. We see what we see, but the judges see what they see, so I don't want to overstep my boundaries and call stuff, when it's blatantly obvious. But, yeah, that one, I felt it was around it. I just didn't want to say give it the thumbs up or down until they spoke about it.
And because it was so on the heels of kind of an error and then a mental reboot and frustration, and then he pulled it out. So he sat for like 10 minutes with priority and then instantly gets the wave he needs and finds himself in first. Yeah, 6 minutes left.
Like you said, a little mental reboot. Yeah, any little bit of disappointment he might have had feels better after getting into advancing position.
Yeah, he washed his wound and feels better now.
Yes. A little surf neosporin, we'll say.
5 minutes and 30 seconds left. We have, looks like Loyal having a paddle. That's Loyal. He's only got a 2 of a high score, so he's trying to get into this heat now with 5 minutes and 20 seconds left. And that's going to be a completed wave for him. We'll let you know what the judges say. He needs a 9.5, so I'm guessing he's thinking he's going to do it in 2.
Yeah, he's got a lot of work to do to build on the 2 and get up to lowering the requirement. We got the rental e-bikes firing up.
Yeah,
making it up the sand dune.
They're attacking the sand dune here. It's a little dicey. But the action's in the water, and that's Johnny again. Oh, got tangled up with the board. Hopefully nothing went wrong there. Kind of an air reverse attempt and just got disjointed, so he's right back out there. He's in second place. He's got a 6.5 and a 5. So he's looking okay right now, but it's 4 minutes and 30 seconds left, and Sebastian needs a 5.76 to jump him. Loyal, your last wave was a 3.6. You now need a 7.9. So still a pretty big ask, but not like it was before.
Yeah, he's lowered it from almost perfect to just under excellent.
Yeah.
But 4 minutes left. Here we go.
Here he is.
Chipping away again on his backhand, driving down the line, speeds into it, flies over the lip, and he will ride out. So, all right, Loyal Kinworthy. He's in the game now. He will throw away the 2-point ride. So I remember Martin Potter used to always say it, building house.
Yeah. That's one heck of an effort, too. His back's against the wall. He knew what he had to do. He saw that section. He said, okay, I got to make this one count, and he did, so good on him.
Well, and there we go. A 4.8 Loyal, 4.8 on your last wave. Now you need a 6.7. So he's gone from needing a 9.5 to needing a 6.7. So chipping away under priority. 3 minutes and 15 left.
I was going to say just that, chipping away at it, because, there was a big bite to take off with that near-perfect score. So now he's made it a little bit better, a little easier. He's got 3 minutes left. He is on the back end of priority, but with this much time left, with 3 minutes left, I think he can get away. I think he can sneak away.
Yeah, he can paddle away and, have the advantage of under priority. Sniff out a wave that the other surfers don't think looks good, but importantly, with 2 minutes and 40 seconds, green, you have priority. You need a 5.76 to go into second.
Two minutes and 25 seconds left, so not a lot of time. Will the ocean give us one more set so both Loyal and Sebastian can try to get in an advancing position? I hope so.
Show us their wares.
Yes.
We've seen Loyal have a slow start and then get in the groove and get the moves he wanted on the waves as they gave him the opportunity.
He's kind of like a diesel. He starts slow and builds momentum and inertia and energy. And, now it's attainable. He's still chasing, but it's far more attainable than it was 4 minutes ago.
And Sebastian's got to feel confident that he opened with a 5, backed it up with a 5.75. So the surfing's there. Just the opportunity on the waves he's had so far haven't really given him it. 5.76 is what Sebastian needs. A minute and a half left, surfers. And at the moment, Alex Lima in the lead with second priority, maybe happy to just sit this one out. We'll see if anything comes. He's not going to waste energy.
Yeah, he doesn't seem interested in playing the game, just kind of get out of the way and let those other guys duke it out.
A minute and 13 seconds left. Loyal, Johnny, you're in second place. You have third priority.
So Johnny on a paddle. Johnny on the forehand. Snap. Nice turn at the end. Johnny's sitting on a 6.5 and a 5. Oh, wow. Lima.
So there was a split peak
I guess right after Johnny asked for information, we're down to 40 seconds. The camera went with our surfer in blue. We'll see if Alex betters his first place position. Priority with green, under 30 seconds.
Here's a replay of Alex's last wave. Nice start. Floats over that section and gets an ender right here. So,
wow.
Yeah, he flies around. He's like a little gymnast.
Ping pong ball.
Yeah.
Under 10 seconds. Countdown coming. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, Loyal did get a wave right there, but he didn't quite complete it, so I have a hard time believing he got the 6.7 he needed, but the judges will let us know shortly. Next heat, we're on hold. Next heat, we're on hold.
And green had a wave also. So white was incomplete, so it's a throwaway, so that's how that is. Does Johnny extend second place position? It looks like Sebastian's was a throwaway also, and it seems like it's going to filter in, and then Alex is going to better his 4.15. Heat leader Alex with a 5.55, and Johnny, your last wave, a 5.45, and that's how it ends. Alex Lima and Johnny Heron moving on through to the round of 64. We'll have a quick commercial break. We'll do an interview. We'll come back in the next heat and the final heat of the day. Surfers counting in the next heat.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
We're back from commercial. That commercial from Peak Wi-Fi, who's helping sponsor the event and keep us in real time on the World Wide Web so we can bring it to you at home. We are in Heat 16 of the round of 96, last heat of the day, Morro Bay, qualifying series 2000. And in this last heat of the day, in red, we've got James White. In blue, Quade Ferrion. In white, Tommy Zahalka. And in green, Giuliano Uzelli. Uzelli. I could probably add a little accent into there, but I want to do it right, so I'll ask him how to say it.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes they throw us a heat full of tongue twisters.
Yeah. But no waves ridden yet, so no priority. 1 minute down. James White on the paddle and on the backside. Oh, nice. Spray, but just didn't pull it down. We got another paddle. No go. That turn looked good until he just didn't bring it down. But you got to bring it down. It's got to be complete. Here we go. Non-competitors, can you please paddle about 100 yards north? This is the last heat of the day. We ask you nicely, please, to give us a little more room. And, yeah, so we appreciate it. We know some of you guys are warming up for tomorrow, but please give us a little room. That's Tommy. Tommy Z. So, yeah, last heat of the day. Who's going to punch the last two tickets to the next round? Right now we got Giuliano working his way down the line, getting some nice Giuliano in green, finishing it up the beach. Meanwhile, we have
Quaid?
Was that Quaid? Yeah, Quaid in blue coming towards us. Quaid looks like a tall, lanky surfer, by the way. That wave finished up.
Do you remember for a while, I don't know, it seemed like there was a whole infusion of shorter statured surfers and that everyone thought that was the game plan, and then all of a sudden, bam, the tour was full of tall surfers. Bede Durbridge and Owen Wright and a whole host of others, over 6 feet tall, 6'2", Jordy Smith. A ton of big statured surfers, and now that is the norm.
Well, I had that conversation earlier. Hold on, here's a replay of Quaid. So, yeah, he got a nice wave right. Didn't, yeah.
Oh,
pulled that off. Pulled that off. So, yeah, I had that conversation where there was a time before the Dream Tour when if you were above 5'6", you had a hard time winning. But then the boards got better, the venues got better, and surfers are big, strong athletes now.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, so now with the boards design, we're not riding 17-inch wide slippers. So, yeah, it allows bigger dudes to be able to mix it up with some of the smaller dudes. And like we talked about, the Dream Tour is on good waves now. So it's not like you're groveling in Japan when it's 1 foot or, in Europe when it's 1 foot. You're waiting till the waves get good so the best guys can power up on them. Here we go, White. Tommy up and riding. Starts it off with a slash. Oh, nice turn off that end section, but doesn't quite ride out. 15 minutes as of right now. Quaid, you're in the lead. You have a 5 and a 3.25. Giuliano, you have a 5. You're in second place. Tommy, you're in third. You have a 1.9 and a 1.5. And James, you are in fourth with a 2 and a .045. So, yeah, 5 minutes, 5.5 minutes down in this last heat of the day, round of 96, heat 16. And we're in a minute here. We're going to take it down to the last heat winner, Alex Lima. We're getting that all set up here, so hold on. And here we go. Baldy, talk to us.
Well, I'm sure Alex Lima's got a lot to say. Alex Lima ripping it up, opened with that left, which was a 7.5. It seemed like everything was going great, and then you sat with priority for a long time.
Yeah, I got the good one, but I'm waiting a long time, no waves. Come on, Alex, relax. I need one more waves. But my brother Iago's ripping the heat. Yeah, good energy, good vibe. Yeah, my time. Let's go. My board is really good. The Xanadu, the model Shank, the 5.7. Yeah, my board really good. I mean, so happy. The heat's so close, hard heat. But yeah, I'm old, 37 years old.
Oh my gosh, you're like a dinosaur. 27. Okay, yes, the Xanadu looks amazing. Yeah. And after the 7.5, you had the priority. You finally take that right, and then the wave goes no good, right? Bad use of priority. Instantly, you take a small wave, get the score, and go to first, so your heart went, yeah.
Yeah, I'm waiting long time. I'm lost priority. Alex, come on, I need small waves. That's it. I need a small score. Let's go. Yeah, I'm so nervous. My first hit, little bit nervous.
Well, your body positioning on the wave, so much power and speed and flair. This board looks like it's holding some foam too.
Yeah. My best board is PU. It's so fast. The futures so good. Yeah, I'm feeling good. I training the last months every day, training hard. Yeah, I think it's my time.
It is your time. Alex Lima, congrats into the round of 64, man. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.
Right on, guys. Two really cool takeaways from that interview. It's so cool to see Xanadu, back on the forefront again. I know Jeff used to ride him. Alex is on him. DeCarmo's on him. And then hearing his internal dialogue. Come on, Alex, let's get going. That was cool. But
to the replay while you're away, check this out. James White went to town. Boom, 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 and finish it off with this spray chucker. So, yeah, James White. We got a score coming in for you. Right now, we're going to let that score drop, and we'll bring everybody up to speed. 11 minutes, 30 seconds. Waiting for a score to drop for James, and I'll get everybody up to speed. All right. Here we go. First place, Green, Giuliano. Second place, Quaid. Third place, Red, James. You're looking to replace a 2. You need a 2.15. And then fourth place, Tommy. You need a 6.35 to advance. There's 11 minutes left. Yeah, I like the internal dialogue where he's like, come on, Alex, let's go, and admitted how nervous he was. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, and then did he say 27 or 37?
I missed that bit.
Do you know how old Alex Lima is? Oh, he's 37. Oh, he did correct me.
He said he waited a long time, so maybe this is now he's feeling good about his surfing.
Okay. So he corrected me in it because I made a joke, and he's like, no, not 27. Here we go.
Tommy.
So the boys are finding lips everywhere. Look at the score line while I was down there. 6-1s, 5s, 6-7 5s.
Yep.
Giuliano.
A little tighter of the seat. Tommy's looking to get going, but that wave should help to jumpstart that. Yeah, Alex, on that Xanadu, you used to be a Xanadu guy back
forever.
in the day.
I
Yeah,
started it with him.
Okay.
Yeah, first rider brought in and built a great team back then.
Are you the one that got Brad on him?
Yep.
Okay. And then my buddy Rick Gannon from here was riding him for a while.
Rick Gannon. I mean, I had
Desiderio.
I had Desi. I had there was a Hans Hagen.
Yep.
You know, Matt Coleman. We had a lot of amazing regional riders, and then worldwide, Brad went and ended up going number 2 on him, and I got Matt Hoy and all kinds of internationals to get on him. Lisa Anderson.
So Tommy just had a late start, but now he just got 2 waves in a row. So let's see where that took him. I mean, yeah, he was sitting on a 1.9 and a 1.65. His last wave was a 3, and now he's got another one waiting to drop. So Tommy getting in the mix in the middle. Yeah, the resurgence of Xanadu is pretty cool. I've been excited to see guys back on his boards again.
Yeah.
And he seems like a pretty interesting dude, right?
Oh, he's a very interesting dude, very intellectual dude, introspective, proud of his craft.
Blue, Quaid, you are in second place. You have a 5 and a 3.25. You are in second priority. You need a 6.75 to jump to first. James, you have a 6.1 and a 2. You need a 2.15. You have third priority. 8 minutes and 40 seconds left. So, yeah, James needs a 2.15 to advance. And, Tommy, you need a 5.05 to advance. So, yeah, a little over 8 minutes left. 8 minutes and, 15 seconds left. Last heat of the day, round of 96, heat 16. 2 of these surfers will advance. The other 2 will be watching from the sidelines. So, yeah, it's a cruel sport. Sometimes it's one and done, but if you are able to get the 2 waves that impress the judges the most, you continue on and to finals day coming up on Sunday. A little bit of a flat spell right here. Hopefully that means there's a flurry at the end. It would be great to finish the day off with a bang.
At least they're sitting out there in the sun. We're in the shade in the ice box here.
Yeah. Yes.
I give it up for our cameraman in the front that's been filming our post-heat interviews. He's just standing there in the shade all day, glued to the camera.
Yeah, I always remind people,
there's a lot of production and hard work that goes on, right?
Tell the judges thank you. Tell the tabulators thank you. Tell Jeremiah thank you. Tell the film guys thank you, because there's a lot of jobs that don't get the thanks, but they are the backbone that makes this happen. So here we go. Giuliano.
Yeah, we're just the court jesters up here.
Yeah, we're just flap our lips all day long.
I mean, looking at this drone angle makes it look so much fun.
Sandbar left. Surfers ripping, and the sun is shining. Look at this deep bottom turn.
Yes.
Bangarang. Shout out to Strider.
If you didn't see the booties, you would think it was a summer day out there.
Maybe they need to go out in board shorts and fake it to make it.
Oh,
Actually, a bunch of years ago at one of the events, there was a Brazilian that came, and goofy foot, tall, lanky goofy foot. He surfed like Rob Machado, but 6'2", and he was ripping. He had an amazing run into finals day. He was so nervous. He showed up for his heat late, even though he knew. Sorry, I'm rambling, but we got the
continue.
replay. Showed up to like the quarterfinal late. We don't know how. Red, you have priority. There's 6 minutes left. You need a 2.15 to advance. Your last wave, well, your previous wave was a 6-1. Your last wave was a throwaway. 6 minutes left. You have priority, needing a 2.15. Anyway, the cat showed up late. No wetsuit. Paddled out in board shorts and tried to handle, and it was like 6 foot solid. Lots of duck diving, and he got a wave or two and then just froze up.
Yeah.
Couldn't do it. And it was sunny, and it wasn't super windy, but nature overpowered him.
A for effort.
A for effort, man.
Well, I actually did the same thing right up there in Cayucas. We had a little regional contest thing, and I forgot my suit. I paddled out in jean shorts. It didn't go well.
Dude, you didn't win the gold medal like Italo?
No, I won the gold medal of fools that day. So, yeah, I won my own prize.
Big shuffle in the – whoa, for a second. Tommy had gone into second with that last wave of a 6.25. Then Blue's last wave, Quaid got a 4.6. He jumps into second. So 4 minutes and 45, a few waves ridden, and the deck shuffled quickly. But how it is right now, Giuliano in the green in first, Quaid in blue sitting in second. Tommy, you're in third with second priority. You need a 3.35. James, red, you have first priority and you need a 3.5. So everything in reach for the bottom two surfers.
Everybody's in play. 3.5s and 3.35s are easily attainable out there with one nice turn.
And priority advantage. And now priority changed. Tommy paddled for a wave. And he's in fourth priority now. Can't keep the story going. James with priority needing a 3.5. That is crucial. Tommy with fourth. He can sneak away under priority now.
So James just looking out to the ocean with priority with his choice. He knows he can get that 3.5. Let's see if we get a last set. Got a couple lines coming in. But this is where the nerves start creeping in a little bit. Quaid trying to solidify that second place he's got. He's looking to replace a 4.6. So here's White. Not going to do it with that one, White. White's still looking for a 3.35. Oh, actually, no. Yeah. I don't think that score is going to affect anything. Giuliano, nice combination. That was surprising the way that second maneuver went down.
Yeah, he just got the pop of the power out of nowhere, so possibly extending his lead if he betters his low score. And now James with priority paddles hard. He loses first priority, but there's only the two of them out the back. So Quaid with first priority. Red with third priority. Tommy is out the back. So priority is blue, white, red.
Here's that replay of green. That last maneuver really surprised me. It wasn't like on the books for what I thought was going to happen.
He just kicked it out and went with it. Yeah, used that momentum. Perfect. 2 minutes left, so quite a bit of time. It only takes 1 second to leave the rails with your hands.
That was nice.
That was more like it. So the wave before, he didn't get that
on it, and this one he got a bit more of a vertical section 2 attack.
And he was already in second, and he wants to replace a 4.6, so he might have just made it a little tougher on Tommy and James. Here's Green. They're using his second wave that he caught to compare. So that was a little earlier in the heat, but the judges are going to compare scores or compare waves so they can get the score right. Juliano.
We're getting down, boys. Just over a minute. Priority is with white. Second priority with red. Can't get over it.
Oh, James.
So, again, can't get into it.
James has that 6.1. He wants to replace the 3.5. He's been hunting around.
So blue has a score to come on the left, and now this right offering some goodness, chucks the fins and comes unstuck. So it's all going to hinge on the left that he had before that with 40 seconds to go. Priority with white. Tommy still looking, searching for the 3.35. And James, you need now a 4.35, 30 seconds. But it has been a day.
It has.
We are getting down to the wire. 20 seconds left.
A lot of drama and nail biting at the end of the heats and shuffle ups. So, yeah, it's a lot to stay on top of.
Will a wave come with 10 seconds left? We saw red paddled for 2 and couldn't get in. Countdown coming. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tommy giving it all he had. Needing a 4.2. That score to be locked in. Green winning the heat. Score is in. It's a 2.35. It's not enough, and that is how it ends today. Juliano and Quaid moving into the round of 64 tomorrow. That round of 64 women's round of 32 will be kicking off the morning. 7:30 start sharp. We'll be, here early. They'll be warming up, and then we will go into the men's round of 64 after that.
And we're looking at another day of sun, hopefully, and a low wind. So if you can't join us here, join us on YouTube or WSL.com. I mean, plenty of ways to access the action here.
Yeah, well, it's been a wonderful day. That's a great low drone angle showing our heat winner running in after the heat.
Another Xanadu.
You see how low the tide is?
Yeah. He likes his Xanadu. He says it's smoking. All right.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Catching a wave. It never gets old. The tide is meant for surfing, and your vacation is meant for memories. You'll enjoy both at Best Western Hotels in California and Hawaii. After all, life is just better when there's another wave and another vacay on the horizon.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
The world has changed, and the workplace has evolved. The option to live free of the commute and busy work life is here. Midstate Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. customizable in every way. Our team is ready to reimagine remote working with your specific needs. We are excited to help create the new workplace so you can embrace more of life.
All righty there. Thank you, everyone, for joining us live on the beach today. Thank you to the surfers, the judges, all the staff, to everyone out there that was watching the SLO CAL Open here up in Morro Bay. That is the conclusion of day one. The waves were firing. We had massive tide swing, sunshine, offshores, myself, Bud Quino, Darren Brillhart bringing you the action all day. The surfers were lighting it up. We're going to go into the 8:05 post show with about 10 minutes of today's highlights, which were amazing. We had waves up into the mid-excellent range, 8.5s and 7s. And yeah, so tomorrow, please be sure to join us here on worldsurfleague.com. And the show will begin again at 7:25. The surfers start that first heat, women's round of 32 at 7:30, moving into the men's round of 64. So high seeds in play tomorrow. And like you were saying, Bud, conditions, maybe the waves dropping just a touch, but sunshine and offshores expected again.
Yeah, I think we're going to have plenty of opportunity. And, I mean, it's not supposed to get completely blown or, like, wasted out at any of the next, or tomorrow at least. So competitive all day, should be some interesting conditions as we go from a 5+ high tide to a negative tide throughout the day like we're looking at right now. So
yeah, and in this highlight package, you really see this was the early morning heats that we're going to move through. So as the tide is dropping, you see the mushiness or the slopiness to the waves, and as the highlight reel, moves on through, you'll start seeing the waves cup out, and all of a sudden the offshores die a bit. The aerial antics begin with the lack of the offshores. But yeah, it's been a good day, Bud. It's time for us to wrap it up and let this 8:05 post-show highlight package run its course.
good deal. I had a good time and look forward to tomorrow. And for those of you at home, tune back in. Love to have you.